So our aim is to bring them to a point where they're ready to start spreading their wings internationally and work with bigger funds that co-invest with us, maybe early already, but for sure after Series A's, to bring them, to bring their innovation, their ideas to market and to fruition.
Okay, thank you all. Ita, looking at where we are at the moment in Austria, so what is special regarding your companies, utilities, your learning platform? I think WIFA BNG is a learning platform as well. What is special about it here in Austria? What are the strengths and weaknesses we have in Austria? Maybe even some things that are special. You mentioned that we are having the value chain quite here, but please explain a bit what we are having here, and what can you contribute towards renewable gases here, because this is your mission more or less.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned at the beginning, we have 30 projects ongoing and completed in Austria, what actually are a lot for a small country like Austria. Horst Steinmüller, the head of WIFA BNG, was actually at the 25th of October at a workshop for Mission Innovation, and he had a talk. It was as best case scenario, because we in Austria, we have these people here, we have the knowledge here, as you said, we have this transfer, the knowledge transfer here, and we have the people here who really want to do it. We have, with our members, we can see that also the industry really want to change it. So this is one part. We have the knowledge here, and we have the people who want to do it. And as Austria is as a small country in Europe, we can work as a transfer country for all the gases. And we have, with RAK, one really big storage provider in Austria, where we can also store. At the moment, we have projects where we store hydrogen underground in old gas fields. And this is also possible. We see it there. We have a lot of projects that are going on. We have a lot of these possibilities, like underground to storage, but also because we are a small country in Europe, where they have to go all through us, so we can there be a gas hub in Austria. And I think these are two big parts why we in Austria really can be playing a main role.
Yeah, the head of the Verbund, Michael Strugel, last week said there is no way without storing gas somewhere. It can't be done with the electricity alone, and batteries and the special like power plants, they're pumping up the water. So how many projects are you having there? I mean, what are you doing there? Because this is, I think it's internationally quite advanced compared to other countries.
You mean with the storage now? There we have, for example, one project is where we have an old gas field. We pump hydrogen and CO2 down, and there are microbacteria. They actually produces methane. So we have biomethane coming out there. So we can produce there CO2 neutral biomethane, which can be then used in the industry. This is one project that's already going on, and another project is where they look what's happened if they only place hydrogen underground with no CO2, so that they get hydrogen out of it. This is an ongoing project where we have, of course, to figure out how clean is the hydrogen, what's coming out there afterwards, and what purification do we need then. And but also, because I speak a lot of hydrogen, and biomethane, all the the renewable gases are important, that we have also in Austria a lot of other possibilities for biogases which we should use, and where a lot of projects are already going on.
Thank you, Ita. Martin, what are your experiences in Austria project-wise? Let's start project-wise. What were you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, from the historical point of view, we are doing rooftop in Austria because ground mountain projects was not really possible in the last 10 years. Also at the moment it's difficult. So when we started in 2013 also to develop and build projects, we start with construction of smaller rooftop projects. I think in 2015-16 we had the first megawatt project in Austria on the roof of Bergland Milch, a very large milk production company based in Niederösterreich. And in 2019, finally 20, we had the largest industrial rooftop project on the roof of AMAG in Ranshofen. Most of the projects we are building them for our own balance sheet, but we're also doing some projects for owners of roofs. For example, Bernecker, which is a very large company in Austria, or Agro in Bad Hall, where we did projects between 1 or 3 megawatt. In Austria, generally, it's very difficult to get larger projects. As I said before, we have 5 gigawatt projects under development, and we are talking here in Austria about 1, 2, 3, 5 megawatt projects. So they're a very small market, very small projects, and ground mountain projects at the moment seems really very, very difficult to develop.
Okay. What were your experiences with doing fundraising for your cash-hungry thing here, right? You were looking for money in Austria, I know.
Yes, we did it also the last 10 years. So one of the big challenge when you are a developer, as a Clean Capital or CC was in the last years, is to raise the money. In total, we had a need of more than 100 million euro in the last 6-7 years. And if you are a pure developer, it is impossible to get this money from banks, so you need very creative solutions. And we did different. We did financing for asset holdings, for project development. We did loan constructions on the corporate basic. We did subordinated loans on different levels. We built up a structure which was very complicated. As when you are a developer, it is normal. And so in Austria, it was really difficult also to find investors. We had a lot of investors in Germany and in France. Only one bank in Austria, Kommunalkredit, we did one financing for project development, which was very successful. And so this in Austria, this was really, really difficult. But as you said, yes, now, since 2021, we built up a new CC holding together with, as I said before, Ärzteversorgung Thüringen, which is a pension fund, especially for doctors in Thüringen. And since 2022, we have a new shareholder with Omnes Capital. And these 2 shareholders in total paid in at the moment 200 million euro equity in our company. So now it's a little bit easier to raise money on the market. And in January, February, we'll go to the market with a green bond with, it's not clear at the moment, between 80-100 million euro as a next step. And I hope that we then also have in Austria more possibilities, because the balance sheet at the moment looks like quite easier for investors like years before when we were a pure developer.
Thank you, Martin. Elvira, let's talk about the specific Austrian funding environment. What do you think is special about Austria here? This is, I think, for most people here quite relevant if they are interested in investing in this direction. Please.
What I think, let's say, an advantage is that we have a very good innovative, we have a good ecosystem of innovation. So we have clean tech companies which are very, let's say, innovative and are producing high quality products, known also worldwide. And we have industry, or let's call it enterprises, willing to test these new technologies. And we have research institutions and universities cooperating with industry and company in order to further develop technologies and help them to implement it in an efficient way, let's say, in the energy system. And the Climate and Energy Fund, as we are a funding organization, let's say we are partner of this ecosystem and supporting them. And one example I want to mention is the flagship Region Energy. The one is WIFA, represented by Margarita. This was, let's say, is close to the market research program. For the first time in Europe, and I think also worldwide, we combined research funding with demonstration funding and gave companies the possibility, let's say, to further develop their technologies and then implement pilot and demonstration projects. And we had, let's say, 3 flagship regions. The one is WIFOD, and the other one is NEFI New Energy for Industry. And the third one is Green Energy Lab, focus on the electricity and thermal grid, and also buildings. And we had these 3 flagship regions. They received each one funding of 40 million euros, around 40 millions. And we had 3 calls for proposals. And what we saw at the beginning, this was the first time we had this program with a certain time period. And let's say we had these groups of companies working together. And in total, in this flagship region, we had more than 300 partners. Over a period of 3 calls, they, let's say, cooperated and had very good projects. For the first time, we had very, very good evaluations of the project. And what we also could see, that in the first call, we had funding 2/3 for research and 1/3 for demonstration. In the third call, when they were used how this new scheme is working, we had 2/3 of demonstration funding and only 1/3 of research. And also, let's say, at the beginning, we had around 40 millions we can spend, and more or less, let's say, this was the applications. And in the last call, the demand was very, very high, and we could also increase the money. And I think now let's say, based on the experience we had in the flagship region energy, we started a new program. It's called Transformation of Industry. And it's an innovation, how do you call it? Initiative, that's the right word. And it's combined with research with funding for let's say, implementation. We have a total of, from the Ministry of Climate Action, 3 billion euros.
Okay.
So I think it's the biggest program we have in Austria. And about 10% is for research and innovation, and the rest is for implementation.
Okay.
And now I start, let's say, where they need. I think in Austria, let's say, it would be better to focus more on innovation, to have focus on technologies made in Austria because of the value chain. For example, currently in the PV market, most of the technologies are coming from China. And if China stops exporting their technologies, we can say goodbye to our climate and energy targets in Europe. And then we should become faster. We should have innovation also in the legislation and regulatory framework.
Let's discuss the going forward part in the next round, because I think what you were mentioning here is exactly like a skiing jump for Alex, because Alex, my question is, how do you feel about sitting in Austria and being more or less a partner for Elvira and all the things she's doing? You're coming from the investor side. How do you feel about Austria and about the funding system here?
Yeah, I can only fully support what you said before, that the early stage funding and support system in Austria is extraordinary. I mean, we work not only in Austria, we work with colleagues in Prague, in Munich, and so on. And usually they have no idea what's happening here. And when I tell them the kind of support that's available from FOG, AWS, and so on, that's almost unrivaled. This is really hard to top, and people don't appreciate it, I would say, to the level they should. We have a very rich ecosystem in the sense of very rich resources, a substrate in terms of technology that's developed on the universities. Good technology, a lot of technology. We have a good infrastructure to actually bring the technology to the next level. It's easy to do business in Austria comparably. Even though we complain it's hard to found a GmbH, but that's the least problem, honestly, if you want to disrupt the world. What we have seen in the example of the life sciences, where especially the city of Vienna took a lot of effort to bring that to the forefront. We see this worked spectacularly well. we see so much deal flow and really good deal flow in the life sciences. We don't see that yet in that amount in clean tech and renewables. That's something that it's picking up slowly, but you clearly see this is one wave behind. But the example of life science could probably serve as a good example that if we try and if we put emphasis behind it, that it actually works. And we have done. We'd like to invest more in clean tech. We do it also. We just did another investment. Will be published soon, but unfortunately not in Austria. It's a Swedish startup. But we are ready to do more. We work with a number of different universities and technology creating organizations, and I hope to see more. But I think that the foundation is there. It just takes a bit more time. Consistent messaging that this is important, that there will be support available. And also to be clear about, I mean, there was some talk about technology openness in the past, mostly used actually to narrow it down again to e-fuels. I think that's not very helpful. If we talk about technology openness, we should mean it and not divert from openness to something specific. And we should never forget the boundaries of physics and chemistry, also when we talk about, from a political angle, about technology. So I think we have a very good starting position in Austria, a good material to work with, and we should just repeat in clean tech what we have done with life science. If we look at patents that have been issued in Austria over the last couple of years in the space of clean tech, that's about 10% of all patents coming out of Austria. I'm referring to a study that was recently published by the European Patent Office. And with that 10%, we are roughly in the average of European standards. It's not bad, but it's also not great. Great would be Denmark. 18% of their patents are in the field of clean tech and energy-related technologies. So that would be kind of outstanding. But that's also because they have Vestas and similar companies there that certainly pushed that sector very, very much. But I think that shows where there's how much headway there is and how much we could do. And I think we should just need to continue the path. And the initiatives that you mentioned are just that.
Both of you are mentioning that we are having quite good ideas in Austria. So how do you think about the level of university teaching and R&D at the university level? Because this is probably the biggest source of new material for you, right?
I mean, I want to answer that from two angles. The one is there was a recent study done that looked at how good are we actually in the amount and quality of research I'm talking Europe now, in comparison to the US, because that's always the comparison. And there we are pretty much at par, pretty much head on. When it comes to a number of patents, already we are falling behind. You think about number of companies created even further. If you turn it then into the question of how much GDP is created or income created from these startups, there's a huge gap between Europe and Austria and the US. But on the science part, we are not behind, I would say. We always think, when we think about the US, we think about the Caltechs, the Berkeleys, the MITs and Harvards, but that's only a very narrow and thin slice of the overall university system there. So if you compare Austria with American average, we are doing well. The other maybe comparison is more anecdotal. I was invited to a pitch event by the Max Planck Society, Helmholtz and Fraunhofer, and they presented their startups, and I had a one-to-one comparison with what we see here in Vienna. I would say this was equivalent in quality. They had more, but for sure nothing that was better. It did not blow me out of the water at all. Quite the opposite. I think that in many cases what we see in Austria is actually a little bit better. So insofar, I think it's important to sometimes have the outside-in look. We also had this kind of mirroring during a lab in Alpbach, where we discussed finance and innovation. And one of the people that I invited was long-term a leading figure at Google X. and later on was hired by Jeff Bezos to run their moonshot programs. So he has seen a lot internationally. And his reply was, well, looking at what you're doing in Austria, and he was here a couple of times because of my invitation, is really great. Also, when you talked about the capabilities of universities to translate their insights into businesses, also there the universities are not doing too bad. So we're always comparing kind of only with the very best. We see the very best, the outliers, they are visible, but we don't see the long tail that is not that great. And I think we are more consistent in average, doing not too bad. So a bit more enthusiasm.
Got it. Elvira, we know that in Austria we have typically that problem that we get an early funding for all the startups, right? But especially if we are going towards technology, we have quite a nice funding system, so we can do the first steps, right? But going a bit forward, then we all see it's difficult to go towards demonstrators. It's difficult to go to early adopters who want to even try and build that. So there seems to be like a gap in this financing system. And I just want to know from both of you how you're seeing that, or what could be done to like bridge the gap.
For startups.
Yeah.
For startups, yes, we have a lot of competitions. And let's say early funding, in general, let's say research funding, I think is fine, but could be more. Then we should close the gap from research to pilot. Then from pilot to demonstration. I think it's worthwhile to take a look that the government is risk sharing with companies, also cooperating more with investors. For example, but I think we have very, very highly innovative companies and startups and many innovations, but we don't speak about it.
So it's a marketing problem in the end. Okay, yeah.
I think in general in Europe compared to the US. Yes, risk sharing, also think about public-private partnerships. That, for example, what Sweden is doing. They also do it with large companies, not only startups. But I think this would help because what we have, at the beginning, when you do basic research, you have high risk in terms if it works. And if you're coming closer to the market, the risk, let's say, that the technology works is becoming lower, but you have a huge amount of money that you have to invest. And there you can, let's say, it's a high economic risk. And I think risk sharing, for example, and guarantees could help, and also to have funding programs in order to have, let's say, how you call it, field tests for new technologies. We did it in the energy research program, one for thermal storage systems that they are implemented. I think it's about 1,000 households have to buy this. We support them in buying these new technologies and support also, let's say, the research doing, yes, how is this system is working and how to improve the automatization and grid implementation of the technology. And I think that if we, let's say, we could improve on this closer to the market side of the funding system, but the Climate and Energy Fund is working on it. And next
That's
year,
good news.
Maybe we have a new program in, let's say, an adapted program regarding PV, so innovative PV. And I think this made in Austria, that's what I like in all the funding guidelines, all right? I think this should be the focus in the research funding and above all in the funding for on the market side. And this is possible on the, let's say, also from the, on the legal, from the directive for funding.
Okay, thanks, Elvira. Martin, let's come to you. We were discussing that in PV, photovoltaic, we were losing the competitive edge, let's say 10 years ago, when the industry really was going down. This was very frustrating. I think half of the companies of the German PV club were going into bankruptcy in 2 or 3 years then. and then the Chinese came up with more and more cheap modules. I heard there are a lot of modules lying in Rotterdam at the moment, so there seems to be available quite a lot. Question is, how do you see? I mean, from your perspective, being a big product in Austria, how do you see the upcoming years for PV? What's coming along, and what is, I don't know, innovation? You're a company, an innovative company. What is the innovation part you're contributing there going forward for the next years to help us to bridge the gap, this time the gap for the carbon to zero, right?
Yes. So first to the point 2012, 13, 14, where said that many companies went in bankrupt. This was, I think, very special situation. So many companies, or the business model of many companies was built up only with feed-in tariffs. And when this period of feed-in tariffs, which give us a very good start in this industry, finalized, then many companies had also problem with the business model. Also panels producers, and China is able that you can produce all the technology what you need for panels cheap, also for inverters, cheaper than in Europe. At the moment, I don't have any answer how we can do it better in Europe. But what we have in Europe, and this is what my colleagues here also said, we have a lot of innovations, and I think that this is some of the key for success also for the future, that we use these possibilities, these new technologies or these innovations in Europe. In general, so I only can speak from a view of a project developer. So our target is to build up a pipeline on our books. So we want to build 2 gigawatt in the next 5 years. And so innovation is very important. But in our view, it is more innovation how we can include battery systems. Mm-hmm. Is it possible to do hydrogen? I think in PV with hydrogen is a little bit too early at the moment. We have one project in Italy where we are involved. This is one of the largest projects in south of Italy, in Apulia, with a steel factory. We are also proving now one project with Romania. But I think it's too early for this. But battery is a very interesting solution also to stabilize the grid and to give the industry more possibilities. And then in our perspective, innovation is also kind of agri PV, where you build PV in combination with some agriculture projects. This is something what we are looking for. Clear, we are also looking which possibilities for producing new panels are possible. Is it possible to use other technology? But this is, in our perspective, not the most important topic, because we have to go forward to build up our portfolio, and so we have to look what is the innovation that we can speed up our business model. But I personally hope that we can use a lot of technology produced in especially in Austria or in Europe, yep, to make a new step in the technology.
So we covered a bit the electricity part here with the PV. Ita, you're in the renewable gases, and the question is what can be done in Austria to be relevant, let's say in Europe, but better worldwide, with renewable gases, be it biomethane or be it hydrogen. You're working on that with all your members and the body. So what you're having like in the pipeline? Where are you aiming?
At the moment, as I said, we have 30 ongoing projects or completed projects, and we have a lot of partners, but we look at the whole value chain the whole time. And this is the part now. We have this separate projects, and now we have to bind this project together to really get the whole value chain and to really change the whole system. And this is possible when we build hydrogen valleys. Hydrogen valleys are actually, the idea is that in a region, there are all the players together, working together and produce hydrogen, but also then storage, transport it, and use it. So the whole value chain in one area to be included. It should also be fixed that in the hydrogen backbone is also coming there, that they can use it there, and everything should be included. And at the moment, we already checked in Austria if it's possible and where it would make sense. And in Austria, which actually would make sense to have one in the west with Tyrol, but they're included with Bavaria and Italy, so that they make a whole corridor with all these 3 countries to make their area also focusing on the transport and the tourist part and the stuff there. In the east, like in Vienna, we already have a project called H2 Market, where it's funded by the Climate Energy Fund, and it already has a lot of players included, but it should be open to Lower Austria, Styria, Burgenland, that this all together built there at Hydrogen Valley. And the third one, which actually there where I'm most included, because I'm sitting in Linz, is the Industry Valley in the middle, where we really want to have all this industry partner. They are working together. They're sitting at the moment together and discuss how it's possible that they can really work together to make a hydrogen valley where everything is included. It should be Upper Austria, Styria, and Carinthia together. So that they have the focus, and afterwards, of course, there should be corridors between these valleys so that we can work together. But the main focus is why this valley, because we really have to see the whole value chain, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense if someone works only in the production of it, but no one can use it. Then we have the egg chicken problem, as it's so called so often. So we have to look at the whole value chain, and this is what we're doing with the hydrogen valley, and we're working on this idea right now. There's a funding from the EU Commission where we then can apply for these hydrogen valleys, and that's our idea.
Thank you. So, we are coming more or less towards the end of our session. I think we are doing a last round and ask for something like, how could we, in cooperating all together in this, let's call it ecosystem, including the audience, of course, right? How could we like accelerate forward? What could we do? What can you offer as a entity here, each of you? And what do we ask the audience to do? So let's look at that. And Elvire, you're as well the Net Zero Industries representative here. So tell us, what should we do? What can we do together? And then we close the round with Alex and the others. Please.
Yeah, let's say we want to develop design funding instrument in partnership with industry. We want to have, let's say, tell us what are your needs, and then we try to implement it. We also in the Climate Energy Fund have a culture of trial and error and improve, because sometimes things are not working when we do it the first time. And one thing is not only, let's say, focus on the national level, but also on the international level. And here I speak now with my head of the Net Zero Industry Mission. We did with the aim to decarbonization of industry, we started this cooperation together with Australia. And now we have 9 members plus the European Commission. It's a government-to-government initiative. And the aim is, let's say, to jointly develop new technologies and implement it. Our target is to bring Austrian technologies to the international market. And for example, we have in Austria, is under development a new process for the production of, for direct reduction of iron ore with hydrogen. It's a cooperation between Trimetals and Voestalpine. This new process is known worldwide. Wherever you go, all know it. I think it has the potential for the Linz-Donawitz process 2.0. And what is needed now is to, let's say, help, because these technologies have potential for the world markets, not only Austria. And there we have to to support also industry for the internationalization. And what we did, we did a survey with industry. 1 week, we had time, expression of interest for cooperation with Australia on the topic decarbonization of industry. Within 1 week, we received 32 expressions of interest, all valuable, and we also asked them with which other countries you're interested to cooperate. And the first one was Australia, the second one was Canada, the other ones I don't know. At the end, there was the European, within the European Union. I think on the European level, we have the Horizon EU Innovation Fund, so there is a lot of money available for cooperation on the European level. And what is needed for the Austrian technology providers is to, let's say, for very close to the market, they need cooperation with certain countries outside of Europe, where they have a very high market potential for selling these new technologies. I think there we should, let's say, this is the next step. What I already can tell. Beginning of next year, Austria has the first funding call together with Australia on decarbonization of industry. So we always, let's say, try to find out the needs and find a solution.
Thank you for your final statement. Alex, let's make it a bit shorter to stay within the time frame, please. What is what you're asking and what should be done here?
I think that we are talking about a very dynamic and complex development here. I usually don't use the word complex, it's inflated, the use of the word. But in fact, we can't think linearly that one player just talks to the next player in a value chain. I think we need to know also what happens 2 steps, 3 steps down or up. What we need to do is basically connect dots and help others to connect dots. So beyond our immediate business needs that we should follow, obviously, it's important to think beyond the immediate silos of our immediate activities. And when we see something that's important for somebody else, to really think collaborative here. To bring those things together that need to come together in a field where we have many moving parts and a lot of developments happening. If you see that somebody develops a catalyst or some microparticles, and you see that technology could be used for catalysts, tell it somebody with fuel cells, for instance. Bring people together.
Thank you, Alex. Ita, you were mentioning the valleys already. Anything else that could be done, or where you can invite the audience or ask for money or something?
First of all, I definitely want to agree with Alex. We have to work together. That's actually what we will do in these valleys. They're working together, talk to each other. The knowledge is here. The knowledge, the climate tech solution exists already. We only have to do it. We have to do it together, because together we can do it. And that's what we want to do. And of course, if you somehow involved in climate neutral hydrogen or renewable gases, and you think, okay, you can be part of a hydrogen valley because there's a thing you involved, happily to come to me afterwards, because of course, as I said, all together it can work better. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, what are you asking for?
Okay, 2, 3 sentences. Let me give one example. We have at the moment a demand of 70 terawatt hours electricity in Austria. We need 140 terawatt hours in the next 15 to 20 years. We will not have nuclear, which is fully clear. We will not have gas from Russia or wherever, which is also fully clear. So we need renewables, but in Austria at the moment, and you need new technology, and I fully agree with Margarita, in Austria you need at the moment 3 to 5 years to develop a ground mountain projects, but you need gigawatt of ground mountain projects also in PV and in wind. And I know it looks not very beautiful when you see these wind turbines or maybe also this PV plants in the fields, but you have to do this, that you are able to realize the climate change, which is extremely necessary, and we have to realize the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thanks to all of you for being here, for attending. Thanks for the participants here at the stage. We are all here for the next hours, so if you want to talk to one of those who were here, please do this. Feel free to share a coffee somewhere. and I'm happy to see you again somewhere over the day. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you. Another round of applause for this wonderful panel. Thank you. So now, I'm really excited for the next part. Instead of a panel, we'll be having a fireside chat. We'll be hearing from the Secretary General of the Federal Ministry of Labor and Economy, Eva, who will be together with Chrissy, who worked with the Chamber of Commerce pushing the startup agenda for many years. They'll be talking about the topics that are on the table at the ministry at the moment, what initiatives are being pushed through Parliament, and what exactly is the ministry doing to push the startup agenda forward. So, please welcome to the stage, Eva and Chrissy. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. From my side, Eva, thank you very much for taking the time. You're a very busy and powerful woman, being Secretary General in the very powerful and huge Ministry of Labor and Economy. You have been appointed since 2021, February, and obviously you have seen a lot of things and innovations that have to be introduced into the startup ecosystem. And what I wanted to discuss with you today is more or less the exceptional year that we face in our ecosystem, 2023. It's a tough year. A lot of startups face, well, let's say, an issue to find money, to get funded. A lot of investors and business angels hesitate to invest. And we face now the downside. On the one hand side, the evolvement of the market, the multiple crises, and on the other hand, the lack of, let's say, a favorable legal framework, such as tax credits or incorporation introductions. What can you say, for example, when can we expect the new company form FlexCap? Will it be effective as law by the 1st of January 2024?
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. And when we are talking about the FlexCap or the flexible company, of course, we as the Federal Ministry for Labor and Economy are hoping that it will be in place by January 2024. But as you may know, or all of you may know, we don't have direct jurisdiction in this topic, but of course we act as an important supporter and multiplier. But where do we stand now? The Federal Ministry for Justice and the Federal Ministry for Finance have drafted the legal proposals. They have undergone public consultation over the summer and now are concluding the reform. So given the statements of the two ministers, we are positive that it will be in place by 2024. And let me just mention one thing. I think it's really great and it's a major milestone for the startup scene in our point of view, because these are two very, very important topics. So we are happy that they started, yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, Invest Austria and a lot of other stakeholders have been fighting
Yes.
alongside your startup committee. Therefore, if there are any hurdles, is there anything we can do, like camping inside of the Federal Minister of who is in charge for actually funding it? Is it the financial minister?
Yeah, for the employee framework, the Ministry for Finance, and then for the FlexCap, the Ministry for Justice, yeah. But I think the most important thing was, and you all did that, was during the public consultation, that you wrote them what are the points, and so now it's somehow one of our jobs to do, to talk to them. And I mean, the important thing is that in public we are talking about these things, and that they get to know how important it is. Yeah.
So it's a great value that we have such a strong community who actually worked alongside the ministry. Thank you for that feedback. Another topic that is very, very crucial right now is the topic tax incentive, tax credits. Other countries such as Germany and also France recently introduced major new frameworks for risk capital investors, business angels, to actually make the investment less riskier as you get a tax credit for it. So the headline in France has been 3 weeks ago, 50 million euros fresh capital for French startups. What could be the headline in Austria for next year? What are the hurdles for such a tax credit to actually bring money to our companies and also to the Austrian future, as it goes directly from the saving accounts, which just sits and gets less every day, to the companies and innovative startups that actually create our future?
Yeah, I think this is a very important topic. Unfortunately, another topic where we as a ministry don't have direct jurisdiction, but let me tell you that we know the hurdles, and we know that it's very important. I mean, Austria isn't, risk capital is not such an easy thing to talk about Austria. I'm not quite sure why it's like that. I mean, we at the ministry had, I think last week, we met with banks. We met with them. What can we do, or what is important, so that this thing will get easier in the future. But I mean, what I really would like to mention is we do have, of course, especially when it comes to early stage funding, we have very good things in place. We have with our partners AWS, FFG, we have really good programs. And when it comes to venture capital, we have the AWS Gründungsfonds too. And I know it's not perfect, of course, but we are really doing our best, and it works.
Still, those organizations supply companies with governmental or tax money already. Incentives on the one hand side should try to improve private capital, which is still sitting majorly, I mean, there are billions on the bank. And I know grants are a popular tool to support companies. Sometimes we have the impression in Austria that it's more like the spray and pray principle, where you don't look into detail into the teams. You give a lot of companies too little to die, but not too much to survive. What would you like to change about the system in terms of what branches do you look into detail, or do you think there is anything that can or should be changed in terms of giving grants to companies?
Yeah, I mean, it's always when it comes to this topic, it's always a little difficult, because clearly every branch will say it is an important branch. So what's important for us, that in this kind of thing, that we really talk with the branches now what to do in the next year. And of course, venture capital is an important thing. Risk capital is an important thing. We are always talking with the Ministry of Finance, who has the direct jurisdiction there. What can we do in the next year? And we really hope that that we can in the next year make some progress.
And a very, very important asset for not only our startups, but I guess for all of the Austrian companies are their employees, especially employees that have special skills, experts. We don't find like any expert, for example, for AI or blockchain or major software engineering topics in Austria. Therefore, you actually fought for a change in the red card. Still, there are things that might be improved in the future. We all hope for the flex cap, as we can bind our employees simpler to our companies all in the long term, as the costs to bring those employees to Austria and work for our companies are quite high. What do you think needs to be improved in the red card process?
Not so easy, the red card. Yes, also first of all, I would like to mention that, yeah, of course, shortage of workers is, skilled workers is a problem we are facing, not only in Austria, but on European level. On the other side, we are really happy that the labor market in Austria is so resilient. I mean, that's totally a good thing. When talking about the red card, the reform was introduced back in October 2022, and so we have really seen good progress. The numbers of applications are now much higher than before. So I think that was a good reform. But of course, you can always make changes and make it better. I think one point that we will look into is a digital application, for example. Then it gets easier for companies. It gets easier for the public employment service. So I think that's another step, because then the red card application will be faster, and I think that's a very important thing.
If being a woman in a political environment, you are a very strong role model to other women in Austria, and it's obvious that two women on stage should also talk about female leadership and female entrepreneurship. It is still a fact that less than 10% of the invested capital actually is invested in female entrepreneurs. What do you think, or what would you change if you could in this environment to get more support to women or female entrepreneurship?
Wow, yeah, that's a difficult question, because I think most of the problems are coming from our social thinking. So, because the thing is, when we look at female startups, we are one, I think in Europe, we are on the first place when talking about female startups. So it means that at least one woman is in the starting team of the startup. So that are good numbers. But like you talked about, when it comes to funding, when it comes to venture capital, women are facing a lot of problems. And we at the ministry we had a round with female startups, what we could do, and I think after 10 minutes we were talking about the social aspects in Austria. So I think, I mean, now is a good time, and I think that there will be changes because of the labor market, because because we need women on the labor market, may it be in companies or in startups. But I have to say, I think it's still a long way to go.
So there is a lot to expect next year in terms of support for startups and also for female entrepreneurs. 1 year from now, we will have eventually elections in 1 year from now, fall 2024. Let's assume this government will still be in place and you will keep your position. What's on the table for the startup ecosystem? What are your plans and ideas?
I hope that we can make some changes, like we talked about, risk capital, venture capital. And of course, like we talked about, the red card, make it more easy. But I hope that we can also forward our current project, Gründungsfonds, and the programs we have at our agencies, because I think that are good things and we don't need to stop them. So make progress, but also rely on the things we have.
So thank you very much, Eva. We cross our thumbs that you keep on working like that until next year. And it was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. As a red, white, red card holder working in a startup, it's very nice to hear about the progresses that are happening, and particularly what else the ministry is doing to further the startup agenda, make it possible for more gender equality, etc., etc. So thank you for that. Now we'll be hearing another panel with quite an interesting topic: strategies for investing in deep tech and quantum technology. So maybe some of us don't even know much about quantum technology, but it is at the forefront of innovation. There's the potential for disruption across markets, across industries, and potentially even a revolutionary change across society. But for investors, there's a very long-term investment horizon. The exact use cases are not even quite clear. So how do you invest in this? You need foresight, you need expertise, you need knowledge to get this right. And that's why we've brought together a panel with a variety of perspectives and roles who will be talking about the best practices, strategies, and ways to understand, value, and invest in these in quantum technology, as well as how Austria can keep up and not miss the boat. So, without further ado, please welcome to the stage our panel. We have Marcus, Olivier, Ion, Isabella, and Tommaso. Thank you. Welcome.
Wherever you feel comfortable. Is this thing working? Yes, that's good. Cool. So thanks everybody, and thanks for staying despite fierce competition in the other room. You are the ones that stayed, and we're very thankful, because what is a panel without an audience, right? And also thank you for joining. I will let you introduce yourself in a minute, and our host made it not so easy for us when he said you need foresight, expertise, and knowledge to succeed. So after 45 minutes, you will have to judge whether, those four ladies and gentlemen have the foresight, the expertise, and the knowledge to invest into quantum computing and ideally contribute to a strong Europe and a strong Europe from a technological point of view. Without further ado, I suggest to start right into it. I stopped a couple of years ago to introduce panelists, because it's usually something that goes horribly wrong. So I'd ask you directly to introduce yourself. Yourselves, maybe keep it brief, your name, your organization, your role in the ecosystem, and also why are you excited about quantum and deep tech investments in Europe? Maybe we want to start with you, Olivier.
Yeah, with pleasure. I don't know if it's working. Hello, everybody. Yes. Very nice. Very happy to be here. So I'm Olivier Panafieux. I'm the CEO of Audacia. Audacia is a deep tech fund, which was brave enough to launch the first full quantum fund as early as 2018. It's been a long path at the beginning, but this fund, Quantum Nation 1, is now a great success. And so it encompasses companies such as Pascal, Candela, Cryptonex, etc. We will talk about it later on. And so we're now launching other funds in new space or energy transition, or also around Sorbonne University. But I think what is interesting and what I'm excited about is maybe to share experiences coming from the success of Quantum Nation, because I think those are actually global or certainly European.
Yes, both the success of Quantum Nation and also what happened in France over the last decade is really a role model for many European states, I feel, and I'm excited to grill you on that in a couple of minutes, because I feel, especially as Austrians, we can learn a lot from you. Jan.
Fantastic. So my name is Jon Hauer. I represent Apex Ventures. We are an early stage deep tech investor based here in Vienna. And we do the really hard stuff. We do quantum technologies, we do semiconductors, new space, machine learning, so some of the stuff that many are not willing to touch, because we deeply believe that the biggest problems of our times will not be solved by e-scooters and 10-minute toothpaste delivery, but rather by breakthrough technological innovations, which we are supporting. So we did investments here in Vienna in Trilight, Vitrea Lab, and Context Flow, amongst others. We also invested in quantum computing startups like Planck and Qtra from Germany, as well as Atmos Space Cargo. And I have a background in quantum physics, did my PhD at the University of Heidelberg.
I was about to say that you're one of the few VCs that actually have a clue about what they're talking about. So. That's probably also the reason why you do quantum and I invest into scooter companies, right? None taken. We also invest into serious companies. Isabella.
Yeah, my name is Isabella Meran-Waldstein. I'm working for the Federation of Austrian Industries. I'm not a physicist, so I'm not a quantum specialist. But what we try is to support R&D here in Austria, especially in the companies, but not only companies, but also universities and RTOs, because companies work closely together with universities, RTOs, but also startups. And we try, and we will discuss that a little bit later, to bridge the world between quantum science and industry, which is not an easy task because quantum technology has a long-term vision. But we are certainly committed to that, and we are convinced that it will open up a lot of new possibilities in communication, in computing, but also in sensing, and it will strengthen European sovereignty if we manage to do it well.
Cool, thank you. Tom.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for having me today. My name is Tommaso, or Tom, you can call me Tom. I'm a ventures director at Plug and Play. I co-founded the Italy activities back about 5 years ago. Why I'm here. In Italy, we do a bunch of different deep tech things. We have started with a food and beverage program. We launched a climate tech program, a aerospace and advanced hardware program in Turin, and now also one in Modena in automotive. So we do a lot of, let's say, deep tech investing. Why do I believe deep tech is definitely worth looking at for a bunch of different reasons? But ultimately, I think that economies and societies grow in either of two ways, either by demographics, and that's not going too well in Europe, or by productivity and technology. And I think that's ultimately a deep tech conversation that we must have about that. So thank you.
Cool, many thanks. And even though a panel is never about the host, maybe in 2 sentences about myself so that you know whom you're talking to. I'm Marcus. I spent the last decade roughly in venture capital. I'm with Speed Invest. We're a fund here in Vienna, started off here in Vienna. Invest pretty much into everything software, from the e-scooter company to actual deep tech, from digital health to banking infrastructure, and all the way back. And for the last couple of years, I had the honor to work with the AIA, now Invest Austria team to basically support the ecosystem here. So thanks for the intros and thanks for keeping them brief, really appreciate it. What you learn in project management 101 is that whenever you want to develop a strategy, right, you need to start with the status quo. And that is what I'd love to do. I'd love to do first round to better understand and also share your viewpoint on the status quo of deep tech and quantum investing in Europe. But I won't ask all the 4 of you the same question because you are all coming from slightly different backgrounds. It's all about the status quo, but I'd really love to tap into your specific expertise. So let's shed some light on the state of the union. Where do we stand? What works? What could work? What doesn't? Maybe I want to start right with you, Isabella, because when we discussed it in our prep call, we said that in order for a startup ecosystem to work out, but in particular in order for a deep tech investing ecosystem to work out, you need different players, right? You need investors, you need academia, you need startups, but you also need established corporates. What's your take on the state of Austria when it comes to deep tech investing? And maybe also the appliance of deep tech technologies in well-established leading corporates here in the region.
Yeah, I will sort of have a certain Austrian perspective.
Yeah.
And first of all, what I really would like to stress is that we have in Austria quite an elaborated and excellent basic research in quantum, not only here in Vienna, University of Vienna, but also Innsbruck. And also ISTA, Alex was on the stage, on the previous stage, and also the Austrian Institute of Technology. They are coordinating large European quantum projects, especially for strategic infrastructure and safe infrastructure. And we think that is very positive. We have now, on the basic research side, we have an excellent initiative, and one of the clusters is now for quantum. And the idea is that this excellent basic research is teaming up, not to do the same, but to strengthen and to have a more international visible reputation for this excellent basic research going on here in Austria. Thank God we don't only have basic research, but also some successful spin-offs already, like AQD or Parity QC or Quantum Labs, working either in quantum computing or quantum communication. And what we try to do is to get involved in our industry. As you said before, we say some of them are interested, like AVL or Infineon, as a supplier, or some of them already thinking, where can I sort of use this technology, even though this technology is further away. And I think we have to bridge this community. In general, Austria is strong in industry, still strong in industry, which is good, especially in machinery, electronics, and there's certain cooperation, especially in electronics and quantum, and some areas like deep tech, like space. But there's a lot of room of improvement, and I think we have to get industry involved in these issues.
Thank you, that's super helpful. I'd like to start at the beginning, which you said that we're great when it comes to basic research, right? And I think nobody questions that. Klaus Hommers of Lakestar did this somewhat famous presentation where he compared Europe and the US when it comes to spend per capita on basic research, where we are actually at least on par with the US. And then when it comes to, like, turning it into actual companies and scaling those companies, we, frankly, pardon my French, suck, right? We'll probably discuss this in like 10 minutes or so, but at the very beginning, when it comes to universities and TTOs, Jon, how do you see the role of like academia right now, and what do we have to improve? I'll probably ask also you a similar question, right? Because we also discussed how you made it work in France, but I don't want to spoil it now.
Sure. So academia and technology transfer offices. I mean, if we look at the amount of money that's being invested into deep tech startups last year, it was about $18 billion in Europe, which is a bit less than the year before, but 2021 was an anomaly anyway. It's 60% more than the year before that, so 2020. So that's going okay. Overall, it's still way behind the US. By a factor of about 2.5. And you'll see sort of this topic from me more and more, that deep tech can really only succeed on a European level. So we talk about Austria, the role of Austria within Europe, but really to succeed, we need to pull resources together, and we'll talk more about that. But there's no denying also that there's more than enough, brain power there, right? The number of STEM graduates is stellar. In the DACH region in Austria, no problem about that. Number of patents in all there. So what is missing? 3 things that academia and TTOs need to do. One is create role models. Those scientific, technical graduates, they need to see people, they need to see the stories of people that have done it before and actually imagine how they're going to really look like, manifest when they're going to be successful, because that's what they need in terms of role models, just to see it. I think this is number 1 and the most important. The second part, to actually get there, is to support these technical founders. They're PhDs. They spent, like me, 3.5 years in a cellar, right, in the basement, working on quantum computing. And so they need support in business model validation, go-to-market, all of that sort of outgoing pitching and so on. They need more of that. And the third one is agreements and patent contracts and IP licensing, and so that it's really, really competitive. So significantly below 10% ownership, let's say. Otherwise, you create uninvestable cap tables and everybody loses.
And I think it's fair to say that it's not only about the ownership, but also about speed and clarity in the process, right? That is what we've seen at least a couple of times, while there is, like, especially Stanford, it's a process of a couple of weeks, and then Austria, I had one experience where it took, like, I don't know, 9 months, because different profs, different departments, different, like, people are being involved, right?
Absolutely, and I think the key to that is standardization.
Yeah.
And also think Austria can be a great test bed to actually roll this out, because it's more flexible, and that model could actually be adopted by other European nations.
The only challenge is that standardization is not really an Austrian thing. But that's a
up to the challenge.
That's a good segue. Olivier, we talked during our prep call a lot about, like, how you manage to bring together that ecosystem of, like, academia, investors, politicians. We'll talk about the ecosystem a bit later, but, like, what would you say when the question is the state of the union, right? What's the state of deep tech investing in France today, and why did you, like, grow so quickly over the last couple of years?
Well, I think it's a question of ecosystemic type of recipe. If you look at the virtuous circle of deep tech in the US and how we could do as good in Europe, I think there is quite a big barrier to entry. However, it's not unreachable, because what do you need to have? You need to have the academics, the startups, the deep tech funds, the corporates, and finally the state support. What do we have good in Europe? We have first the academics. I think the panelists before said it, and we agree with that. In Austria, for example, it's in Innsbruck and Vienna. In France, we also have a lot. There are also as well in Delft, in the Netherlands, in many places actually in Europe. I would like to, but it's a question also of having all those, I would say, mechanics. If you have only one missing, the whole loop is over. That's one first thing. Secondly, maybe to have a little dive on the specific role of the funds themselves, and notably the deep tech funds. We believe that we need to have verticalized deep tech funds which are able to really understand deeply what is happening. For example, at Continuation Audacia, we have 4 people like you, Ian, brilliant people who are able to understand what those people are doing in the R&D laboratories. I'm not able to understand what they're doing, but you need people who are able to do so. Why? Because then you're able to foster entrepreneurship at the very beginning. If you take Pascal, for example, you know Pascal. It's a company which actually was started by first looking at what the Americans were doing and looking that they were starting a startup doing exactly the same thing on some topics on which Europeans were better academically speaking. And then we went as a fund, only a fund, looking at those people who were doing the same research in Optic Institute of Paris and say, guys, you're not going to be overtaken by some Americans even though you're better than them. And then we created the company with them, looked for a CEO, signed the very first check of only 150k euro. That's nothing, on a valuation of 1 million. Today the valuation is 1 billion, so it's 1 billion is better than 1 million, and obviously. And so you see, it's going very early, very, very early. But then also being able to bridge by being multi-layer, of course, up to the B series. So you need rather powerful funds in order to be able to bridge, okay? And that's, Pascal's story is not the only one. I mean, we could talk about the same story regarding QFox in Delft, or regarding Candela, or which just announced, by the way, this morning, 50 million euro fundraising, or regarding other cases, CryptoNext, or also Qubit Pharma. All those, it's always the same story. Very, very early, I would say, work together between the fund and the guys in academics who are doing research. And then maybe the last point I would like to stress is the state support. We need to have state support, which usually we have in Europe, certainly for sure in France we have a lot, where we have a very startup-friendly chief of state, to be honest, but also the structure, the legal structure that state support. If you look at it, usually in Europe we finance, but we don't allow state funding to purchase. And that's what needs to be changed, because if you look at what the Americans are doing, they also allow public purchasing, public ordering of services and products. And if you dig a little bit into it, it's not only allowing it, but also allowing a certain legal structure of it. Not only allowing startups to be part of consortium, but also to benefit from direct ordering. So state support and the legal structure of state support is also very important. So it's really a complete ecosystem. We need to have the whole thing, but also every brick working at its best.
Thanks so much. That was the perfect segue into our second round. I know that I still owe you a question on, like, you know, the overall intro where I wanted to ask you about your perspective outside of Europe, and we'll ask the question later on. But this was just too good of a segue into, like, the second round, which is pretty much exactly double clicking on that ecosystem, right? That you summed up perfectly. Academia, corporates, funds, and, you know, the state and state support. And that's kind of my obvious second round of questions here, as we have people that like, you know, have expertise in all those four areas. I'd nonetheless would love to start with you, Tom. As an investor, especially as an early investor into deep tech companies, right? You need to think differently. The stereotypical 10-year investment horizon from, like, you know, starting the fund to everything is like paid back does not work anymore. What's your take here?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, ultimately, the starting point for this consideration is the fact that, of course, deep tech is very hard. It takes a lot of capital, a lot of time to, let's say, de-risk the technology. I mean, compared to B2B SaaS, I mean, for the top decile of software companies, it takes about 8 years to reach 100 million ARR. Of course, in a deep tech company, that's completely different. It takes 8 years maybe to de-risk the technology and get to TRL 6 or 7, right? So it's a completely different landscape. So of course, from let's say an early stage investor perspective, you have to take that into account. And to echo what was already said earlier, I think it takes a ecosystem approach to let's say, you know, solve for this problem. First of all, there has to be government leadership in the case of deep tech investing, as well as quantum. Just because government is that actor that can really have the long-term vision and really finance technologies that are not yet investable because they're not ready yet, even for early stage investors. From the perspective of an early stage investor, you need to also, let's say, be able to count on the fact that there's going to be later stage investors that are going to provide liquidity and enable you, maybe at Series B, Series C, to exit from your investment. Maybe you did an investment in pre-seed, right? So it takes a value chain approach, right? There has to be a florid ecosystem. And then finally, as we're noting just now, universities also have a role to play into this, again, because, especially because deep tech is so capital intensive oftentimes, and it takes such a long time. You know, the cap tables need to start pristine. They need to start clean. You cannot have, you know, 20% of that equity at inception if the founders need to keep grinding for 12, 15 years at the company. And maybe just one last note, as you were saying, Marcus, there are a number of funds that are experimenting, let's say, with different, you know, investment horizons. I think we're seeing that also in climate tech beyond quantum, for instance. Breakthrough has a fund structure of 20 years, right? Because it's especially patient capital. It's Bill Gates. And I think that's quite interesting, of course. Evergreen funds, as well as crossover funds that are able to come in, you know, across stages. That provides again a long-term horizon, which, from our perspective, investing in pre-seed and seed, it's quite comforting. You know that, again, there's going to be a partner that supports the entrepreneurs throughout those 12, 15 years.
Thanks so much. Olivier, you mentioned that it needs, like, you know, almost a recipe. Let's try to double click on those specific players and almost come up with a recipe, right? We talked a lot about academia, that it needs standardization and speed and role models, right? I'd say academia, I mean, not check for now, but like we've discussed it at least a bit. I'd love to double click on the investor perspective for a second before we talk about regulation and the government. We were discussing different, like, fund horizons. Getting back to the two investors that we have at the table, how do you or how did you manage to convince LPs to invest into quantum, where everybody, like, where many LPs shy away from because it takes so long and like, everything basically Tom has just mentioned.
Okay. It's been quite a process.
Yeah.
It's been quite a process, to be honest. Probably we have, I would say, 3 main moments out of that. The very first moment, I remember 2018. I said, let's launch the first full quantum fund, fully quantum, only quantum. We managed only to get money of some passionate people who are able to invest quite a few million, let's say, a few millions, and we started something very small. And then it started to grow with maybe some corporate funds, some private investors as well. Surprisingly enough, the public money came only at the end, the very end, when we already had 60 million, and then we made a boop to 80, but 60 was already something, and it was very hard to get the first 60, to be honest. And then of course came a few insurance companies. But so if we look at the profile, it's a lot of private money, which also is quick money, as opposed to big money, which usually is a little slower money. Then if you look at when we had to syndicate Pascal's round, then it sold, to be honest, like hotcakes, because rich, very big family offices, or very, very big families, were very excited about it, but not like really, really big families. And then currently we're raising Continuation 2, and now it's another moment when people from, as astonishing as it may sound, people from Australia, from Canada, from Korea, are looking at what is going on currently in Europe, and we have successful meetings very far away, when usually you raise money in your own country. Yeah? Because today what's happening in European quantum, honestly, is something. And so people very far away look at it and are eager to invest into it. So it's this third step I was introducing, which I think is better than the first one, that we are entering into now.
Yeah, that's amazing progress, because to share one quick story from our own fundraising, right? We raised our 4th flagship fund last year, and everybody was asking about deep tech and our deep tech practice, and like, the skills and the deals that our deep tech team has done before, or had done before. At the same time, it felt that especially institutional investors were super happy that we are doing deep tech, but they were not too sad about the fact that it's only 15-20% of the fund's allocation, because by doing so they could be a part of that and try out. But nonetheless, we do SaaS and marketplaces and fintech and yada. So it's cool that the amount of LPs specifically looking to invest into a pure quantum or deep tech fund are growing, and that's also a good segue to you, as you are a deep tech fund, right? And you raise only from deep tech LPs.
Absolutely, and I think this plays into our advantage, or actually is a good fit, GP-LP fit, because we're looking for LPs that are committed to the purpose of the topic, right? Looking back at the advent of venture capital, where did it come from? It was financing semiconductors in the 60s in the US. So who says that you need, your returns within 10 years, for example? That's a totally different expectation and timeline. And when we get into a situation where we need to compare our returns and timeline and so on with, I don't know, real estate or the changing macro environment that's changing much faster than the innovation, sort of the cycles of deep tech, that's not the right discussion to be had. So we're looking for like-minded investors that really believe deeply that what we are supporting, and we're supporting founders really also, in company building and really close up, that's really important thing to do. And of course you want a financial return on that, but it's just more exciting, it's more fulfilling to be done in the areas of quantum technology, semiconductors, new space. And A second point to that is our own responsibility as VCs, which is to be really, really selective, right? And not fund, let's say, too many startups of maybe a lesser quality and thereby actually polluting the environment, you know, giving lesser quality of startups to corporations as partners and so on and so forth. So we try to do that by having a team of PhDs, of engineers with deep domain and sector expertise to actually be able to evaluate if the technologies are sound and defensible and have patent potential and so on. This is our duty and our responsibility for the ecosystem.
Another great segue, because I feel we've touched academia, we've touched investors. Of course, I mean, you could do like a separate panel about both those questions alone. Two more players missing: corporates and, like, you know, the role of the government, the public. Maybe let's start with corporates. Isabella, that's probably 70% of your job, right? I mean, we had this discussion that it's partly representing leading Austrian corporates and partly acting as a think tank working with the government. So it's almost like you're the perfect panelist to now talk about the role of the government and established corporations. What can we do to like, you know, foster partnerships even more, even earlier, even in a more significant way, and maybe even to come back to what Olivier said, make it easier to like, you know, as the government to work with startups, not only as a provider of capital, but also through procurement.
Yeah.
Lots of questions. Easy one, right?
I'll try to be very brief. Maybe I start with the public side. So one thing where we think it is a positive sort of development is the European Innovation Council. Yeah. We have some projects in the European Innovation Council coming from Austria, not enough. I hope to see more. But this is sort of an instrument to scale up. Yeah? And as we heard already before, the early funding is there, but we need this scaling up money. Second, industry, yes. We see the necessity that industry also sort of works together, corporates work together, and also family offices coming in. There are some movements and some developments where we think it's positive because it's probably a little bit easier for them to have this long time perspective. The question is, do they have the risk appetite to invest in deep tech? But they can certainly play a role. Then another topic which we discuss maybe a little bit later will be pension funds. But also coming to public procurement, we think that it is necessary also to use public procurement processes, like ESA is doing it, for example, for space. Or if you, for example, take the DLR in Germany, the German Aerospace Center, they are also having instrument for procurement for quantum technology because it means a lot of investment to set up infrastructure for quantum computing, for example. But it's not working without this ecosystem, and I think that's why also the TTO role is very important, and developments like Unternehmertum in TU München, around TU München, where industry money was coming in, but also Exista now around ISTA is very important to bring in the corporates, not only with their questions, but also with their interest and also with their curiosity and with their needs, but also, and then become like a first customer or and investor as well.
Double clicking one more time on like corporates, right? Because you work closely with many corporates in your day-to-day job, right? The corporates, not only in quantum but in general, have a like key role, right, when it comes to the growth of startups as like, you know, first and foremost customers, in some cases investors, in some cases also acquirers, right? It's probably a separate panel to discuss about, like, you know, the the acquisition appetite of like European corporates. Let's not do it today, but like if we try to stay very concrete, what are best practices in the corporate style relationship and collaboration, and what do you think needs to change?
That's a great question. So I would say one thing that corporates definitely can bring to the table is the scale at which they often operate, right? They're built essentially to serve mass markets, whether B2B or B2C. And so again, scale is really their main asset. Of course, corporate culture oftentimes is a little bit risk averse, and you see that a lot in procurement practices. You see a lot, in management styles, let's say. And so the main challenge, and arguably also the one thing that could improve, especially in Europe, is this sort of risk appetite to be early testers of new technologies that can really bring long-term advantages for them. Either early testers, POCs or pilot projects, or early investors, maybe through CVCs, or acquirers, as you were mentioning. So I think, again, this sort of cultural aspect, this sort of risk aversion is the one thing that can definitely change. And of course, there's a few, let's say, management considerations to that as well. It's oftentimes helpful to have, let's say, an innovation team that is kind of separate from the day-to-day business, just because it's kind of hard oftentimes to justify whether investments or POCs in the short term, and so they, innovation teams don't have to be again, let's say, super accountable in the short term. However, they also need to be very tied together with the business units that they work with, in order to translate these POCs or pilot projects or investments into concrete action. Mm-hmm. But I would say the magic happens, I'd say, when the agility of startups and the kind of ability to innovate of startups meets the ability to operate at scale for the corporates. I mean, that's really where magic can happen. And when it comes to deep tech, I think this is especially the case, just because at the end of the day, as we were saying, I mean, it really takes a value chain approach, right, to deliver new technologies to the market. If given the very long feedback cycles of deep tech, if you don't involve the corporates early, you risk really, as a founder, making some bad mistakes that take a long time to find out.
There's a great example of exactly that, which is BioNTech and UK-based InstaDeep. They have been collaborating since 2019, and then BioNTech actually joined the Series B of InstaDeep in 2021. And this year in August, they announced the final acquisition of that startup for about 500 million euros or dollars, which shows that corporations can actually, cover the whole equity journey of a startup, which is fantastic, being a customer, being an investor, and then being a very viable exit channel. And to your point about incentivizing and what do corporations need to do, I would go much farther, which is basically, it boils down to a financial incentive. Give them tax credits if they engage with startups on innovation projects. That's the only way that you can actually drive that sort of cultural change much faster.
If I may also
yeah,
double click on that.
As long as it's a quick double click, you may.
Very good. No, I'd like to bring an example from Italy, actually, my home country, where we have a couple of different programs, acceleration programs, one in aerospace, one in mobility, where we work very closely with industry. It brings a ton of value. And I'm happy to say that in that case, it was really kind of a CDP, which is the sovereign fund of Italy, which has about 5 billion under management, that really kind of brought together a consortium, including us for this operation. And I think this is exactly, in the early stages, this is exactly the type of operation that really can have long-lasting impact. Yeah.
Good example. I'm only impatient because we have only 5 minutes left, and one missing ingredient that we tangle around a bit but never really addressed, and that's the role of the government, right? Coming back to you, Olivier, once more, what would you say was the single biggest contribution of the government, or the 2 or 3 biggest contributions that other countries could copy from France?
Well, I think it's a mix of, on the one hand, having a strategic vision, which is 2030. So that's the one that has been implemented with a certain number of verticals. Some cases, industrial verticals, where Europe is very strong, and maybe US is stronger, on really digital, but we're stronger on industrial. So we really can do something. So first, the vision.
Can I ask you, when was the Vision 2030 implemented?
It was at the election of Macron, so 2017.
13 years.
The change was the switch between Hollande and Macron. That was the change, honestly. Yeah. When you're asking me political question, it's a little embarrassing, but we all know that this guy was very startup friendly and did a lot upon arrival immediately.
I was just trying to point out that there was a timeline of more than 10 years put into place, which is something we hardly see in politics these days, right?
Yes, yeah. For sure. And so that was first, I would say, industrial basis. Even though France is very disindustrialized, unfortunately, but still a strong industrial vision. Certainly not too much of a national vision, more of a European vision, I would say, in the mind of this person, of this chief of state, and then funding for sure, and being original in the way the structure of the funding can be thought of. Of course, funds of funds, a little bit of public purchasing, pushing as well the insurance companies to play the game. And so the insurance companies are really playing the game. Then being a very strong part of ETCI, European Tech Champions Initiative, where today Germany, Spain, and France are really big parts. Also Italy, smaller part. But we need other players, certainly Austria as well. And so that, I think, are the recipes. But probably being able then to concentrate the capital in order to spread it out, and certainly spread it out in places like here. Maybe we'll talk about it if we have time.
Probably not, but we'll...
It's a land of potential investments, for sure.
Why?
Well, because there is the great academics, because Austria has been very good in funding publicly the startups at the very beginning, very, very, very good so. And today is just at the fringe of the second frontier. But that second frontier we know is reachable, because the big issue is not that one. The big issue is the frontier afterwards, so the large cap venture, and even bigger, the end game. And so we should all be working together to solve the easy things, such as funding from seeding to Series B, in order then to attack the real topics, notably the end game, because that's the real topic.
Yeah, also from a tax sovereignty point of view, right? It's super important to have these large pools of capital in Europe. Maybe, in the interest of time, as we have 3 minutes left, Christmas is approaching quickly, right? And in like 2 or 3 weeks, there will be a nice Christmas market just outside Schönbrunn Castle. So if you were to formulate one Christmas wish each, it can be to the government, it can be to investors, it can be to the CEOs of corporates. If you were to pick one, what would it be, and maybe very briefly, why? And now my final question is, who dares to start, right? Because that's the trickiest part. Oh!
I make it very short. For Austria, 5-fold of venture capital of GDP share, where we have to invest a lot. And I think it's reachable that Vienna become another startup center with an CE, also in the CE region, together with Munich, Berlin, France, and maybe also London.
Where can I sign? Who wants to go next?
I can go next. I'd say Europe is really in an existential moment. We're stuck in the middle between the US and Asia, and in increasingly industrial policy kind of a framework, very protectionist. I think we need to act as a bloc. So my wish for Christmas is really to see kind of a coordinated action, to really do the difficult things, especially Series C, D, E, and beyond, needs coordinated action. So that's Christmas on the letter. I'll write that.
We'll add that. Jan.
I would like to see a significant increase in ambition. So instead of us being proud of having some of the longest vacations globally, I would rather want us Europeans united saying that we're doing deep tech not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Love that.
I think
Tough one now, right?
Yeah. No, we should believe and bridge. Believe, that means recover the faith in our tech, recover the faith in ourselves. Look at how the Americans have the faith in themselves. It's amazing. So recover the faith and bridge, connect the dots between ourselves so that we can recover that ambition, Ian, which you ask for, which I also am aligned with.
Many thanks for your contributions. Many thanks for staying with us in the room. And if I were to sum it up in 4 words, it would be less talking and more doing on a European level. And we count on all of you, right? You're all influential people in various different industries, and we'll need all of you and all your support in order to push Europe forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And a big thank you again to our previous panel. What an interesting topic. I don't know, for many of you in the room, I know for me, it's quite an unknown, topic that we don't hear much about. So it's really interesting to get all these insights from the various experts, lots of different perspectives, all around quantum and deep tech. We now will be having our next panel, which is about liquidity for growth. There's a high degree of uncertainty at the moment. We have climate change, we have inflation, we have war, and all of this uncertainty combined with high interest rates is making fundraising quite difficult at the moment. I think many of us know this. And this is particularly true for fast-growing companies that need substantial, large amounts of funding. And that's why we've brought together a panel of experienced entrepreneurs and investors who are going to talk about how we can get this alignment and the tools and solution and schemes required to support growth. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage our host, Sebastian, along with our speakers, Anna, Johannes, Julia, and Valentin. Thank you and welcome. Please give applause, everybody.
So thank you. Does it work? Thank you for the introduction. It's a good timing for our panel because it's before lunch. It's better than after lunch, and I hope that you're all hungry enough to ask a lot of questions. So I would like to have this a very lively discussion. So instead of making at the end Q&As where nobody really asks questions, just ask them right away. We have a mic around over there. So please raise your hand if you have to add information or whatever. I want to have it as lively as possible. So liquidity for growth is the panel topic. I would change it a bit or enlarge it into funding strategy. And that's a topic which, and I go to this conference for quite some time already. That's a topic which is always on a panel in one or the other way. I think this topic is something which is important for investors, for GPs, for LPs, as well as for those who seek for funding. So as we heard, just to repeat, and that's probably the special situation we're in now, is that we have a economic situation and surrounding which we haven't seen for a long time, which is very sharply rising interest rates. We have still quite high inflation, so The rise of interest rates hasn't yet shown the effect. And on the other hand, of course, which comes along as well, is decreasing GDP. Some talk about recessions in Austria already and Germany. So that's a situation which is definitely challenging for everybody. My name is Sebastian Erich, so I work for the main sponsor of this conference. We have been sponsor for this conference for many years. The topic is relevant for Erste Group, generally speaking. So it's a pleasure to me to represent, let's say, the banking side on this panel. I will leave it to the panelists to briefly introduce themselves before they speak, so we have an idea who is sitting here and whom you're listening and hopefully talking to. So I would firstly ask Valentin to give us a brief update. Valentin, let me initiate that. Valentin comes from the consulting side, so he has a global view on the market. And my question to you would be that what is your view in this economic environment on the situation of gathering for funding in the industry?
First of all, my name is Valentin Berger. I'm working with EY, and we're helping there, or I'm on the team that is helping growing companies to find equity. So I believe it doesn't require an expert to say that we're not in that 2020, 2021 sentiment anymore. So things have become way more difficult than they were, both from a valuation perspective and also from a number of deals perspective. I mean, what our clients or our customers struggle with is that it's not only more difficult to raise equity, it's also that it usually takes longer. And also from an investor side, what we hear quite often is that fundraising became more difficult, so leading to a narrower market. Yeah, and I think that's the overall situation that makes the market less competitive, and that's the situation on average. Probably on a more positive note, it's not that bad for everybody. It depends, I believe, very much on where you are in your stage or in your growth cycle. Might be easier for seed companies to raise money than for later stage companies. It depends very much on the sector you're in. If you're a niche marketplace, you're not facing a very good environment now. If you're in health tech or in AI, it might be easier. And if you're an exciting company, you still have very good cards to raise equity with an attractive valuation. That's basically what we're seeing at EY now.
Do you feel that there's less funds around in the market, generally speaking, or are the investors holding back, or why do you say it's less competitive?
It's difficult to say whether there's less liquidity or investors are holding back. I think they have the luxury to be more selective in general. And what we're hearing quite often is that they're in the process of fundraising, and that fundraising also takes longer for them. So I would suspect that at least for some part, there's not as much funds available or as much funds chasing growth companies as it was a couple of years ago.
Okay, thank you. So I think this is a view on the market which we all share more or less. I would like to hand over now to Johannes. Johannes is the CEO of Storebox. You will present yourself. You had an impressive Series B raise recently, so apparently you're one of the wanted ones in the market. And I would kindly ask you to be a more specific on how you did it and why you think it was such a success?
Yes. I thought that was the reason why I was invited, of course, that we raised this extension of our Series B round. Maybe 2 sentences on Starbucks to also fulfill my marketing part here. We transform underutilized brick and mortar retail stores into fully automated self-storages and logistics hubs. Now we operate around 300 locations in 6 different countries, have around 100 employees located here in Vienna. And as you said, yes, we extended our fundraise for several reasons, our investment some weeks ago, from 52 million euros to 67 million euros in total. And I think it's also nothing new for anyone here that fundraising, especially for later stage companies, never was easy here in Austria, right? So it's always hard work. For me, especially because I would say Starbucks isn't the typical VC venture case. There is no blueprint for Starbucks, right? Because we are operating in the real world. So we are solving real problems, therefore we need real assets. And I think beside the hype years, it was always hard, and we always have been not that bullish on valuations first. I think that's something which helped us. And on the other hand, we have always tried, because also of the market feedback that we received from several investors from VC and PE, that we should also look for, I would say, alternative financing solutions, right? As said, we are operating in the real world, so therefore we have a lot of capex. And this capex isn't covered by equity. It's covered by several other solutions like sales and leaseback facilities, venture debt, credit lines, and so on. And I think that's something which also helped us for the equity fundraise. And I think the second point I would like to mention here is that there is something, we're talking about liquidity, right? And we're always talking about investments, several financing solutions. There is also one way to increase your liquidity. It's increasing your revenues. And that's what we did. So we doubled our revenues year on year over the past few years, and that helped a lot.
Just to understand, same investor base you approached, or did you change the investor community you approached for your Series B?
We didn't change that much. So I would say around 80% of this new investment came from our existing investors. And beside that, we also received money from one provider who is already providing one of our sales and leaseback facilities. And they also started a venture fund, and they also invested equity. But of course, we also received other term sheets, mainly from, I would call them private equity. So as I said, we are not the typical VC case. So there isn't, as said, this blueprint. We are not a B2B SaaS company. We are in the real world. So it's more into strategic investors and private equity, and it was always like that.
Okay. You said less bullish valuations. What do you mean exactly by that? In what means less bullish?
I would say we always try to have realistic valuations. So in the past, we had one round some years ago with a really, really high valuation, right? And it was really hard to grow into this valuation back in the days, right? So I learned a lot the hard way. And that I think that protected Starbucks from accepting a too high valuation during the hype time 2 years ago, because those high valuations always go alongside with, for example, higher liquidation preferences, right? And that's something which is now very hard for a lot of companies, right? So, and for Starbucks, not. And I think that's always this way of balancing liquidation preferences and valuation, because it has to be fair for investors as well as for the founders and the shareholders.
So how can I imagine that? So you go to your investor and you say, you give me less money and you get more shares, or what? I mean,
no. I would say that the best situation is when you have more than one term sheet, right? And you have some term sheets with higher valuations and, for example, higher liquidation preferences. Okay. And we never went for the highest valuation. It's always a package of terms, right? And I think you really have to think about what's best for your company. is your company a hyper scale company, growing your revenues 10x year on year, or is it like only doubling your revenues, right? So I think you really have to implement at the very early stage a financing strategy. I think we should talk about that in more detail, because you always have to think about what's your runway. And when you don't have cash on bank anymore, are there investors out there who are looking for companies like in our case Starbucks, right? In terms of industry, in terms of stage. So it's a lot about long-term strategy instead of doing cold outreaches and hoping and wishing.
Yeah, you know, as a boring banker, I like to hear that, you know, because the valuations we saw before this economic turnaround for a bank at least were completely outrageous. So I like, and I definitely understand your approach, because it's managing expectations, which is very, very relevant. So let me turn to you, Julia. So you represent the, let's say, investor side. Has your strategy or the strategy of your company changed over the last 12 months, 6 months?
So maybe to start with, I briefly introduce the company I work for, so that then I can explain how it changed or how it changed not. So I'm working for BNC Innovation Investments, and that's part of BNC Group, and that again summarizes the holding companies of BNC Private Foundation. And the purpose of the foundation is fostering entrepreneurship in Austria. So that's the goal we have to achieve. And we achieve it through two different types of investment. The one is majority shareholdings in large industrial companies, and the other one is investment in technology growth companies. So I represent the second part, and so far we have invested 100 million in around 10 companies. So on average that means 10 million, but we have a few later stage companies and a few early stage companies, so that differs quite a lot. Our strategy remained the same. We've always been a selective investor, so we do around 2 investments per year. We look at them carefully, and once we are convinced, then we invest. Also within our portfolio, we have like exit cases, so we see a clear exit part of the company, and we have dividend cases where we see that we can be a long-term shareholder that joins the founders on their way. And maybe to add to what Johannes said, I think it's really important also from a startup perspective that early on the founders think about what their business strategy is, but also what their fundraising strategy is, and those two need to be aligned. So if you want to have an exit, then a VC is probably be a good idea because they're experienced with it. And at the same time, you shouldn't be surprised if a VC wants an exit. So if you don't want to exit your company, you shouldn't maybe have a VC on board. Or even if you want to sell your technology to a corporate, it might be a good idea to think about who this corporate is you can sell it to and what their requirements are. Because if they want to buy the technology, you don't need a big organization around it at an early stage, for example.
Okay, so I couldn't agree more that you should be aware who you approach. But now BNC, according to my knowledge, is a long-term investor for the, let's say, BNC core investments. Now, in the innovation part, what can a startup or scale-up expect from you? Are you exit-driven or not? Or
now I sound like a lawyer. It depends. So yes, we are not the typical exit-driven investor. So that's clear. So we are not the ones that already plan the exit at the stage where we invest. But usually we know at the beginning from our investment case if that's a company where there's a clear path to an exit, a clear acquirer, or if that's typically, for example, the case for deep tech companies that want to exit to a strategic investor. Or in other cases, we have more the role also to ensure that the company stays within Austria, that we are a long-term shareholder, and so that we support them in the long run. And for example, that can be then dividend cases, because one thing that is important, we also need returns, but the returns can be paid either through dividends or through exit proceeds.
But from a geographical perspective, your geography is Austria?
Primarily, yes, that's true, because of the purpose of the foundation. But especially in the technology space, we are aware that technology does not know borders, and we think that the industrial sector in Austria is really important for the economy. So it's also important that those industrial companies have access to technology. So we also invest in technologies from abroad and try to connect them with Austrian industrial companies.
Okay. So just as a reminder, whoever has questions, comments to add, please raise your hand. Don't wait for Q&A. So Anne, first of all, thank you for jumping in for Ottmar Michaela, who is unfortunately got ill. Anne, you're definitely not a startup anymore.
No.
You're in the market for very long. Everybody knows you, or most of us know you, because you have one of the best brands in the hotel industry. Still, also for your company, it's quite difficult, and you need to be creative to raise funds. So your story, I think, is very interesting as an alternative solution, and I would like you to elaborate a bit on that.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah, let me do the marketing part. At first, 27 hotels within the brand Falkensteiner in core Europe, in Austria, in Italy, in Croatia, some of them in Czech Republic and so on. So we are definitely not a startup. 66 years ago, we were a startup, as we are still family owned. As Erich and Andreas Falkensteiner's parents started with their bed and breakfast in South Tyrol, so that was the startup time. So back to funding, alternative funding. The Falkensteiner Group did an experiment in 2017, and they tried to find out if the crowdfunding solution could be a proper model for bringing investors and guests, make from guest investors in a very early stage for new 5-star hotels. And they did this experiment, and it worked quite well. And since this time, now we have the 11th crowd investment round, raised up more than 65 million, and within the last 18 months, 35 million. We paid back 3 rounds right now, and yeah, so that's our model. And what is the success behind this crowd investment story for a big brand is that we have the very nice opportunity to offer interest payment in hotel vouchers, and that's our success story. And within, we have, you can also choose an option with interest payment in cash, but the most attractive one is to take the interest payment in hotel vouchers. And with a maturity up to 5 years, you decide when you sign up for the investment to spend the next 5 years in one of our hotels. And so that's the story behind.
Thank you. Very, very impressive and very innovative, I think. Just one very blunt question from a banker. Why not plain vanilla banking products like working capital or whatever?
When you develop a 5-star hotel, for example, a new project at Lake Garda, you need 140 million for that. So you have a structured
that's
finance.
Project finance.
That's project finance, and just the raising from the crowdfunding is not more than 10% for that. So, but why are we doing that? Because in a very, very early stage, we can communicate our project to future guests, to existing guests, for a future destination, and that's the idea behind. So a very strong relationship. We can communicate the project in a very early stage, and as the success shows us, it is quite successful. Yeah.
Again, raise your hand if you have questions. Now, again, a bit of a banker. Oh.
Hi, everyone. I have a question. So we all agree that fundraising is very hard at the moment. I would like to hear your opinion. Of course, you don't have a glass ball, otherwise you would not be sitting here. But I would like to have your opinion on when our time's going to change. Is this the new normal? or when is it going to be better again? What is the time of the cycle? Do you have any idea or opinion on that?
Anyone wants to?
I think it's impossible to answer this question, right? From my point of view, I guess it won't be easier in 2024, right? So within the next 12 months. From an entrepreneur's perspective, I think cash is king. So you should really raise money, raise debt, raise equity as much as possible, and accept lower valuations alongside good terms, as said, with liquidation preferences and so on. From my perspective, we are not at the deepest point right now. I think we have to face really, really hard times in 2024, but I think it's really impossible to answer that question, because as said at the very beginning, some early stage startups, they still raised money to quite okayish valuations, maybe with smaller tickets, and then therefore more investors than 3 years ago. But if you need money in 2024, start raising right now.
Yeah, maybe if I can add on that. So I believe fundraising became a game of positioning right now. So I think the best start to start a fundraise is after your last fundraise. And we don't really see signs that things are getting better. I as well don't know if that's the new normal, but if I was looking for funds, I wouldn't estimate that things are getting much better in the next 12, 18 months.
So I totally agree. We did 2 rounds this year, each more than 10 million. So, and yeah, you should start very early.
So it takes longer. You have to be more, as we heard also before, more choosy on who you talk to. So you talk to the right fund. I would tend to agree, you never know really, or you only know where you were in the cycle afterwards, so it's very difficult to predict anything. I think from a banker's perspective, let's say as non-equity capital grantors, we are quite cautious on next year, definitely. I mean, we're not giving equity, but still, as a banker, I would be quite cautious on next year.
And maybe something to add also. Today, for example, is a good day because you might have read that Refurbed raised another, I think, 50-something million round, which is a very, very good signaling. And that's also very important, right? If you're raising equity or debt or some other structured financing during hard times, it's a very, very good signaling. For example, right now, as we announced our last fundraise, we were approached a lot, more than ever, more than in our Series B round 2 years ago, with 15.5 million euros, right? And back in the days, it was 50 million plus. So those 15 million created a bigger buzz than the 50 million, right? So because it's about the timing right now. And I think if you are able to create a signaling like that, go for it.
Okay, so still questions are on. Maybe because we talked about different kinds of instrument you should use. We have a very good example with Falkensteiner. So I would like to raise the question, what alternatives really there are. So again, we can offer, let's say, quasi debt funding out of Erste Group quite easily and quite quickly, also in terms of, as you said, liquidity, because we are the biggest factoring bank in Austria. So if you have products and therefore receivables which are easy to buy as a factor, you should definitely consider that. And another, I think, very interesting and promising alternative to classic private equity is revenue-based funding, which is done by Taurus, our Taurus Capital entity in Erste Group. Both are, let's say, I think a value add to pure equity and could lead to a financing mix, which I think could help a lot. So I would be interested in knowing how you see that when you approach your targets. Is it relevant for you that a target has various sources of funds, whether it's debt or equity?
Of course, it's always nice to have more sources of funds, and in case it's only the equity investors, then it's pretty simple. You look at the equity investor, and then it's it. So you should always have like different types of funds. And again, it depends on your business model, for example. Like, for example, as you said, factoring can be an add-on if you have like a supplier relationship and a customer relationship. And for me, it's optimization of your cash conversion cycle. It's not really a funding strategy, or you shouldn't build your funding strategy on factoring, but you can use it as an add-on. Also with revenue-based financing, I think you have to be aware of your margins, of your gross margin at least, because then you need to know how you can really pay it back. So if you have high revenues but a little gross margin, then it does probably not make sense to use revenue-based financing.
Do you see other alternative products or possibilities to add to the funding structure of your clients?
Not really. I mean, we're seeing more and more revenue-based financing also beyond Taurus. Of course, venture debt, raising or rising revenues or increasing revenues. But to be honest, and of course convertibles, but that's not so new anymore. But beyond that, we're not seeing much.
So you're quite impressed by the model of the crowdfunding model of...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe to add to 2 points of this. So on the one hand, like for example, convertibles, I think they've been used last year, especially quite a lot. For me, it's important that you also know what a bridge is used for. So a bridge can only be used if there's an end to the bridge. So otherwise a bridge does not work. And especially for convertibles, it does only make sense if there's an equity round, because a convertible should be converted into equity. So if you plan to go to profitability, for example, and don't plan to raise equity again, a convertible does not really make sense. And maybe to one point that you said in the beginning, of course, also as equity investors, we would be quite happy if there were more banks willing to work together with startups, even at an earlier stage. And I think it can make sense, because if those are success stories, then the banking relationship continues. So that would be definitely something that we would be happy to see more often.
Yes, I definitely see your point. I think so too. I think there should be a stronger cooperation between debt and equity, generally speaking. The question is always, of course, is where does debt start and equity start? You know, and that's always a very subjective view. But I do agree. I definitely do agree. Of course, early startups is very difficult for banks, where you have no, let's say, proven business model yet or no real returns. But that's why I mentioned factoring or revenue-based, because there you can participate earlier or you can participate beyond the bank. Johannes, I would still be interested in so you were talking about you try also to diverse your fund sources. What exactly do you do? What in terms of debt or whatever?
I think something we have seen a lot, like 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, was the, I would say, traditional venture debt, right? And some investor once told me venture debt is like crystal meth, right? So if you start with it, you need more of it. And that's why, from my point of view, it's also very important to have healthy unit economics. And with those healthy unit economics, there is a chance, it's not easy, especially in Austria, it's not easy, but there is a chance to receive traditional credit lines from banks like Erste Bank, Raiffeisen Bank, and so on, right? And I think that should be the way to go. That should be your address number 1. And after you failed, for example, at Erste Bank,
hopefully not.
Hopefully not, yeah. You can talk to like those traditional venture debt players out there, right? For Starbucks, of course, we raised a lot of equity on the one hand side. We also did a lot of convertibles. The thing you said is quite fun, that if you, on the one hand side, investors push you to be profitable, therefore you won't need any more investment rounds. On the other hand, there are a lot of convertibles out there, or there have been a lot of convertibles out there, and that stopped. I think that's something we can see right now. And then, as said, we are solving problems in the real world, and therefore we of course don't have costs like 130 million for one location. It's okay. So it's more about 200 or 300,000 euros per locations, right? But for a young company opening between 10 and 20 locations on a monthly basis, as we do at the moment, it's a lot of money, and therefore we raised the sales and leaseback facility. That's provided by a private equity fund from Switzerland. And what we do is that we, when we open a Starbucks, we buy all the equipment, the CapEx, so the boxes, the IoT stack, the access control system, and so on, and then sell it to private equity fund and then lease it back for a time period of 6 years. So therefore we stretch our costs on the one hand side. And the nice thing compared to credit lines or venture debt is that we only have to pay for the installments as well as for interest for the drawn amounts, right? So if we go for a new Starbucks, we pay the installments and the interest for 6 years, but not for the whole facility. And our Starbucks are highly cash generative. So we are cash flow positive after 12 months. So it's very easy to predict if it makes sense or not to go for this credit line or not. And of course, we only open locations where it makes sense. And then, of course, we have traditional credit lines backed by AWS as well, so double equity with Erste Bank. Then we have the digital basket from RBI, Raiffeisen Bank International. So there are different facilities out there, but I think it wasn't on vogue 2 or 3 years ago to go for other financing solutions than equity. But now it's the time for companies who are more into solutions like that. And we see that investors, as Julia said, they also look for different sources of funds right now.
Makes absolute
we also
sense,
can
yeah.
see is that direct loans are quite interesting for investors. So within our strategy in the crowdfunding, we get more and more offers for direct loans.
So real debt from private individuals?
Yes.
And why would they do that as opposed to
it's high net worth individuals, so it's not the classical private investor, yeah, it's high net worth.
So they approach you through this experience they made with the crowdfunding platform and want to lend money to you?
First of all, and second, we also develop properties with 5-star hotels connected with apartment buildings, and a direct loan right now to pay for the apartment later on. Okay. So that's also a nice opportunity. We can.
So it's a bit of a switch in your business model, which again raises different sources of funds.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that in the past, but it's growing.
Interesting. Would you see any improvement you can make to your crowdfunding platform or to the setup after the experience you made in the last years? You said in total you raised 60 million, 65 million.
So what is totally important is to have a very strong relationship to them. So more than 50% of our investors are invested minimum twice, some of them many times. So I joined the company 18 months ago, and so we set up a very strong investor relationship management team. So we are in a direct contact with them. We inform them on a very transparent way, invite them for investor congress, etc., etc. So we set up a very strong investor relationship, and all our investors are guests as well. So we are open for feedback. So they tell us what they like or where they see room for improvement in our hotels. So, and this community is a real asset.
So that joins a bit Johannes's comment is about communication, about transparency, about making your investors understand what you're doing and why you're doing and how it works. So I think this is definitely one of the takeaways of this panel. Now I think we are, I have no watch here. Yes, it's about 5 minutes left. Who wants to raise a question, make a comment? Thomas.
Anne, a quick question for you. Your balance sheet is very debt heavy, and you, as you said, you have quite the community already. Did you ever think about issuing equity instruments like Substanzgenussrechte or issuing stock or anything like that? Or do you always stay on the debt side for the crowd?
We are thinking about, so we are developing a new product. We are thinking about to go to Italy for crowdfunding because it's our home market. Our roots are in South Tyrol, so Italy is the next stage. So we are thinking about several products, but the main success is how to transform the revenue to a benefit in the hotel, and that has to be compliant with tax and with legal and so on. And so more or less we will follow on the strategy we have now and try to develop benefits, new products with benefits like now. So, and it's not that easy, because when you have such a big crowd like us, more than 4,000 investors, and so we discussed with them which next product do you expect, or would you invest in other products, and they were not so happy with that. They said, okay, I'm fine with that, how it works now, and I really enjoy my interest payment and use it in the hotels, and so when they are happy, why should we change the system or the solution for them? We are thinking about, but we
So it's a type of investor for a certain instrument and another type for another instrument.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other questions, comments also on the panel? You want to make a final statement? Happy to do so.
Of course, I think there are investors out there, right, here in the audience. So if you want to invest in one of the fastest growing logistic scale-ups in Austria,
or in hotels,
I'm here for 30 minutes, please reach out.
Go for it. Very good. That's what I wanted. Or in hotels, no?
Yeah.
Anna. So there's a lot of opportunities out there. How much do you have on your plate right now? Because you say you make 2 investments a year.
Yes, we've done 1 so far this year. Of course, we've also invested within our portfolio, so there's more transaction every year than new investments, of course. Yeah, we're quite confident that we will have another investment, maybe this year or next year, we will see. So we keep investing. As I said before, our hypothesis did not change. We want to keep investing in industrial tech companies. So yeah, we're looking forward to the next year.
So you know how to talk to.
So we have 7 weeks left, Julia.
Yeah, right.
Our investment focus did not change since May.
Okay, so if there are no other questions or comments, I would close the panel and thank you everybody for your attendance, and enjoy your lunch.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. We'll be breaking for 1 hour now, so we look forward to seeing you back here in 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch powered by Erste Group. Thank you.
Get ready for the most important investors event of the year in Austria. Welcome to the Invest Austria Conference 2023, right here in Vienna, where relevant topics are discussed, opportunities explode, deals ignite, and success stories are born.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope we had a nice lunch. How are we feeling? Hopefully not too tired. Hope you didn't eat too much, right? Please wake up and be ready for a really awesome panel we have now. So for those of you that have just joined us in the afternoon, my name is James. I'm your host and moderator. I'm very excited to be here with you. And I'm really, really excited for the next panel. We're going to be talking about the rise of AI, opportunities and threats. AI, we know, is a really hot topic at the moment. It's across industries and even society in general. And it's potentially very transformative, but it's also potentially quite dangerous. And that's why I'm really excited to have this group of experts with a big variety of different perspectives on AI. They'll be looking at AI from the investor angle, looking at the profit potential, but also the ethical implications. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage our host, Andreas, along with Jeanette, Jakob, and Johannes. Welcome, please. Welcome.
Welcome back to the Maria Theresia stage. After exploring climate tech, quantum technology, and taking a lunch break, we are about to tackle a big topic for the next 45 minutes, the rise of AI. AI isn't a new technology, but many people think it's our future. The buzz around generative AI, like ChatGPT, has really excited a lot of entrepreneurs and investors out there. You might have noticed. Reason enough for us to discuss some big questions today, like, what is AI, really? What's the latest in AI technology? And which new products might we see in the future? How is AI going to change businesses? And where are the big investment opportunities? And last but not least, where does Europe stand? And how can we grab this chance? And where are the threats? These are big issues, and we're fortunate to have an awesome panel of high-level experts here today to discuss them. Jeanette Korzala is a lawyer specialized in AI and business law and a founding partner of GGO Legal. You advise startups and government bodies how to figure out their AI strategies and how to get ready for the AI Act. You're also the vice president of the European AI Forum, representing more than 2,000 stakeholders in Europe. Thanks for being here today, Jeanette.
Thank you for the invitation.
Johannes Brandstetter is a professor of machine learning in JKU in Linz and works with Sepp Hochreiter, a globally recognized AI researcher living in Austria. You are also active at Microsoft Lab in Amsterdam, one of Europe's most esteemed AI research facility today. You started your career in physics working at CERN, but decided to switch to machine learning in 2018, just in time, I may add. Today you stand as one of the AI experts that we all seek to explain this new phenomenon to us. Thanks for taking the time today. And last but not least, Jakob Buchmeier, he's the guy with the money on the panel. You studied business across 5 countries and 3 continents. Your career rapidly led you into private equity, including roles at KPMG and Goldman Sachs. Yet this did not stop you from founding your own food tech venture and successfully selling it. Currently, you are a VC investor at HV Capital, specializing in later stage investments and AI companies. Your passion, as you told me before, is to transform Europe's AI startups into world champions. Thank you for taking the time today and being with us. Now, without further ado, I would like to start with the first question. We all experienced last year how incredibly fast artificial intelligence developed. It's hard for most people to keep up. My first question to you as experts is, can you give our audience an overview? What are the most important things you learned from the last AI year? And what are the biggest expectations for the coming year? Jeanette, I would like to start with you. From your perspective as a key player in the European AI scene, what have been the major developments in the last year? What have been the big European success stories? What are the big developments in the Austrian AI scene, and what is yet to come? Okay.
So thank you for inviting me to this panel, and thank you also for the warm welcome and introduction. So looking at the last year from a European perspective, on the one side, we've seen, of course, regulatory developments, and these regulatory developments globally. So I'm sure you've all heard about the AI Act, but looking to the past week, we're seeing also, for example, the US will regulate with issuing the executive order of President Biden. Or, for example, the UK Safety Summit, where the UK, China, Europe, and the US acknowledge that the technology has huge potential, but also risk, and want to collaborate globally, or the G7 principles, for example, on trustworthy AI. So here we see that there is already regulatory development, and the industry is observing that very, very closely. So also investors are looking and examining startups, investment cases, of course, from that regulatory perspective and from the impact on their business models and compliance. Looking a little bit to the industry side, I'm sure this is also something I need not mention, but we've seen the rush to generative AI and foundation models. So, of course, we all know the players, the non-European players, OpenAI and co. But also we've seen first foundings and players and successes, or at least in their baby footsteps in Europe. Mistral, for example, the startup from France that raised a huge initial investment. We all surely know Aleph Alpha from Germany that closed a large funding round. I think it was 500 million yesterday. Yeah. And there are several other projects, foundation models, LLM developing in Europe. UK is a hotspot there, but we also have players developing models or also specialized models, or at least starting here in Austria. And so this is also a development that will hugely impact the AI industry, because generative AI and those use cases are set to increase efficiency dramatically and really raise a lot of potential of the business cases. Summing up in a nutshell, maybe the climate, the feeling. People might think I'm wearing this blazer for bad taste, but I think it summarizes very nicely what is happening in the market. So all investors are, trying to gobble up all the opportunities in the market, rushing to investments, to identifying the potential opportunities in startups, but also are being followed by the potential of risks and, of course, the ghosts of failure. They're all wanting to avoid. So everyone is waiting a little bit, which you can also see surely in the funding landscape that is a little bit difficult currently for AI startups. Last 2 sentences on Austria. For example, AI
Austria monitors the Austrian AI landscape together with Enlight AI and publishes the landscape and the developments. And there we've actually seen many positive developments. It's about 170 AI startups in the ecosystem, 2 large hubs, I would say, one in Linz, one in Vienna, but I'm sure we can disagree on that, with JKU and Sepp Hochreiter, with really high value excellency research being done there with him and his team. Günther Klambauer and Johannes we have here on the panel, which is something very positive. We've seen steady growth, about 10% yearly in the Austrian AI ecosystem, and also an increase in female founders, which is very interesting from 2022 to 2023, 2.5x. So this is also something to mention.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Annette, for that excellent overview. Johannes, as the technical researcher on our panel, every day we hear about new technical advances in AI and new products hitting the market. When you look into your tech crystal ball, which products and new startups do you think we'll see next year? And since you're also a Microsoft developer, Microsoft developed the most successful AI product and introduced it into the market. And I'm wondering, what kind of experiences can you give us from that side and perspective?
Yeah, first of all, it's nice to be here. Thanks a lot. It was not Microsoft, it was OpenAI. And it was December 11th, 1 year ago. I was at NeurIPS, the biggest conference in the world for artificial intelligence, and there ChatGPT was announced. And I remember that everyone was like stunned, and everyone was like, what is going on? How good is that? And it was clear that this is changing the landscape. What was not clear to me, how fast this would happen, personally and research-wise. So first of all the big companies started to regroup. Mm-hmm. They closed whole departments, they regrouped towards large language models, they started to acquire lots and lots of GPUs, NVIDIA stocks skyrocket. And Microsoft was in a lucky position because they own quite a big stack of OpenAI. As a researcher, was not so lucky because my GPUs went to OpenAI, right? And I was also in a group in Seattle, which was my main group, and we had quite a seminal paper together in January. But then the group was basically dismissed. 3 of my co-workers have now quite a successful startup in the US. And this is basically how the whole scene was going to develop. So a lot of talent was leaving Microsoft, was leaving Google, was creating new startups, was creating new companies, Anthropic, and we know all of these names. But also technologically there was a switch, because we are now in the stage where models, basically everything is based on transformers. We know how transformers work, we know how to scale them up, we have a lot of compute, we know how to build clusters with thousands and tens of thousands GPUs, and we know how to get a lot of data. So we basically can now go with these new techniques in all different areas of society and develop things there. And this is what was happening, and this is what is happening now. But on the other hand, we see that with this technology, we are coming a bit towards to the peak. So we see that of course it's fascinating what happens in the large language model direction, but kind of the progress is starting to slow down a bit. So things will change there as well. And so it's a very exciting area, and I would say it's close to 2017 when the transformer technique changed the world completely upside down. We are on the brink of things that will change.
Okay.
Again.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting perspective, and we are looking for the things to come. Jakob, you're the investor. You're on the front lines every day investing in AI startups. You're constantly facing the big question, where does the investor's rubber meet the road? So I have actually 4 questions to you. What, according to your experience, makes a great AI product? Where do you think is the big potential for investments in AI? Do you think that investors already missed out on some big investment opportunities in AI? Or do you think, as some people do, that AI is going to be the next bubble that bursts?
So
I think you also initially started this question round with the opening theme of what changed over the past, I guess, year or so in terms of expectations. And so looking, I think, just 18 months back, if you asked investors and also founders and researchers, etc., about where AI would bring us as a society also in 10 or 20 years' time, I think imaginations would have been relatively optimistic already, but it would have been in a relatively, I would say, deterministic way. Look, maybe we can automate like 10% of our economy here, maybe we can automate 10% here. And I think if you ask the exact same question now, just 18 months later, also here in the audience, where do you think AI can bring us over the next 10 or 20 years? The answer will be quite a bit different. I think with the release of ChatGPT, as you already mentioned, I think the overall perception, not just in the research community and in the broader society, but also among founders, has changed a lot because suddenly imagination has been opened around what you can actually build with the new technologies that have been released over the past months. And I think for us, from an investment perspective, we cluster what is currently happening into 3 separate themes. I think we see on the one hand side, as we call it, the foundational and model layer, which would be, for example, the OpenAIs of the world, which would be a Mistral here in Europe, also in Aleph Alpha. We also, for example, Magic Dev here in Vienna, who are trying to create brains either universally or in a more specialized way to power new applications or whatever use cases might be built on top of it. Then I think the second big theme that we see right now from an investment perspective that we're also particularly excited about would be what I would call the picks and shovel play. So building infrastructure around those foundational models that are being created now to connect them, for example, to existing IT systems and organizations, to connect them to end-user applications, or also just to prepare data for training bigger systems in the future. And then the third big theme that we see, and where if historical themes are repeated again, as we saw them in, for example, the shift to the internet, etc., a lot of value accrued and then actually building the applications that are then actually being used by either organizations or private consumers. And then here you can go from just chat interfaces, which I think we've seen plentiful now because they're now also relatively easy and quick to build, or also more verticalized maybe or specialized solutions that automate more of currently, for example, manual workflows. And I think that's how we look at the world. And I think all 3 of those themes have super exciting opportunities for us as investors. And then I guess the future will tell what is the most promising one of the 3. And I'm also happy to go into more detail a bit later in this conversation, but I guess I'll stop here now.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, do you think that investors already missed out some opportunities to invest in AI, or do you think that AI is creating a bubble that is going to burst soon?
So I think, of course, from an investment perspective, it's the best, unquestionably, to be ahead of the curve, when the exponential curve is still basically looking flat, and to invest maybe like 5 years ago into something like an OpenAI when it was just being created. But at the same time, I do deeply believe that there will be so much created over the next decades to come that we're still, in hindsight, at this moment in time, at the relatively flat part of the curve. At the same time, probably many investments that are currently being done will still, in hindsight, have been done at an inflated valuation because, of course, expectations are also quite high. But I do strongly believe that there will be very big companies created at this very specific moment in time. And therefore, I wouldn't say that it's too late to invest or also that it's an unattractive moment in time to invest.
Okay. Fair point, and thank you very much for your assessment. That leads me to our second question. which is the question, how can we in Europe capitalize on the opportunities that AI presents? You just mentioned it, that there's a lot of potential also for big startups and corporates in Europe. There's a sense, I think, that American news often dominate the AI conversation. If we take a look at the news for last week, it's dominated by Elon Musk's language model release or Amazon's €1 billion investment in Anthropic. But does this mean Europe isn't making any significant strides in AI? I don't think so. If you take a look at the last week, and you mentioned it already, we had Mistral, a French AI startup, presenting a large language model. There's rumors that they're just closing a big investment round. And yesterday, Alpha AI went public, saying that they have an investment round closed on 500 million euros, and is said to be the biggest AI funding round in Europe yet. And we often forget that DeepMind, the world's leading company before OpenAI, was founded and is based in London. So obviously we do have assets in Europe, but what do we have to do to leverage them and create more success stories? What can we learn from the US in these regards, for example, and which incentives and frameworks do we need in Europe? Johannes, I would like to start with you. You mentioned your colleagues in the US already. A lot of startups have their origin in universities. You mentioned your colleagues founding successful AI startups, and now I have two questions, like how can we improve the lives of AI researchers like yourself, and what conditions would make it more appealing for researchers like you, probably, to switch to entrepreneurship? What can we do better in Europe?
So that's a very, very good question, one of my favorite questions. So I'm coming from Amsterdam, and Amsterdam, I lived there for 3 years, and Amsterdam is really has turned into an AI hub. And it was Qualcomm in 2012 was basically, I think, the first European, first company investing in building its own research lab. It followed by Google, now Microsoft. And basically the golden years of industrial research were when basically people were allowed to do whatever they want. And that's what researchers want to do. And now, since these companies are basically trying to profitize, researchers starting to look around. And this is a big opportunity because, of course, you need this interplay between research and making some money out of it, getting it into products, investing. And this is the loop. And at some point in this loop, there is also the compute infrastructure. So I would say that we have a lot of clever people in Europe. If you look at just some of the most famous AI papers, variational autoencoder, Atom Optimizer, LSTM, of course, and many, many more, they are coming from Europe. And these ideas and these people are still based in Europe. So the market is pretty big, I would say. What is missing, in contrast to the US, is compute. That's like a heavy drawback. People in US, also the people I know in the startups, they have like much more compute than we have. And what is also missing, of course, is that people are willing to invest in companies, that also companies are willing to work together with universities in big scale, like Stanford or Harvard and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeanette, you're participating in the discussions in Brussels on the AI Act. What does this AI Act mean for Europe's AI scene? Do you rather consider it as an opportunity or a threat? I know it's a big issue. Take your time.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for this question after lunchtime. I will try not to bore the audience out with the AI Act. So what does the AI Act mean for the ecosystem, hindrance or opportunity? Let me start with the opportunity, because I think this is something that is often overlooked. Because what is hindering startups or scale-ups currently in the AI ecosystem? It is actually the fragmented legal landscape. So if you build an AI company currently in Austria, for example, and you want to scale to another European jurisdiction, you would need to look at all the regulatory requirements, and this times 27. So this is actually a huge burden for startups to really effectively scale in Europe, and this is something that the AI Act will, for example, solve for us, because it will be European regulations, so harmonized rules in Europe that you can kind of like, if you build your startup, AI startup in Austria, you can scale to entire Europe without needing to worry about another product regulation. So this is actually something that will help the AI industry, I believe, very much. And what does the AI Act, basically, if you boil it down to its essence, mean? At the top, there will be some AI practices that shall be forbidden in Europe. Probably 4 or 5 cases, I think, from a societal perspective. So the one thing is social scoring that shall be forbidden. The other things are in the field of manipulation, or the topic that is very much discussed, biometric mass surveillance on public places. But I think this is neither an investment case, nor are we developing these technologies in Europe, nor do we want them from a societal perspective. So this would be no issue. The thing that is very heavily discussed are the AI systems that shall be labeled high risk. What does high risk mean? The developers of those systems will need to follow certain regulations and certain compliance. And if you look at that, it shall also not really be surprising, because what is in there? I think that is good governance that the successful companies already or should be doing now, and also you should be looking at your investor due diligence for an AI target. So is there a proper risk management? The topic of cybersecurity, the topic of data, for example, that is now already covered by the GDPR, and you surely do not want to have any fines under those things. Human control, human supervision of these kind of like systems in their output, which is also very important. There was an interesting startup use case involving generative AI, a very automatic marketing stream of a restaurant, food restaurant. And they kind of like automated their emailing for certain circumstances to create ads. Join the 2-for-1 special for Mother's Day. Join the 2-for-1 special for Father's Day. Join the 2-for-1 special for Reichskristallnacht. Because they asked the kind of like model to look for celebrations and important happenings in history and in our lives, and automatically create those marketing ads. So that's why human control is very important, to avoid those things. And then last but not least, transparency obligations, which are very important in the context of using generative AI in the gaming industry, creating synthetic media, where you will be having some labeling and transparency obligations. For example, when it is not clear that you're interacting with a chatbot, you need to kind of like disclose you're not interacting with a human person. Or when you kind of like generating video, audio, images that might be misleading, those shall be labeled as created by generative AI or not truthful, to avoid deepfake. So in a nutshell, I think there should be nothing unexpected in the AI Act. Of course, it will be compliance that needs to be done, but also compliance is innovation. We've seen this, for example, with the GDPR of all the new startups that developed to kind of like make compliance easier, also an opportunity for business. So this is kind of like how I look at the AI Act. And we're also seeing a little bit of a Brussels effect already now, which I mentioned earlier, because I talked to many startups and many entrepreneurs. And for 1 year ago, everyone that kind of like I was talking to said, if the AI Act is coming, I'm going to the US. It's much better there, no regulation. I think this will not be the case in the future, because there is yes, a unanimous road on unanimous understanding that there need to be some guardrails. And the important factor, I think, for the industry will be standards. Because in parallel to the AI Act that is discussed up and down in the media, something that is not kind of like discussed so much is the standards building. So they're working on standards for all those regulations to be fulfilled, to make implementing these requirements easier. And with standards, I think we have a lot of opportunity globally to create common standards to make it even easier to tap into larger markets. So overall, I think the AI Act, I mean, of course, the political discussions are still going on. You never know what comes out of a political deal, even if it's rushed. But overall, I think it's a good development to put some, or to lay some groundwork here, and also something in kind of like also promoting Europe a little bit. Looking at the process, the European Union was the first big market that embarked on that journey, with thinking about guardrails for AI already before 2018, and all the other kind of like huge markets followed. So US only started with thinking about AI regulation in September 2022, but is now very, very quick in implementing with the executive order and the following acts, same as UK. So in overall, I think it will be an opportunity for us if we get it right.
Okay, thank you. It's always good to hear the opportunities in regulation. That's the positive perspective. Jakob, from your perspective as an investor, what should we do in Europe to foster AI success stories? How can we improve the funding environment to better support AI startups? What's your opinion on that?
So I think from a big picture perspective, we already have many ingredients for Europe to be at the forefront of all the developments that are currently happening in AI. We have, for example, DeepMind sitting here in Europe, which was one of the main drivers also of the paper that actually enabled all of this, namely the Attention is All You Need Transformer paper. We have lots of talent. We have a big single market that also can drive demand, etc. pp. And also speaking personally to many researchers that are coming from continental Europe and now working in the United States at, for example, Anthropic, OpenAI, other research organizations, I also deeply think there is a big opportunity for Europe and generally for those people to actually drive that research from Europe instead of, for example, the United States. So what is missing? I think it's, on the one hand side, of course, also, as so often, a bit of a European mindset topic, that there is just less very aggressive, we're going to completely transform the future kind of thinking on the founder side. I think a second factor, of course, is also regulation, where it might be debatable whether some big announcements that went through the press that all foundational models would be outlawed in Europe tomorrow if things were implemented immediately. That might also not drive momentum really towards Europe, but I think we're still on a very good path here, as we also just heard. But the second, or like the third big thing that I personally see, and that is also very often mentioned, is also just availability of capital, and therefore also availability of the compute resources that you really need in order to train AI systems that are competitive on a global scale and can drive really progress here. I think we are making very good steps already with, for example, now a Mistral being able to get lots of funding with an Aleph Alpha acquiring the means to actually drive research in the space, and hopefully also being able to, for example, get the compute resources to be competitive on a foundational model layer. But I think that is really the thing that we need to drive forward also, I guess, here in this audience as investors. I think we need to unlock, if we decide that we actually want to, as Europe, be competitive also on this model layer, we need to think about ways to unlock more funding for those companies, because otherwise it will be difficult to compete with, the billions of funding that are available for example, in OpenAI or in Anthropic.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeanette, Jakob just asked the question, is the AI Act going to lead to the fact that all LLMs are going to be outlawed? Probably you as an expert want to answer that. But I also have another question. You represent 2,000 AI companies from Europe. I assume each of these companies are going to need funding. You are in a room full of investors. What would you like to say to our audience on behalf of your AI startups? How can they best assist them? What's your wish list?
Thank you for those questions. I will save the wish list for last, just to kind of like put more emphasis on it. But first the question, will all foundation models be outlawed by the AI Act? I think we have maybe to tackle it from a different angle. I think we also have a little bit of a marketing problem here in Europe, because looking at the EU AI Act, I mean, or at the kind of like in comparison to the US with their executive order, or for example to the UK Safety Summit with their declaration where they basically just commit to collaboration and to mitigating risks. Every one of those kind of like markets is standing out there and cheering the efforts. Yes, we have this executive order and we are going to drive AI in the US, or now we have this declaration. And actually in Europe, and you mentioned this also, we only look to the other markets and actually do not promote our own ecosystem. So our own location as Austria, for example, which is excellent because you have Sepp Hochreiter in Linz, you have a lot of public funding, you have actually a very nice country to live in, all the living standards, and you have the basic things to start. But we're not promoting that. And also, we are not really promoting Europe, we're only kind of like criticizing Europe and saying something is better done in the US. To maybe take up something you said, in comparison also AI Act and Executive Order. So the AI Act is just one piece of the cookie. Of course, you need kind of like funding. Europe and Austria is very much driven by public funding, so we know FFG and AWS funding, but what is lacking is private funding, private money from business angels and venture capitalists. So here my call to the investors in the room, as we heard, AI is a very, very promising field. There is still a lot of opportunity in the market to get good deals, invest in good startups, because the chances are that you already or still very early stage. Look at those opportunities with an open mind, because I think currently we're in a little bit of a funding crunch and everyone is very hesitant. But we need that private funding component in addition to the public funds. Otherwise, we cannot develop those models, and you need the compute power and all those things. So I think that's one call on behalf of my startups.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, another thing I think that goes hand in hand, I think, with every investment decision, the funding, of course, and also what AI startups in particular need is also network support, connect them with people in the industry. I think those are the main topics on the wish list of my startups for investors. Maybe just broadening the call. What they also need is investment in infrastructure, but of course this cannot be done by private funding. This is something to be tackled on a larger national or even European level, that we need more infrastructure so those entrepreneurs can actually research, develop and test those models, because we're short in comparison. That's true. That's one thing. And I think we need a better culture. A culture of boldness and a culture more of innovation, because many talents are leaving Austria, for example, and Europe, because it's just nicer, more appreciative, and there are kind of like better career paths and everything is mapped out more clearly otherwhere. So I think we need to work on that culture in our organizations, in the research institutions, but also in the public sector, because we will be building authorities and so on and so forth. And to really retain the talent we need in Austria and in Europe to become an AI powerhouse, we need to also work on our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Johannes, I have a question for you, in case you're allowed to talk about this. What are you currently working on at JKU in Linz that might soon be open for investment? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a rumor already. It's of course, I mean, I didn't leave Amsterdam because of the mountains in Austria. Of course, I love the mountains. It's a reason why I was leaving. But one of the big reasons is actually that there are some private investors who took some money, quite some money for our standards, and we are getting a private institute where we have a open research direction and a commercialization branch, which is quite well financed, which will start very soon. And most importantly, we have a lot of GPUs. So we're talking about, we will acquire thousands of GPUs, which is quite unique for Austria. Sepp has already, I think, talked a lot about his new approach of different language modeling than using transformers. I was a bit skeptical while talking to him over the summer because, well, I know how well transformer worked. I'm not skeptical anymore. I saw the model, I trained it a lot myself. So I know that there is something going on, and most importantly, people at the companies who know me, who know Seb, get nervous. They're asking, what are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? Why are you not replying anymore? Johannes, what is going on? And I'm really, really excited about that. And I think that we will have an opportunity in Linz, and we have an opportunity in Austria. And I will be bold, and I will use this opportunity.
Okay. Sounds exciting. Looks like you as a JKU researcher competes with you as a Microsoft researcher in a way. Good luck with that in the future. Jakob, one last question to you. You are not only an investor, but also an entrepreneur. I'm curious, if you were to start an AI startup today, with all the knowledge from your AI investments over the last years, what would you do? What are the most promising ideas for an AI startup in your head?
I mean, first of all, I don't think I'm the best person to ask, because if I knew, I would probably not sit on the investor side anymore.
Fair point.
But a theme that is interesting me a lot, and where I'm spending a lot of time also currently in my capacity as an investor, is thinking about what will be the interface going forward of actually communicating with such foundational models. Because I think what we saw a lot over the past year or so has been, chat windows, chat bots, left and right, some more specialized, some less specialized, some, for example, fixing marketing messaging for companies relatively easily with just a prompt. Some others, across the spectrum, you just see many of those companies. But I just personally don't think that we will basically teach humans now to start programming again in a more human language way, but still it's programming if I type text into a chatbot. And I think that there is a huge opportunity to generate efficiencies regardless of whether it's consumer companies or whether it's B2B enterprise SaaS companies, to automate big tasks, to take out human labor, to create efficiencies in a different interface. So for example, what could that mean? It means if I, for example, am a company that generates revenue by winning tenders, then maybe the interface wouldn't be I type text into ChatGPT, hey, I'm competing for this and that. Can you please help me generate the text for actually sending this tender to whichever institution I'm trying to win business from? But maybe the interface rather is something that is embedded in my ERP system that is automatically crawling, for example, all publicly available databases for tenders, automatically comparing what might be relevant for me, and then already pre-drafts those documents for me, and I basically just press approve. So, and I think there are like hundreds and thousands of exactly such application use cases where you can create super sticky, super well-growing, very large companies that can then even expand into other areas as well by changing the interface of how you interact with those AI systems that are created today. And so I will probably, if I founded something today, but again, I'm probably a terrible person to ask, I would probably spend a lot of time trying to find product market fit in one of those areas.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hate to stop the discussion at this point in time, but unfortunately we ran out of time. But as they say in Austria, always leave when you're having the most fun. Me personally, I learned some important things today. Austria and Europe really are good in AI basic research. And this research already spurs a lot of promising AI companies all over Europe. But don't overlook the Austrian AI scene. There might be some interesting targets here as well for investors to look at. To improve the environment for successful AI startups, we need computer infrastructure to build the models, a European mindset, I think that's very important, and let's work on that all together. To promote the assets we have, I think that's a major and a very important point. And I also took the AI Act for scaling AI startups European-wide. one act to rule them all. I think that's a positive perspective. Thank you. Thank you very much to our experts for your time and your perspectives on the topic. Our experts will be here for a while and will be available for further discussions. And thank you for your attention in the last 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a big thank you to the panelists for a wonderful, a really interesting conversation. I know that AI is another future technology that we're all very interested in figuring out how to invest in. So let's see. Next, another interesting conversation coming ahead. One that is of particular interest to me. Maybe you have heard in my accent. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, where there's there's an immense amount of opportunities, a lot of challenges, a lot of problems to solve, but not always enough funding. And this is often a challenge for startups that really have amazing opportunities and business plans, but they can't find the funds. And so we need investors to come down to places like South Africa, across Asia, and emerging markets. So now we'll be talking about FOMO, the fear of missing out, the hidden treasures in Asia and Africa. To carry on about this, the globalization, spread of technology, it's created tons of opportunities across these emerging markets and regions. But it is hard to navigate for those of you here in Europe. And that's why we're welcoming onto the stage an expert panel that are going to be talking about how to identify, understand, evaluate, and ultimately invest in these opportunities. Please welcome onto the stage our host Kumar, as well as Antonella, Timur, Bernard, and Rana. Thank you. Welcome. A warm welcome, please.
Middle? No, he wants me to sit in middle. Okay, cool. So good evening, everyone. My name is Kumar Ananda. I'll be hosting this panel on a very large topic, very large region, Asia and Africa, in 45 minutes. That's a challenge that Arno has given me, talking about 6 billion of humanity in 45 minutes. So we have the pleasure today to have with us a distinctive panel. And we have two powerful women here today. And I wanted to welcome them warmly because I've gone through their profiles to what they've been doing on the ground in Africa, in Asia for the last few years. And we're happy here to have them. And they will be sharing with us their ground experience, also their perspective now on what these regions are driving in terms of growth, in terms of what is happening in terms of investment, both in the startup world, in terms of climate change, in terms of urbanization, challenges these regions are dealing with as well. And we have two investors here. I would say exotic investors, because they are investing in regions that you have no idea today. I'll probably let you discover in countries where they are investing, and probably we'll have the opportunity to learn from their experience also why they went in those countries, how they approach let's say, the investment plans, strategy in those regions as well. So before I start, I just wanted to have a very quick, I wouldn't say a survey, but in the audience today, among the investors, entrepreneurs, among you who are already in Asia or in Africa? Anyone already in Asia and Africa? Okay. Anyone planning to be in those regions in the coming next years, months? Okay. So it's worth actually, the whole idea of today's session is why we need to open up a little bit in that part of the world and learn a little bit more on what the agenda this region is driving. I think I wouldn't put again this big block as a global south. We can put it a global south just for simplification. But they have an agenda. They are driving the growth. And sometimes we feel that a little bit disconnected from Europe as well. And the geopolitics is also helping them to drive their own agenda. And before we get into the details, I will ask the panel to introduce themselves. So I will also ask to the speakers, while you introduce yourself, share a little bit one good reason why we should today look at Asia and Africa. Can I invite you, Antonella, to start?
So thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Antonella May-Pochtler. I have a background in management consulting for many years. I was heading the technology and media sector of the Boston Consulting Group globally. Then I moved into government and was heading the strategy unit in the Chancellery, in the Austrian Chancellery. And as part of this activity in the Chancellery, we started in 2018 the Kofi Annan Award for Innovation in Africa, born out of the common work together with the African Union and the European Union. Back then, in 2018, Austria had the European, was leading the European Union had the 6-month leadership. And we started this activity because of one simple reason. We thought that the models of cooperation with Africa were outdated and that we needed to have a cooperation on eye level, an entrepreneurial cooperation, and we thought that the digital opportunities in Africa were so enormous and the digital entrepreneurs in Africa were so performing that there would be an equality in cooperation. There would be not I would say, we help you, but rather they help us, you know. And so that was the starting point out of if you want, a political reason to change the approach to development, to look into Africa as an investment opportunity. And one of the reasons that I would say beyond this political agenda, that means that Africa is an enormous opportunity for, in terms of investment, but also in terms of cooperation. I think that the main reason is that if we look at Africa specifically, 60% of the population in 2050 will be below 25. And this population, we either help it to develop their entrepreneurial skills and to develop their capabilities and to become just agents, have their own agency, or we will have major problems also as Europe. So I think that there is a political, but also an opportunistic agenda in terms of opportunistic, positively opportunistic opportunity to develop a very, very interesting market that in many, many areas. So I think that is just the background of my involvement in Africa. And I will say more about Kofi Annan Award perhaps as we go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Antonella.
Thank you, Antonella, and thank you very much, Kumar, for the introduction. So my name is Rana Karachi. I'm with the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank. I am actually regional director for Europe, based here in Vienna, but not too long ago I was based in Asia, and I was working in Asia for IFC for 11 years, doing direct investments, running the region, and also working alongside our private equity team that invests in a lot of funds in the region. Just to give you a little sense of what IFC and the World Bank does, we are a private sector investor, but exclusively in emerging markets. And we don't distribute dividends. We recycle our capital. Everything that we invest has to be commercially viable and has to earn us a good return, because we have to keep the business sustainable. And when the whole idea is we need to continue to grow and grow exponentially. So why do I mention that? I mention that because where we invest with the intent of making money. Last year, just to give you a sense of what we've done globally around the world, we've deployed about 43 billion in capital. Most of this is in debt, but we do a fair amount of equity investments. And what that looks like is usually where we would do direct investment through our industries. We will also work a lot with PE firms and with VCs and startups. So, for example, our portfolio in the PE space and venture capital space right now globally is about 6 billion and about 341 different funds. So just to kind of give you a flavor of what we've done globally. For us, Asia is a very, very important market. It's one of our top performing regions. And it's a region where we've done a lot of direct equity investing, and we've worked with a number of PE and VC firms, startup, because we're seeing, for similar reasons that Antonella mentioned about Africa, we're seeing the engine of growth definitely in Asia. Population growth, GDP growth, a lot of, I would say, economic shifts that are happening where we're seeing different countries in Asia benefiting from, whether they're supply chain shifts, whether new trade routes that are being developed. There's a lot that's happening, or in the climate in terms of technology, in terms of innovation. We're seeing a lot of this happening out of Asia. So for us, it's a very, very important market. We think a growing market. And if we were to look globally, that's the one region for us that we see there has a lot of forward look potential for us. I'll say more later, but I'll just stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Rana. Now, yeah.
Hello, thank you again for the introduction. I'm Bernard. I'm a software developer by training, PhD in economics, spent more than 10 years at Wall Street, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and then changed completely, becoming an entrepreneur. As a co-founder, first in Europe with a couple of businesses, first in the software space and then in the medtech space and diagnostic space, and then more and more in deep tech space. In 2016, I started to take an interest outside of Europe, emerging markets, in particular Pakistan. The reason for that, and I think that still holds true, and should address also the question you have asked, Kumar, is beside a lot of other demographic reasons, speaking about population, speaking about talent pool, speaking about salary levels, and obviously growth dynamics. But for me, the most important element is what I refer to as perception reality gap. A lot of decision makers that I spent time with since 2016, and we raised the first institutional fund for Samayaka in the venture space, anchored by IFC, is that decision makers and people think they know about the country because they have read in the newspaper all those great news about bombs, terrorists, and incidents, but they don't, because they can't see the reality which goes way beyond what the news flow actually tells them. So the facts look different from the perception, and that is really where the opportunity is. So I encourage everybody, open your eyes and listen also to the panelists.
Thank you, and now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Timur, and brief parenthesis, I'm a co-founder of a company called Abundance Gate in Austria right now, but I'm speaking at this panel because I spent a large chunk of my career right before in Turkey, actually, and I think I represent a little bit the early stage founder role here on the panel, because I started a company in 2016 that connected around 6,000 scientists and innovators in Turkey and helped commercialize over 300 technologies across deep tech. We then merged this company with Hello Tomorrow, which is based in France, but extends to over 70 countries, all the way to Tokyo and Singapore, and is considered as one of the fastest growing deep tech emerging markets companies, actually. Before I dive into this, maybe a quick words just about myself, and also I wanted to congratulate the organizers of this event for hosting this panel here. Vienna has actually been traditionally a very world open place, you know, just if you look at the Habsburg or even after the United Nations is here, etc. So why are we not seeing more of, you know, startup events that have a global reach in Vienna? So I'd like to congratulate the whole Invest Austria team here on doing this, because I believe Vienna can and should position itself as a hub for this very dynamic world as well. I started my career in mathematical modeling in energy systems analysis. I did this for about 6-7 years. During that time, I worked extensively on all markets in the world. We advised the US government as well as sub-Saharan African governments, Indian government, the Japanese and Korean, pretty much across the world, and at the very high level. So my former boss is basically the chair of Davos Energy. All of our mathematical models, they found themselves on the front page of Financial Times and you name it. And that was the reason why I mentioned this, is because data and actual, you know, real work with data was the best way to translate a message that was not political, that was not biased. We all have human biases, right? Cognitive biases. This is the way our brains function. And the reason why I mention this is because through this, we were able to have a lot of ears and eyes opened that otherwise would not have even looked at specific parts of the world. And the same thing, I think, applies to this topic in this context at this very time. After that, also we were asked a reason to basically invest and look at those markets. So FOMO is the title of this panel, but I'd like to add something else. It's basically the perception gap as well that was mentioned by Bernhard, but I think there is basically a polarity difference, right? Why are we seeing migration crises? Why are we seeing brain drain, which is maybe one of the biggest problems after war and of course in some of the regions? It's because we have a polarity differential. Now I am biased because I come from the energy sector, but polarity, the electrons move because we have a polarity difference. And the reason why I founded a company in Turkey was to close that gap. And if you create more opportunities locally, believe me, that polarity gap will close and you will see people moving back, going from the top universities all around the world, and believe me, they have some of the best tech in the world, some of the best talent, and that are on top of it much more hungrier, right? Hungrier to succeed. And in entrepreneurship, all of the points that I just mentioned are basically the basic ingredients, right? The hunger to succeed, the human capital, the financial capital, and the ability to pay back and reinvest in a cyclical loop into these sectors. These are the reasons, I know it's more than one, that you and everybody should be looking at that, and also just because the calendar says 2023. That's it.
Thank you, Timur. I think one of the, probably now if I summarize a little bit what our speakers have been sharing, one thing that comes quite often is perception versus the reality on the ground. I think seeing from Europe, if you see, let's say, the perception that Europe had on these markets, let's say Asia as a block and Africa as a block, sometimes it's the reliability of data, complexity in terms of compliance, regulation, complexity in terms of entry, complexity in terms of exit. So these are the perceptions that were there probably 10 years back. It's still there. It's still there in most of the investors. If I take for my, let's say from my view, I've been in France for the last 30 years. France in certain countries still do not invest at all. Even in a country like India that I know well, they don't invest much because the perception is still there. So countries that work very closely with India, I would say it's primarily countries that has a long relationship, be it driven by the diaspora or be it driven by the large corporates who have paid a little bit the way for the corporations. US, of course, pretty much present in India, and some of the diaspora from the Middle East, from Singapore, is quite present in India. But French, as an investor, is still, of course, except from the large corporates, the entrepreneurs' experience with India is very low, despite the potential those markets offer. So here's my question now to our speakers. What is your, let's say, advice? I think, what is your learning from your ground experience in Asia, in Africa, in Nigeria, in Pakistan, in Turkey? How you have overcome those challenges, data, regulation, complexities in dealing with the local politics. Then how do you deal with that? And what would you recommend to the audience if the audience is willing to enter in those regions? Of course, it's a big block. Vietnam is not India, India is not China. So at least if we can broad a little bit of a trend, how do you navigate in those complexities? Maybe, Rana, you can start with your Asian experience.
I'm smiling because these are the only markets we can work in. So for us, we cannot work in the developed markets. We have no choice to do that. So we only work in all of these markets. But if I were to say, okay, based on what we are doing and how we've navigated those markets, and yes, even for us, a lot of risks, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of information gap, that's still there, and for us as well. And if I was to think, okay, what will I share to you in the audience? Because obviously we're a unique animal in terms that, we cannot invest in Singapore, Japan, so it's got to be Indonesia, Vietnam, even Thailand for us is considered a little bit developed, and we have to be very selective, and the Philippines. A couple of things that I would share with the audience. I think one is you need to have presence on the ground, and I think as you're saying, the information gap, the further you are away from the market, the more information, deficit you will be. So you do need to be there. You need to scope out the markets. You will start to eliminate one filter of unknowns by being there. But second, if you want to start, because these are growing, very dynamic markets. For example, Indonesia, which is the 4th most populous country in the world. It's it's got a lot of natural resources, yes, a complex environment, but still a very incredibly and impressive, vibrant private sector and startup ecosystem. And when I talk to some people, the business community in Indonesia, they said, because of the complexity of the government, maybe I shouldn't say this is the World Bank, somebody represents the World Bank, but they said, the private sector thrives despite the government. That just gives you a sense of what's going on in those markets. But if you were to say, look, we want to explore those markets, then I would encourage you to look at doing it in a partnership at first. So one partnership could be an IFC, it could be, another institution, an invest, to start to get a sense of what is it like in the market there. And that's a good way, sort of an entry point, because Asia is so far away from the rest of the world, you really need to be there and you need to be on the ground. I'll give you this. So Indonesia, just a couple of things, 4th most populous country, just behind the US, lots of natural resources. Vietnam, fastest growing economy in the region. Thailand, actually a pretty good industrial base. It's a pretty good base. A lot of auto manufacturing already present, so you can see the pivot towards e-mobility it could definitely happen there, and that's a growing market globally. Philippines, very, very, very strong service economy, a lot of business process outsourcing there. And India, 1.4 billion, you cannot ignore that market. It's, growing manufacturing base, agriculture, startup technology that's really happening there. It's super vibrant. So I would say it's not a region you can ignore, but you have to just think strategically about how you want to start entering, with who, maybe partnering, and then from there you can grow.
I continue from here. I think, we need to, we're speaking about a super different type of, very different type of realities. Already, if you look at Africa alone, you have an enormous difference between South Africa, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, where I was an IFC director in one of the companies where IFC invested for 2 years, and where I experienced firsthand how you deal with that. So I think we have very different realities. I think we very often have the investment view, which comes from, I would say, project financing, large project financing. Very often, at least for Africa, when we look at Africa, people think about the large project finances of the past, which actually have decreased in the last years, in spite of the need of having to increase. But we're not looking at the venture capital and private equity opportunities. And I think that that's the much more interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that project finance is not important, and infrastructure finance, which is very linked to government, is not important. It's critical, but I think it's much more complex and problematic. I'm looking at the opportunities in the tech and digital space. And if you look, for example, at fintech, of all of the 1,000 deals that have been struck last year in Africa, approximately 60% were in the fintech area. And then you have agri-tech, you have clean tech, and then logistics, So there is a lot of tech activities going on. There are a lot of tech-affine people there, and you have a very, very solid ground of opportunities that can be developed into global companies. And I think that that's the attractive thing. I think just clearly doing investment in Africa, for Africa, great. But I think that what we need to look at is doing investment in Africa, for Africa, and beyond. And that will be in areas like fintech, agri-tech, clean tech, because that is where you can do more. And if I see the experience with the Kofi Annan Award for Innovation in Africa, which we started and we did the first release, which was focused at looking at startups in the area of health and well-being, so it was health tech. We found companies like, for example, a company that was one of the 3 winners that is called Flair. They develop biometric identification for vaccine delivery. Why? Because very often in Africa you do not have people with documents. So how do you know if you should give the vaccine, if you have given the person already a vaccine, or if he needs a recall of a vaccine? So this biometric solution, biometric identification, is something that is super relevant all over the world. Actually, it would simplify a lot of things everywhere, but it was created in Africa. So I think that's I think the opportunity that we see is that there are solutions that are in specific areas which have very high potential, that are driven from the needs in Africa, but are applicable beyond. Take in the agri-business, I mean, there is a digital soil recognition company that does soil analysis with the digital instruments based in Zimbabwe. I think that's also a company that will develop something, a solution that is global. So I think we need to look at this in a sense, case by case, coming back to the problems of complexity, case by case, and actually my learning, and that may be, perhaps just to put a little bit of cool down in the whole positiveness, it's easier probably to grow with the companies from one country in Africa to global than to grow across Africa. The difficulty that I've seen to move from Nigeria to Ghana to Rwanda to Cote d'Ivoire are enormous, because there is still not a unified market. They are working on it, but it's still not there. It is easier, for example, for one of the companies that developed a logistics system actually in Ghana, to move from Ghana to California. So I think that we need to look at that, because sometimes, it may be easier to start somewhere. It's complex enough. You need to have very good partners. I totally agree. But then it's the opportunities to grow beyond Africa.
Okay. Now, very interesting. I think you also touched upon the sectors in those regions. As you really pointed out, digital transformation, if I broadly put it on what is happening in Asia, in Africa, in terms of adoption, be it biometrics, in the fintech, in the payment industry, in the mobile technologies, it's quite massive. And I would say the advantage, of course, with those countries is they don't have a legacy technology like we have in Europe. And adoption is very fast. And technology really brings them a very cost-effective solution. If I take the example of India, of course, you can buy a coconut with the Google Pay. Today, every Indian pays is coconut or any 10-cent product with his GPay. And mobile technology has completely transformed the way today people handle transactions in India. And the volume of transaction, because the government has created an infrastructure basically for startups to make all these fintechs, these revolution to happen, and it made it almost zero cost. That is what the government has done also in some of these countries. They build the, let's say, the cloud, the digital infrastructure on top of that. Everybody is now building their startups. And in Africa, of course, that trend is happening, and there's a lot of, let's say, cooperation between Africa and Asia that is growing. And sometimes we ignore that the steady growth we see in the last few decades, the transaction between Asia and Africa is probably growing by 5% every year. And it means that there's a disconnect that is also happening from Europe, for that region. And I would say that from the question that we wanted to continue to listen from our two investors from the perception gaps, what is your view on that, Timur?
So innovation happens with or through constraint. I think that's a reality we all have to start with. It doesn't come from comfort. I think in popular culture, everybody calls it comfort zone, but I'd like to call it constrained. If you're locked up in a room and you have to get out, you're going to find the most ingenious ways that you have never before ever thought of to actually getting out, right? And so why am I mentioning this is because the constraints often in those markets are so big that you see extremely creative solutions that you don't see anywhere else. And that should invite people who are after ROI or any other returns to actually look at them, right? So traditionally, in Turkey, for example, the software engineer sector is very strong. It's because mathematics has a strong part in the curriculum, but it's also the biggies, the Microsofts, etc. They come and pick the best ones, bring them to America with very attractive deals. But there are more than them. They cannot pick all of them, right? And this is the case across the emerging market. And what they always say is they are so creative minds, that because in software engineering, you need to think completely out of the box, right? It's a little bit like in quantum computing. If you listen to Zeilinger, right, what he says, it's like I'm playing with thoughts and then prove them mathematically. And so where I want to get to is because of those constraints, and the same thing applies to gender diversity, by the way. That's a figure I wanted to mention as well. Oftentimes in Europe, we talk about gender equality is too low, etc. For example, over the 300 investment deals for startups this year only in Turkey, 63 have female founders. That's a rate of around 21%. 21%. I know it's not 50, and it's definitely needs to go up. But believe me, it's much higher than in many European and so-called, gender equality pioneering states. So again, we're numbers people. Let's go to the numbers. Let's skip all of the fogs of perceptions, the fogs of politics, the fogs of autocratic governments, etc. Here, as was mentioned earlier, you're talking about a more or less independent sector because the startups are people that start companies, right? They are not a representative of the government. They're not representative of any political, flow. They may be, but more often, they're not. So I'm saying this because I've heard lots of times here, yeah, but if we invest in this country, you're supporting the government. Complete misnomer, complete misnomer. You're actually supporting those individuals that are maybe the freest elements in that society. And I think all of the panelists can probably agree to that by supporting very creative, hungry for success, free elements in any society, you're basically doing what you want to do as an investor, right? You want to get a return, you want to bring a product. And if you look at the biggest success stories in those markets, especially, I'm talking again from Turkey, it was in e-commerce, it was in grocery deliveries, it was in gaming. I think 15% of the biggest US company investments in gaming startups were in Turkey, which is a huge number, and there are a lot of gaming companies. But we were asking, well, what about other deep tech? And yes, there are companies. So some of our companies were early stage. So in the last 3 years, they raised around $60 million US as early stage companies. With the lira devaluation, it's quite a big number. But they are developing cancer drugs. They are developing, chemical compounds that replace pesticides. So they are developing battery chemistry solutions. They are developing even eVTOLs. So that's electric vertical takeoff landing gears, and the list continues, right? And if I ask people here in the room how many would have guessed this, I think the share is going to be very, very low. So we have this information gap, and we have, again, this perception gap that was mentioned before. But please don't forget that innovation comes with this ingenuity, which comes from being squeezed, which comes from, unfortunately, the reality on the ground in many of those markets.
I'll probably now come back on one of the topic you mentioned is on the hunger, the entrepreneurship, the innovation, how this all comes through. Probably we'll deep dive in that one after hearing Bernard, because that's where I also see a difference between what we see in Europe and in those regions. The entrepreneurs, what they are driving on the ground at the macroeconomic level versus the corporate level, as I said, on the government level. What is the difference between, actually there's a perception gap as well there. We don't know sometimes what the entrepreneurs are driving on the ground versus what the government is doing in those countries. And that will be good to have a deep dive, a double click on the entrepreneurs level. Werner, over to you.
Just obviously acknowledging what the other panelists have already said. I think restrictions are opportunities. I 100% agree with that. Actually, one of our most successful investments is around making the restriction actually a business model where you can earn a lot of money if you understand it. Going back to what is my advice in terms of restrictions and how to navigate those markets? Going back to what Antonella said, we speak about a large region. I'm active in Pakistan, I'm active in Nigeria. I'm much more advanced in my understanding of Pakistan than in Nigeria. I know a couple of other countries as well. They are all different. There are some commonalities, some are not. I think everybody either needs to be prepared to make their homework and really understand how it looks like, what are the restrictions, what are the pros and cons, what are the unknowns that you need to somehow address in terms of your due diligence process, or you need to partner. My own pathway was to make first investments with a partner in personal capacity, understanding the market, spending there 10 weeks across 10 months, speaking to people, and only thereafter forming a thesis that makes sense. And the thesis, again, goes in line with what Antonella said in terms of where is the opportunity in those markets. And it can be different in various markets, but I think one thing that is common across most of the countries that we talked about and that IFC is active in, and that is lack of capital in terms of access. So you need to find capital efficient solutions. Technology makes a lot of sense. And the other element is you have a lot of talent there. You have different stages of the ecosystem in terms of how far advanced it is. Often, and that's something we try to do as well, as building bridges and understanding where there are gaps that you can address with expertise and also mistakes that have been made outside of the ecosystem. And that can be obviously beneficial within the ecosystem that you're operating in. But also the other way around, understanding where there are interesting local opportunities because they are made with a scarcity mindset. And I agree obviously with you that big, large numbers lead automatically to quality. Maybe it's a very thin peak of the iceberg, but in the end, you always find a lot of quality with large numbers. And taking the entrepreneurship as well as innovation locally from a scarcity mindset, which you can then roll out globally as well. And I've a bit talked about Samayaka and Pakistan. What we built in Nigeria is we actually started a layer earlier even, building first a business park focusing on digitalization, European infrastructure, reliable electricity, reliable Wi-Fi, internet, and so on. So really the first layer of infrastructure. Then the next layer, investing in skilling and upskilling larger pools of talent, and then start to add entrepreneurship and maybe a fund on top. But this comes from understanding local gaps and obviously local opportunities.
Thank you, Bernard. I think one of the point also known that came from the speakers' view is that we are dealing with countries where talking about very large number of population, very young generation. I think probably in Africa, in India, a little bit larger in Asia, the population below 30, it's quite large. We're talking about billions, probably no in total. And I was just reading one of the article on education itself in those regions. You need to build just a country like India, a university of 25,000 people every month to absorb 300 million students coming to higher educations. And today, by the end of, let's say, this conference, probably in India, 27 million people would have taken a train, moved from one part of India to another part. 17,000 trains would have traveled across India. So we are talking about large numbers and everything at scale, addressed at scale. And one topic also you mentioned is hunger, innovation, constraint. So there's a good word in India, I don't know whether you heard about it, Jugaad innovation. Jugaad is innovation, it's a book written by an author called Navi Raju. It's all about how in, let's say, in Global South, people are doing innovation with zero capital, with zero access to any, let's say, infrastructure. You mentioned about your experience in Pakistan where for doing, let's say, your investment, you need to start by building reliable electricity, Wi-Fi, the basic infrastructure. So how do you actually deal with that when it's not given? When it's not given, you need to rebuild sometimes the old logistics for achieving, let's say, your first investment goal. So in terms of, let's say, those market, of course, in those regions, very diverse. And one common thread probably in those countries, entrepreneurs, they are used to, let's say, navigate with capital scarcity, infrastructure complexities, or probably absence of infrastructure. But despite that, there is a mindset that drives. One thing, I was in India 2 weeks back, and of course, I went when in the middle of the whole crisis in Middle East. What was striking to me when I was in India, in southern part of India, is that I felt that I was in a different world, and completely disconnected what is happening on the macroeconomic level and what people are doing on the ground. Entrepreneurs, investors, they are busy, extremely busy, of building something for themselves. And that's what I believe, while the macroeconomics is given, everybody will suffer from the global macroeconomics. Energy price will be same. Inflation will be almost equal for everyone. Capital costs will be the same. But what makes the difference in the ground is how people actually are confident. And I want to hear a little bit on that, from your experience, in dealing with the entrepreneurs in those countries. What is the big difference you feel between, let's say, in Europe and in those countries where actually the growth is driven by individuals? And they have a kind of disconnect with what is happening for the macroeconomic level. So they don't worry every day when they wake up about energy price or the inflation price, but they are focused on building something, and they are building the future. That's a little bit the reading I have from what's happening in those regions. People are focused, and when you have billions of people convinced, we heard in one of the previous panel is about confidence and conviction, no, in the future. That's what I see, where in those regions sometimes there's nothing, but people are confident that they can make a big impact. Antonella, you want to react to that?
I wanted to. First of all, I want to disagree with one point you said, and where you're saying everything will sort of equalize somewhere, inflation and interest rates and so on. That's not the case, because I think that we are moving towards a balkanization of the world. So China has very low interest rate and no inflation at the moment. So and we have very. So I do, but I think that probably Rana can say a lot about this, because you are facing this. So I think that will be more. We will need to deal with various areas of great difference and local bubbles emerging everywhere and move within the bubble. So I think that which requires a very, very careful. I think that. Bernhard said it. It requires very, very careful local due diligence and local partnerships, as you said, Rana, to really understand deeply what is going on, because every case is a different one. But moving to the entrepreneurial area, which is the one that I know best, I think that we need to see looking at the African experience, it is the continent with the highest share of entrepreneurs as part of the working population, 22%. In Austria, it's around 6%. So we are. And the second largest, the country with the second largest share of entrepreneurs as part of population is South America. And why? Because it's driven by the needs or by the constraints, whatever I want to call it, by the restrictions that they are forced to go into entrepreneurship. And the type of entrepreneurs that you find, I think entrepreneurs globally are very similar. They are very, very task-oriented. They want to solve the task. And what I found in dealing with the entrepreneurs, we had 330 submissions for the first release of the Kofi Annan Award. So 330 companies, entrepreneurial teams coming, of which actually 40% with women, led by women. In all of them there were women, but 40% led by women, also because it was health and well-being, so a lot of medical doctors, all trained internationally, going back into Africa to solve issues, really oriented to solving the problem. And what I found, enormous technical capabilities, great skills, very task-oriented, lack of, I would say, as a consultant, a management consultant, former management consultant, lack of general management capabilities. So what we can help them in bringing in is how to structure themselves, how to get the commercial function working, how to get a working, just basics, working accounting, good data, transparency, good governance, which is critical, having the right people to coach you, the right cooperations, solving the everyday problems, just when you build a startup, you need to solve the problem that you do not have stable electricity, that you do not have stability in many areas. How to help them to cope with this? I think, very often it's an organizational issue, so they are super thankful about any guidance that you can get, and also connecting them, by the way, with not just connecting them with the people in Silicon Valley. When I worked for CIPRA, IFC Investment, the interesting thing is that they tried it was an investment in the food area, largest producer of chicken products, so very large food company. So the suggested partnership, I have to say also from IFC, were, why don't you talk to the Americans, why don't you talk to the French and so on. And they said they are too sophisticated. So I connected them with the company in Morocco and with the company in Turkey. And they really understood each other immediately. So don't bring them with the sort of the Champions League immediately. Just take them one league up. And that helps them a lot, because they know that one league up just went through the similar problems in a similar context. So I think that one needs to be wise in guiding them and not coming with, I don't know, my own BCG knowledge and trying to teach them how to do, I don't know, the portfolio matrix. That's totally irrelevant for them. It's really trying to get the basics, basic accounting, basic organization, basic management, people development skills, having review mechanisms and so on. And that can help them a lot because these are good entrepreneurs who are oriented to the task, and there is a lot of demand for what they're doing. So there is an inherent demand. And one thing that I also liked a lot, I never heard them blaming government for having not done it. They don't expect anything from government, so they don't blame government. Here we expect everything from government, and of course we're disappointed because government is not solving the problems of the entrepreneurs. So I think we need to be realistic in how we deal with them, but the opportunity is enormous then.
Thank you, Antonella. Anyone want to react further in the interest of time?
Just maybe add 2-3 examples because they're really interesting. So the reason why fintech was so fast, so popular and so strong in Turkey is just because if you look at the chart of the currency devaluation, of interest rate fluctuations and of macroeconomic data, it's mayhem. That's the only way. You have to try to innovate and have other financial constructs if you want to keep your money safe from melting away. So that's like existential reason number one. Well, actually, one is always health, so let's put that too. But the existential reason number one, health, is, I know companies also from Sub-Saharan Africa, for example. So a company that used to be called RxAll, they developed a blockchain system for correct analysis of fake drug detection, okay? Because hundreds of millions of people are actually at very dire health threat because they are administered fake drugs. And actually the founder almost died from one of the fake drugs, so I had a really personal story. Another one is from India. It was a company that developed sanitary pads for women from banana peels. It was a technology, really nanoscale technology that was very efficient and didn't produce those microplastics, and they scaled really big because, well, you guessed it, from 1.4 billion, how many women need that, right? And in the whole world. So you go through really deep need analysis, extreme kind of like concept-based creativity, and market size macroeconomics, right? Because you scale that not by 9 million like in Austria, but you scale that by 500 million, by 1 billion. So you talk about complete different numbers. We come back to the numbers, right? So my tip, my advice to anybody who is really taking this serious as a potential next step is, as was mentioned before, find definitely local partners that understand and can update you about the legal issues and about some interest rate and some, let's say the basics, right? But then also do your research and see where is really maybe the particular competitive advantage that may come out, right? So it's not out of vacuum and coincidence that some of the biggest like coin based and let's say blockchain conferences actually happened in Ukraine, Istanbul, etc. It's because you have these other elements. And then the third thing is basically make your thorough techno-economic analysis and then go with it. And I'd like to highlight and finish on a funny example, because before Invest Austria got merged, it was one part of it is the AAIA, the Austrian Angel Investors Association, that used to be. And actually in 2019, when I was still in Istanbul, they called me, so Hansi and Lisa, and also via the VKO, they called me and said, hey, we want to organize an investors trip to Istanbul. Are you around? I said, yeah, I'm actually around, come over. So then turns out this was the first investor trip by Austrian investors to Turkey in like many, many years, just because of all the political stuff that was going on. And they loved it. They came here, and actually Hansi made actually a big exit out of Turkey at that through EasyCo, the company. But then others were, I think Daniela was also there, and many others who are here. They saw these things that we talked about, right? So go and have a look yourself. There's nothing better than that, right?
Probably I will take a transition from there. Other thing that's good for the conclusion. I think nothing's better than traveling, visiting, going to see on the ground before we do anything. With that, I would thank once again our speakers, our audience, and we invite you to visit, to travel, to see on the ground. I think that's the best advice that we can give today to the investors, if you are interested to navigate in that world, you need to go and see on the ground what is happening, and you will see the momentum, the energy that is coming out of this region. It's quite, I would say, exciting to see that. For me, each time I come back from India, there's a little bit of depression in France, but I need to be there because that's what I believe, the future is being built in those regions. Thanks a lot, and once again, thanks to the audience and to our speakers. Thank you.
So as they said, get on the ground and visit for yourselves. We're going to have a 20-minute break. We'll be back here at 3:45. Enjoy your coffee and see you very soon. Thank you.
Event of the year in Austria. Welcome to the Invest Austria Conference 2023, right here in Vienna, where relevant topics are discussed, opportunities explode, deals ignite, and success stories are born.
And welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you're feeling caffeinated and awake and ready to pay much attention. For those of you that just joined, my name is James. I'm your moderator and host. And I'm really excited to bring on a panel with some really interesting insights for us. They'll be talking about the supporting mission of investors in difficult times. We know that startups are always on the edge of failure. I work in a startup, and sometimes we think we're rock and rolling, and the next minute we're in the valley of death. And particularly at the moment during the recent tough times, this has been really, really evident. But what's important for you to know, especially all the investors in the room, is that beyond your financial means, you can offer a lot of valuable advice, insight, and help. So I'm really excited to be bringing onto the stage a panel of founders that have seen all the ups and downs, as well as investors who have been there for multiple journeys and have seen quite a bit themselves. So please welcome onto the stage Nina, our host, along with Lucanus, Felix, and Taryn. Please give them a warm welcome, everybody. Thank you.
So thanks for joining us again after the coffee break. We have brought along quite some stories that are hopefully on the one hand entertaining, but even more importantly, give you the opportunity to learn. As we have a group of investors in the audience, we want to bring two views to the table. On the one hand, the founder, who has already seen quite a bit, and we'll dive into that in a second. And on the other hand, the investors and ecosystem players that are working with founders on a daily basis and have for sure quite some learnings to share. And thanks also for actually taking the time to be with us today and also to, be prepared to share quite a bit. As you should also know who is sharing and talking here on stage, I would like to kick it off with a brief intro round where I would ask each of you to briefly introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit more about the company that you are heading or the role that you are currently in. And Felix, it would be great if we could start with you.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Felix and I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of GoStudent. GoStudent is today Europe's largest tutoring company in the whole education space. We bring together children in the age of 6 to 18 and connect them with world-class teachers and support them all along the way.
Before we move on to Taryn, can you give us a brief insight of how many investors roughly you have on the cap table and how much you have raised overall?
Too many.
But that's what I thought.
No, we raised about 700 million euros in equity. We also had another round beginning of the year, which was a combination of debt and equity. We have a wide range of business angels that supported us 6-7 years ago. Early stage venture capital firms like Speed Invest from Austria, for example, but also more late stage hedge fund type of guys like Co2, DSD, Dragoneer, and also more like kind of corporate VC firms like Prosus, who led our last round. So yeah, when it comes to the experiences with investors, different and complicated boards, emotional discussions, yelling at each other, laughing with each other, we have a lot of stories to share.
Amazing. Looking forward to diving into that in a second. I think and I hope there are also more mics so that everyone is actually able to speak on their own. Lovely. So Taryn, continuing with you, who are you and what are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm Taryn Einarsson. I'm half Danish, half Spanish. I'm based in Barcelona, and I started my
previous background in the private banking. Then I moved to venture capital in 2016 as an investor relation director. I was helping them to fundraise the second fund. And 1 year later, we were seeing some pitches. They came over, they asked me to become a general partner. I say yes. Then I went to my friends, female investors, and asked them, what does it mean to be a GP? Then they were laughing about that, and they said, Taryn, there's very few females. And I was like, why? What is the problem? Why the females are not interacting the same way like males when they're coming to visit an investor? Then we decided to build up a matchmaking platform, a nonprofit, where we're connecting. It's like a professional Tinder. We just connect investors and startups from the MVP until the IPO. And the three criteria are geography, sector, industrial technology, and maturity. So today we have helped 12 million euros to supporting this. We do have 11,000, 6,000 in Europe. And for sure, I invite you to be part of our matchmaking platform and have deal flow every week. And besides, I'm also jury member at the EIC for the health vertical. And we are supporting to all those startups with 2.5 million euros, those that they are in health and they are in TRL 6, and they need the next step to get into the market. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thanks for sharing. So we have another person who already has made quite some experience as a GP. Lucanus, over to you.
Thank you for having me. I'm Lucanus. First, I have to say it's a real pleasure to be here. It's the first time for me as an Invest Austria conference. Also, I've been here in that industry for quite a while, first with Dr. Grosnick since 2010, and then with Spinvest since 2014, and then in 2020, I started Calmstorm. We are a digital health fund focusing on the early stage, meaning really early, super early. So that is pre-seed angel rounds, first and second financing rounds of companies. We are the most active investor in Europe with a portfolio of 55 companies in the first fund and now 10 in the second. And our focus on an industry vertical, I think, is one of the answers to the questions that we have here, is also part of our ability to help founders because we have an industry expertise. I don't think we have that in all industries, and I don't think that venture capitalists can actually provide that in all industries.
Thanks for sharing. And that's actually a very good entry point into the discussion, which is touching the point of difficult times and how do the different actors in the ecosystem actually work with a different climate than we are used to, especially like looking 2-3 years back, with a different pace in investing, with different challenges that both investors and startups are basically meeting at the moment. I would actually like to continue with you, Lucanus, and to continue with the fact that you just mentioned you are a very active investor. There is then, of course, always the very obvious question, building a big portfolio. How are you actually dealing with the various questions that might pop up from all the companies that you're working with? Is there any way to support them? And how do you approach this challenge?
Yeah, first and foremost is under-promising and over-delivering, because most funds do that the other way around. Our approach is that we tell them that we don't help them. We will not help you. You have to help yourself, because if you're not a good founder, then I shouldn't invest in you in the first place. What I can do is I can build a community, because founders love to work with other founders. They love to get support from other founders. And I always use an analogy, and because we have a lot of bankers here, maybe that also works with you guys. With founders, it works quite well. I ask, the question is, if you go across the Atlantic, if you want to sail across the Atlantic for the first time on your own or with a small team, who do you ask for advice? Is it your banker that finances your boat, or the sailor that just returned for the trip? And I think this is very clearly what we are doing, right? We are building a community of founders who are a little bit more advanced, like Felix and others, who invest in us and help us with the new guys. And we try to connect them and help them to help each other, rather than me, Lucanus, helping every single founder in our portfolio.
So that's really interesting to see, because I very much agree that actually a capable founder team that is already experienced enough to actually voice their needs in terms of where they need support is something that investors are looking for. Taryn, as you're working with a lot of also gender diverse entrepreneurs, and I would assume in many cases then really first-time founders as well, are they already able to help themselves, or do they need additional support that is provided by the things that you're offering?
Well, as a venture capital, we are very little, well, we do have a fund size of 20 million, and our portfolio is the fourth fund, and we don't do more than 20-25 startups per fund. We are hands-on made. We are investing in the United States and Canada, 80% of all the funds of the portfolio startups, and we want to be very close to them. We helped them when COVID was over. We could advance what was going to happen in the United States. It was happening here, and they didn't got it yet. And we started to rebuild and support them with the cash flows, try to pivot in business models, and we're so little that in one way or another we are very implicated. As from Impulse for Women, we are supporting them with a lot of academic courses and connecting them with mentors and trying to give them, especially those, I'm not supporting those females that are having an idea, just supporting those that they really are looking for an investor, because the other incubators, accelerators, they're really doing very well, and I'm not expert at that stage.
Okay. Felix, handing over to you. Being 7 years into the journey, there of course there is a big evolution that you and your co-founders also did. Looking back at when you first raised, also from Pioneers Ventures and Speed Invest, I think, to what you're looking for in an investor now, how has it changed, and what would you say were the biggest needs back then, if they still pop up after such a busy time, and how were they met also from the investors that you onboarded?
I mean, looking at today, I think investors should bring two things. One is money, right? That's the first reason why you ask some investor to give you money. And the second thing is brutal honesty. Don't bullshit around, because maybe the sailor that comes back has a bit too much like salt in the eyes and cannot see clear, but the investment banker still sees like the spreadsheets and can give you brutal honesty about your P&L. So really like brutal honesty. It's also something that we have experienced, especially across the like late stage growth equity investors. Sometimes this like robots, no emotions, looking at spreadsheets all day long, but they give you like a pretty harsh direct feedback. So these are two things that are important, and also, and I agree with that. An investor should help you to find other like-minded also founders, because the job as building a company and building up people and having this responsibility is extremely lonely. Nobody also really like understands it, that has not done it himself or herself. So bringing together this community of other founders where you can share like how you feel, like what are your ideas, I think is important.
And talking about brutal honesty, I think that also depends a little bit on this, like the state that you are in when you receive that feedback. What's the difference for you between like receiving a recommendation where like, okay, I'm thinking about this and it makes sense, versus actually investors basically expecting you to adapt their strategies or use their strategies, especially in the early days, doing it for the first time, if you know what I mean?
I think it's just also for a founder, and I think good founders are doing that. Good founders are people that are normally, that they have the ability to be self-reflective also on their previous actions and on feedback and try to improve. But let me give some very like simple examples, right? So we had, for example, when we had this like hyper growth phase of the company, we had at the peak about 2,000 people in over 20 countries. And then when the interest rates were rising, cost of capital, as you all know, it got much more expensive. We also had to adjust, and we cut down the workforce from 2,000 to 850. We closed down 9 markets. And one of the things that we have looked at, we have big operational units, like we sell an education service, right? So we have people that sell our service, we have people that provide support to our customers. So we have this big operational unit. We received also the brutal feedback, our cost structure and the effectiveness, how productive our support agents are, is compared to other companies extremely bad. And they said, look, you have to cut your CS, your customer support costs from 13 million to 2 million euros, which at first might seem or might sound crazy, right? Because you still want to provide a good service. But then when you have this self-reflection, you sit down with the team and you really go into the brainstorming, how can I solve this problem? How can I have 80% less support people, but still provide a good service in response rate, getting good NPS rates, like some of the operational metrics that you measure. Mm-hmm. And then at one point, you find a solution. You combine teams, maybe you automate processes, maybe you don't provide a phone number in every country, but you only provide phone numbers in the most important countries. The rest has to be answered via email or WhatsApp, right? So you really start sitting down and thinking through the process. So this is very concrete example, what at first might not seem realistic. Mm-hmm. And also people coming from operations might not give you this honest feedback. But some, like an investor that looks at it more from an outside perspective can be honest about that.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a very good example of a company that is not at pre-seed stage anymore, right? And so it's very important also for the audience that none of the bankers would call themselves, I'm a banker, and that's the same as depending on no matter where you work. Right? There's private bankers and retail bankers, and there's all these kind of different verticals of banking. And we have very different verticals of venture capital, especially in stages. And so I'm a pre-seed angel investor. I have totally different responsibilities and ways of help and support than what Felix needs now. But when I can still remember when we invested in Go Student, and some people would ask us, are you crazy investing in a WhatsApp group? So what this was a WhatsApp group at the beginning, and it's not, so that needs are so different. But you need to focus on where you are best. That's why I'm a bit skeptical about those multi-stage funds, because they normally might have one sweet spot where they're really good. But I would be curious what you're saying, your cap table, which is quite large, whether you're thinking that some should focus on their stage and they are really a good supporter at that stage, or whether there's people who can support you all the way through.
It's a really good question. I don't have I agree. Look. I remember, right, when Speed Invest and Pioneers invested in us, we had no business model, zero revenue. We had just a bunch of young kids starting this company, and was this crazy idea, and not many people believed in us. But yes, you need to have, as an early stage investor, you need to believe in the people, believe in what is possible. Honestly, what I see right now, and I see it also in my cap table, and I don't know how to best, don't have the answer to it. There's huge misalignment at the moment between early stage investors, what they look for, what kind of exit return they have, and late stage investors. Let me give you one example, and I won't mention the company now, but I actually had a conversation with a guy the other day, where the last round was led also by a hedge fund, and they got a lick pref. They got a lick pref into the company, which means, right, when there's any sort of exit, the first money goes. I mean, you guys are investors, you know the lick pref. Most founders, I think, don't know it.
Fair.
So they have this lick pref in there, and I asked him what do the investors want? Do they want to kick you actually out? And he said, well, actually, if it's really only about the late stage guys, yes, actually they would like to have us out, put in another management, and sell the company at a much lower valuation than the last time, because they have the lick pref anyhow, and they get the return, right? And then you have the founders who are saying are you guys crazy? This is my baby. I built this now over the last years. I don't want to have this fight with you guys. And then you have the early stage guys who are happy as long as they can get, of course, a return which is often significantly requires a significantly lower valuation than late stage guys have. So to kind of like sum it up, right? We also see it in our cap table. We see big problems that the early stage guys and the late stage guys are not aligned, and they don't come together on one table and speak it out.
So I would like to jump in here, as this also has been already raised in a previous panel today, the big topic of liquidation preferences and also the terms that you're accepting as a founder. And sometimes, let's be honest, also have to accept, because you don't always have the luxury of optimizing your own fundraising route and fundraising story. But that's exactly also where, Taryn and Lucanus, your opinion would be interesting to me. As you're investing very early stage, you're still in a position where you're also consulting the founders on their future fundraising. And are there any strategies that you are pursuing with the founders and specific recommendations you're giving them? And if yes, I would be very keen to hear a little bit more about how you approach this with the teams that you're working with very early on. Maybe Taryn, you would like to start on that.
Thank you. Well, it happens also that there's always a big fish coming behind you, especially when you're an early stage. And I remember once that Sequoia didn't let us continue, so they make like a pledge bridge in order to make a little bit of of anti-dilution investment. And then we were off at the Series C almost, because they were also wanted to clean up the, I mean, it's normal, and we're not always aligned with the position of the founder or the next one that is coming. We do have startups in our portfolio that a corporate came over and we got paper. So what am I going to do with that? And the founder was the one who wanted to decide it. So I mean, it's like an equilibrium between your interest, the business angels' interest. How many times they're coming, the VCs, and say, hey, clean up your cap table. I'm not going to invest on you, and you have to go over there. And I'm not going to talk about the family, friends, and fools. That is a drama when you don't have a contract with them, because they really are your neighbors, your family. You've seen them during the weekends. And a lot of times you can see that startups didn't arrange it pretty well, that stage. I don't know, we do have a lot of different positions, but normally we are trying to maintain at least at the 5-8 years. That's our position. We're very involved. We also help to our startups in networking, founding clients, in also founding the next round investors, because once that you have a long time, you've been a long time in the market, you start to have a lot of co-investors, and you also are sharing a lot of boards with another type of funds. So, but as you said, smart money is important, and also someone that is going to help you to get the next step.
Carlos?
So I think if you talk, if you think about venture capital, you think about a board of investment managers that try to convince the founders to do X rather than Z, right? And this is guiding them through the stormy waters of capital markets. I think in my stage, this is absolutely not the case. And so in our first fund, we had 55 investments, and then investors that invest in my fund asked me, you cannot be a good investor because you can't do 55 board seats. And I say, yes, that's true, because I don't do any board seats. Because at that stage, board seat is actually a negative effect on the growth of the company, because I have no clue what is important. The founder needs to find out what the customer wants or the user wants, not me. At that stage, and that's, I think it's so important to understand that at pre-seed stage, a board is hindering the company, not helping the company. But then there's a trick. At Series, I guess Felix has to tell me, but I think after Series A, board is very important. And also you as a founder need to be prepared to be on ice level with your board members at Series A. So what you could do is you could start building a board in terms of an advisory board that's not actually having the rights of the real board, but it's just like a trial at seed stage to guide the founder to the situation that he's in at Series A and afterwards to be prepared, because there's a lot of stories of founders that I've been told that board meetings got way out of control. And so while I don't take board seats legally, I sometimes take board seats in order to prepare them for the real board seats. And I think next to providing capital, kind of preparing them for what's next, that's my duty as an investor in the super early stage.
Yeah, I think it's quite an interesting and maybe even a controversial topic on how to lead boards and when to implement them. As Felix, you have already mentioned, there was maybe also shouting but also laughing in the past. I imagine some of these things also happened in your board, just assuming here. What's the point of view that you have at your board today, and also how it maybe aligned or did not help to align the people on your cap table that you already mentioned?
Yeah, so I fully agree. I think on the early stage side, I think you don't need to have a formal board, right? You have maybe the investor. You are anyhow like a sparring partner to the founder, and if they need something, if they need some introductions, you will anyhow do it. Or if I'm a business angel and I invest in a business and they ask me something, of course I will help them, because I have also an interest in getting return on my capital. When it comes to later stage, I think what is absolutely important is the size. For example, we had a way too large board. We had in every round, the investors put in the term sheet, yes, we want board seat and 5 board observers for all our interns, so they can tune up their CV on LinkedIn. Like literally.
I've seen that.
Which okay is fine, but then again, if you have too many people in all these email conversations and also sitting physically together, you all know it, right? You cannot have a productive meeting if you have like 8 people in a room and you want to do like a proper session, brainstorming. Then this is not really working. So it has to be small. We made the mistake in the beginning. We didn't do pre-alignments, right? So we just send out board material, then jump into the conversations. But we often forget, right? As also from an investor's perspective, you don't spend the same amount of time with the business than the people, the operational people. So for example, we have actually in 2 days. In 2 days we have our board meeting in Vienna. So we do 4 board meetings, 2 in person, 2 remote. They all come to Vienna. And we had last week like one-on-one calls with each board member to like have some pre-alignment and make sure that all the questions we can collect up front and that there's no confusion then at the meeting. But yes, sometimes there's also like, especially when times are difficult, and you have to imagine I remember we had once a board meeting where we, at this time, we were burning 20 million euros per month, and the one investor was screaming, we need to burn more, we need to grow faster. And 3 months later, the same investor says, well, you need to be cash flow positive and you need to cut more down and things like that. So I think for a board and for a board member, same as I expect in good managers, is that they also stick to their values and to an opinion. Like as an investor and as a board member, you don't make yourself credible by saying one thing on one day and then saying another thing on another day. Of course, environment changes, but you still also need to have a certain vision about what this business needs to achieve, and you need to stick to that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and already touching on values and also personality traits. So over to the investors, what are you looking for in people when you are investing at the very early stage, especially in teams? What kind of resilience level and what kind of factors are particularly appealing to you when you assess a team? And what are your red flags in your first conversations with a potential target?
Well, actually, as a red flags, if we do have 3 software engineers and they are now 0 commercial profile, it's not going to be a no for sure. We don't invest in couples. It happened actually that she was doing all the genoma, he was selling it, they split out. What we're going to do now? You're going with him, with her. So yes, and actually our red flag is the team.
What if they have open partnership?
You have to put it on the contract. But then, well, I lost. Actually, we're more focused on the team for sure. Sometimes it's a matter of 3-4 weeks that the opportunity to invest is there, and you have to take a big decision. But then we're trying to understand, and it's more a psychological approach than a real business model, because you can see it very quickly. The point is how are the team compensated culturally, the mindset, where they want to go, and that all of them are aligned, and also they're complementary. That's what what we're looking for.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, because I think especially in tough times, people then show their true values and how they really are. So Lucanus, how do you and your team approach that?
So the first thing I have to say is that I, as an investor in my different roles over the years in Speed Invest, we have invested in brothers, in couples, in to-be couples, in husband and wives, and in mixed teams, and all male teams and all female teams. And I think I don't give a shit who they are with. The only thing that I am interested in are they personalities that can build big businesses. And the question is a really hard one, because how can you see that if you are that? Other than Felix, where we always knew that from the first day, of course. But so it's really hard. And I think one of the things that helped me deciding on my gut feeling, because in the end, in the early stages, it's a gut feeling decision only. What helps me, listening to my gut feeling is how they react to my questions. Nina knows that. Some of you might not know that, but I'm quite harsh in my questions. And the question is, how do they respond to harsh questions? Because they only get harsher in the boards later on. How can they deal with difficult situations? And how are they incentivized? Are they financially incentivized or purpose-driven? But the one crucial point in the super early stages, are they able to fundraise? So is it easy for me to get convinced? Then it's also easy for other investors to be convinced. And if they get enough capital, they can build whatever. But they can build the best product. If they can't fundraise, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I very much agree. And as we are talking about fundraising already, I think basically the four of us have made their own fundraising experience, which I would also like to use the last minutes before I actually also hand over to 1 or 2 questions in the audience. As the climate has been more and more rough, not only for startups, but I would say also for us as investors, if we as GPs raise funds. So maybe also the two of you again. So Lucanus, I know that you're currently raising a fund. Taran, you've been also involved in the setup of the funds that you're in as a GP. What are you experiencing, and what is your call to action also to the community of funders and investors in the room?
I think that is the same as we're saying to our startups, like you receive 1,500 no's before you get a yes. So it's exactly the same. It's a matter of being persuasive and to have trust on people. I met a friend the other day that she never used a deck, and she fundraised a 20 million fund. I saw it once, but it happens always. There's any type of examples. But I remember the first year when I started fundraising, actually, it was very difficult. We tried to fundraise money in Spain to invest in the United States. They thought that we were super weird. And it was not so professional. And in 2016, the people was not so aware of what was going on with the technology. Today, things have been changing. Fortunately, COVID made a change, very big one. And in corporates, they're starting to, I'm talking about Spain, they're starting to make a digital transformation. You could see the difference between Spain and the United States for sure. It's like A and Z. And how are they starting the family offices to invest in funds, to become LPs, to see like another possibility to have incomes as well.
So we raised our first fund in 2020, did 55 investments, and the last investment we did in December last year. And with January this year, we started our second fund. We are still in fundraising. We did a first closing with the existing investors, and now trying to get more volume from new investors. And the climate is more difficult than it was. It's especially difficult for emerging managers, so the first, second, third fund, and it's also very difficult for funds that have a non-obvious proposition. We are a small fund, below 50 million, and it's much harder because the big guys, their tickets are too big for us, and the small guys, all these angels, are right now not as keen to invest as they have been in the past. But I think the one proposal that I tell everyone is if you have invested yourself as a business angel and you did 5 or 6 deals, think about the performance of your 5 or 6 deals. If you're not happy, invest in a fund, because then you get exposure to 60 deals or even more, and then you can co-invest alongside that fund where you think you can add the most value or where you feel home the best. My proposal to investors is statistics. So in Europe, 3 out of 4 funds that return more than 3x are funds below 50 million. Only 1 out of 4 funds that return more than 3x are funds above 50 million. I think that says all why it is intelligent to invest also, next to all your other investments, also invest in small funds to have a balanced portfolio.
I can add something here. It's easier once that you got your track record. Now we are in the 4th fund, and we got all the first, our LPs from the 1st fund, they're in the 4th. And this also is bringing another friends, another family offices. So it's growing, but it's more like coming or maintaining the same investors from the 1st round.
Yeah, so we have to have the resilience to get to the 4th fund, apparently.
Why should it be easier for us than for the founders?
That is so true. And with that, heading back to you, Felix, as you for sure also will raise rounds and attract capital from various sources also in the future, what's the aspects that you are assessing apart from the obvious fact, yes, should be credible investors that offer money? What kind of personalities are you looking for to make sure that Go Student keeps growing?
I mean, as a founder, of course, when you look for new capital and you are in a favorable position where you can choose among different investors, you always pick the ones just where you personally feel you get along. I think this is important. Like, you can also have a very small shareholder on your cap table, you know, that really hates you, and that person can become a real pain in the ass. I don't know, in Austria, you know, there's a lot of things you need to have, these Umlaufbeschlüsse, circular resolutions. It's enough when a shareholder with 0.1% can get really painful. So really choose your investors if you can, choose them wisely. And the other thing is, especially I think when times are more difficult, and I can recommend, I actually 2 days ago, some of you know this guy Lex Friedman, that is this MIT researcher that is doing these podcasts, and his last episode was actually a 4-hour podcast with Jared Kushner, the son-in-law from Trump, and they had a long conversation about foreign policy, right? Because Kushner was the prime secretary for foreign policy in Middle East during the Trump presidency, and they had a long 4-hour conversation about this question, like how do you deal, you know, with people with all different interests, all different incentives, different countries' culture, and you bring them on a table. How do you deal with them? And the key message that he gave was, you need to bring them on the table and you need to communicate. That's the key thing. Just bring people together and communicate. And especially when times are difficult and you as a founder, you might feel that there's no way out, or you might feel that you are like put against the wall. But also as an investor, if you feel that you don't get along with the company, just pick up the fucking phone and call the guys instead of, I don't know, sending your lawyers or trying to send some other weird emails. Like, just have a communication, and I promise you this is solving all the issues.
100% agree. I'm sorry that we can't have a 4-hour conversation now, because there is so much I would actually like to raise. Apparently also Lucanus would like to add, please.
One more thing. we are always talking about how we can support the founders, we the investors. But actually, in fundraising, at some point, I was so frustrated that I communicated it to one of my founders in our regular talks, and he said, I'll coach you. So I got a coaching session by a founder who is really good in fundraising, and I think we should do more of that. Right? We should make sure that this is a two-way party and not a one-way party.
Yeah, very much agreed. I already see that our time is ending. I would like to open the floor for one brief question. So not a statement, but a question that you would like to get answered by the panel here. I think there is a mic wandering around.
I have a question for Lucanos. We're talking about investing in difficult times. How do you decide when sort of really the shit hits the fan, whether you're going to do a follow-on investment or not?
So we tell the founders that we will never do a follow-on from the beginning. And then in really rare cases, we sometimes do one. And for you investors, 60% of our fund is reserved for those rare cases. Does it answer your question?
I think it does, and it opens up the floor for talking to you over coffee later on. Thanks to the three of you for joining us today. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for listening. And that's it from our side.
Thank you. And a big thank you to our panelists for what was a really, really interesting conversation. So now we are on to our last topic of the day. It's been a wonderful day, a lot of really interesting topics, although I can tell people are itching for a drink, itching for a bit of networking. So now we'll be talking about corporate venturing, powering innovation with strategic insight. We'll be starting with a keynote that will be talking about how exactly this can be done, because the thing is, many large corporations source their innovations from startups and from from research facilities that are actually external to their corporations. And many do this better than others. Some even manage to include this in their corporate strategies. So we'll be hearing from a keynote speaker who will be talking about how companies can effectively work with the startup community to bring about innovations that yield a good return. And then we'll be diving deeper into this topic with a panel that have a wealth of experience from the corporate venture field. So without further ado, I'd first like to welcome onto the stage our keynote speaker, Erik Johansen. Please give him a warm welcome, everybody.
See if my microphone is on as well. It's on? Yes. Perfect. So thank you very much for the introduction. Vielen Dank. It's great to be here. As said, I'm Erik Johansson. I'm an investment director with Volvo Group Venture Capital, and I've been asked to give some perspective on corporate venture capital before we have a distinguished panel taking over here. And I'll try to say what I have planned to say. There have been so many interesting speeches that I want to comment on, but if I don't say what I'm planning to say, the time is going to fly away really fast here. And to start with avoiding some misunderstandings, we are the Volvo Group, so that means we make trucks, buses, excavators, dumpers, and all these kind of big toys, but we don't make cars. Volvo Cars is a separate company that today is owned by Geely, the Chinese firm. So, click. And at Volvo Group, we firmly believe that this transformation that we're in, we're talking the climate change challenges and everything, we believe that this can only be solved in cooperation with different companies, right? And often it's going to be a small company and a big company, and hence the saying, magic can be created between big and small. We're really eager to work with the innovative young companies of today. And here you see companies that we have invested in. They help us with everything from electrification, autonomous solutions, cybersecurity, logistics services, and much more. So If you have anything, if you know any company that can help us on this journey, please contact us. And we cannot handle this transformation without this startup community. And I'll click back. I have one more thing to say here, and that's maybe a side comment. You can see on the picture here, all of our trucks are already available in electric versions. Some of them you can buy as autonomous if you want to have them in mines, etc. Some of them you can buy already made by fossil-free steel. So we have great ambitions in terms of being 100% fossil-free, but also we're going to be 100% more effective. So that's to say that the future of trucking is already here. We're just rolling it out, and we need the cooperations to do that. And I thought if we're in this historic building, we should have some kind of cultural reference. So I have this quote by Leonard Cohen: "There is a crack in everything, that's how the light gets in." I like that, and the transformation that's going on is creating a lot of cracks in the existing business world. So these cracks, these are the opportunities for all the startups. And so the transformation will crack the current system, light will come in, the startups will take over some of the business, and the large companies will fight back. And this is an example of that. This is from the transportation industry. This slide shows UPS and the different parts of their business. And you can see in each part of the UPS business, there's a bunch of startups, well-funded, eager to do business, that's attacking all the aspects of their business, right? And if you look at it this way, it's kind of scary to be UPS when so much new technology is available. And yes, we have invested in some of these companies as well. We do that because we want to have the insights of how the market is changing. We want to find partners to work with. We want to understand how the market evolves, how it influences our customers, mostly the trucking companies, and their customers. Do we need to change our offerings? Can we partner with someone here? Do we need to find another place in the value chain as technology changes? So why do we then, as corporations, us and the other large ones, why do we invest in startups? And to formalize that maybe in a few bullet points. First of all, we invest in strategic startups that we want to have as great partners. If you find a company with a virtual driver for autonomous trucks or a backup system, backbone system for electric charging points, we want to help that company grow and become a better partner, and we want to be really close to that company, then we can invest. But we only invest in maybe 5 companies a year, and that's not a lot we're a 100,000 people company, so that's not a lot. But we also scout partners for the organization. So we find many more companies that are of strategic interest to the group. We find out which ones are relevant, and we kind of channel them in to the rest of the group. And we have other units doing proof of values, proof of concepts, etc., so that we really can find partners for the transformation. And the third point we do is that we gather insights for our top executives. That can be market trends, technology trends, competitors. We are Volvo, but what's Daimler doing? Why are they investing over here? Why is Amazon so interested in this kind of AI? And we channel that information back to our top management. So that's an important task as well. And so this is just to set the scene for the upcoming panel, as I said, and maybe a few points then, finally from me here, on corporate venture capital. The purpose is strategic, right? We are doing this because of the strategic benefits of investing. It's not because we want only financial returns on our investments. So don't put the corporate venture unit somewhere down low in the organization under the CFO and ask them to create financial returns. Have them sit close to the top management. We are sitting together with the group strategy team. My boss reports directly to the executive management, and we try to relay information to the top management. And that's also the second point. If you don't have top management support, it's not really easy to make this effective. So you need to have that understanding and the commitment from the top management to be aligned and to also then be able to channel information that's needed. And the third point is reap the side effects of high value, if you focus on the strategic side and you do the work of also finding partners, finding information for top management, then you will have much more strategic impact than if you only focus on the few companies and try to make cooperations with 4 or 5 companies a year. So especially in these times of transformation, our top management has very limited capacity in the way they are like 10 people, and they need to make all these decisions today with high uncertainty. And so any information that we can find, channel to them, present to them, and help them make better decisions is of really great value for a large company. And that's maybe my challenge here, that if done right, corporate venture capital has a higher value on the side effects of finding partners, finding information, than from the few companies we do invest in. So maybe that's something that you can discuss. And one point here is also choose wisely today. Today, the financial investors are not as eager to invest in companies. That means that the corporates get a flood of suggestions now from all kinds of things that might not be relevant for us. But we really need to look at these companies and say, are they of strategic interest for us? And are the financial investors still supporting these companies, or are they contacting us because they're actually failing and we are the last resort of, they hope, dumb capital? But that's not going to happen. So corporations need to be extra cautious in these times. So if I sum this up, I guess my main message is that if you want to do corporate venture capital, really take it on as a strategic pitch. And if you do it strategically, it will pay off greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I'll take that from you. And now I'd like to welcome onto the stage our panel with our host, Kevin, along with the panelists, Henriette, Yves, Max, Franz, and Helmut. Thank you. Give them a warm welcome, everybody.
Hello, my name is Kevin Lenehan. I'm the Director of Business Creation and EIT Manufacturing. For those of you that don't know EIT was set up about 15 years ago by the European Commission to support innovation in Europe. There's different communities within EIT. There's EIT Food, Health, Climate. We are EIT Manufacturing. We were set up about 3 or 4 years ago to support the manufacturing ecosystem here in Europe. We're funded, as I said, by the European Union, but also by our membership. We have about 130 people around Europe, and we support activities like education, bringing people into manufacturing, innovation, creating consortia to work on the most important manufacturing problems. And I'm the director of the part that looks after startups. And our role is to support startups, manufacturing-related startups, in activities where they can grow their business and they can find investment. My background before this job, I was corporate venture capital for a big global technology company. So I know very well how difficult it is for startups to get first sales with corporates, especially for deep tech startups. It can be a long journey to get their product from R&D to market. And the collaboration with corporates is absolutely critical. And that's why corporate venture capital is so key for European manufacturing industry to convert that innovation into real suppliers and strengthen the European supply chain. We see corporate venture capital is taking an ever-increasing percentage of overall investment in Europe. Also, many foreign corporates are very active in the European market investing. I think corporate venture capital has never been more relevant and critical than it is today, and I think we've heard that in the other panels also earlier today. So we have a very distinguished panel here today. We have 4 corporate venture capital executives, and we also have Henrietta to represent capital markets. So I think we'll have a very interesting discussion. So perhaps just to start, by way of introduction, perhaps we start with a corporate venture capital colleagues. Franz, do you want us to start and let us know what do you look for when you're making investments, and how important is the fit with the business when you look at investments?
Yeah, thanks. What we look for when we go for investment, I think it's like other companies, other VCs, we look for first fits this company in our investment strategy. That's the first criteria. And then we look what's the problem the company is solving. Is it a good opportunity for us? What about the company, about the business model, about the competition, of course the market size, and last but not least also the leadership team, and also the cap table. I think you ask also the question, and when I refer to the colleagues of Volvo Ventures speaking before, it's not only the financial return when we look on investments. Verbund, as you know, is committed to lead the energy transition, and as Verbund Ventures and Innovation Department, we also have to contribute to this journey. And here we have a lot of challenges ahead, and looking at the maps the colleagues on Volvo showed with the UBS, I think we have the same in the energy sector. So we have also building blocks of the energy system of the future. In some of these building blocks of the energy system of the future, our company is quite strong. But a couple of new building blocks which needs new technologies, new business models, and so on and so on. And here, Verbund Ventures has also the purpose to see where disruptive technologies are coming, where disruptive business models are coming. And I think it's also quite important that we strengthen corporate venture capital also in Europe to be more independent in the field of technology. We just discussed before about technology and value chains of PV. Everything is in China now. What will happen with energy storage technologies in the future? So it's really important that we also invest now in Europe, in European startups and future technology leaders.
Thanks. Maximilian, do you want to share a bit about your perspective on investment? I mean, how does the process work with you? What do you look for? What are the stakeholders internally you have to work with to get an investment through?
Yes, happy to do so, thank you. My name is Max. I'm heading Elevator Ventures. That's the corporate venture capital arm of Raiffeisen Bank International. We are investing out of a 50 million euro commitment by the bank into fintech, naturally, but also beyond that. So we have in our portfolio companies in RegTech, AI, agri-tech, logistics, e-commerce, all topics that are highly relevant for us as a bank. But also companies where we can support the growth of the companies beyond the mere cash that we put in. Here we have built a independent entity independent from the bank and with an own governance that should reflect also the velocity of the of our activities, right? That should be fast enough to take decisions, and also be independent from any, I would say, corporate influences in the decision making. We are coming from a few years of experience before we launched our VC, where we were partnering with startups a lot, and we saw that it's a completely new level to actually also invest in startups, where you can, on the one hand, invest in the existing partners, but then also, and very purposefully, invest in those that you as a corporate might not yet partner with, but that might be potentially too disruptive at the moment for your core business, or that it goes a little bit beyond what the core business is currently doing in its quarterly sprints that a stock-listed company naturally just has. And that's why when we set up Elevator Ventures, we said, and I agree with the speaker from Volvo, that yes, it's the why of a corporate VC is a strategic why. But when we discussed about how we want to do it, that's a big difference. the why and the how, right? And we said, we want to do it financially driven in how we do it. So the team and how we do things is set up as close as possible to a normal VC. It's steered as close as possible to a normal VC. It behaves as close as possible to a normal VC, and is therefore also by co-investors, by startups, by the broader ecosystem also perceived very much like a VC. And I truly believe that doing the how financially and having the why strategically does not conflict. It actually strengthens each other. Because of course we look at companies that we select from a financial angle, and of course we want to do a proper return on these. But we think that we can do an outstanding return on our investments when we can leverage the assets that we have, thanks to our corporate and thanks to the fact that we can help the companies, our portfolio companies, beyond the mere cash investment. And here comes the strategic angle in place.
Yeah. So, I mean, one thing is clear. Pretty much every CVC is different. Some have this, very strong financial focus. Some very strong strategic focus. Most try to, mix the two together. Some very independent. Some have decision making within the corporate mother, let's say. So it can be a little complex. Yves, how do you manage that, and what do you look for in your investments?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe to give a bit of background about our setup first, because I think that's necessary. So my name is Yves Percher. I'm an investment manager for SmartWorks Innovation. And SmartWorks Innovation is co-owned by Wien Energy, the main energy provider of the city of Vienna, and the Wiener Stadtwerke Group, which is the collection of the Vienna public utilities companies, which includes the grid, the main public transport company, the main parking space operator, and so on. So a very broad collection of companies. And our approach is very much also a strategic one. So while, of course, we don't neglect the financial part that necessarily has to be there, because if you keep just accumulating losses, you won't be there for long. But we only invest in companies where there is a strategic cooperation with at least one of our holding companies. And those cooperations can take different forms, right? So we can talk about proof of concepts, we can talk about data delivery cooperations, and so on. What we usually want to bring to the table to a startup as well is not just money, but smart money, helping the startup along the way with the cooperation, so that both of us, them, and our parent companies can profit from that relationship.
Great. And Helmut, you have a sort of broader scope. You're responsible for VC, corporate venture capital, but also M&A, also internal innovation. I mean, where does the corporate venture capital sit within that, and what do you look for corporate venture capital investments?
Good evening. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I had the group business development within Andritz, and we established Andritz Ventures about 6 years ago, when there was a big hype on digitalization and AI coming up. And then we thought we really want to focus on certain trends which are up there, and included this in our strategy. And those are three core pillars. And one is decarbonization, which we share with Franz from Verbund. Then there's digitalization and automation, and make more plants which we produce independent and autonomous, which is very important for our customers. Probably I should have said that I work for Andritz, which is a big machinery company in the beginning. And the third pillar, which is very important, customer focus. And within these three areas, we look for startups, for collaboration, and also have strategic growth projects identified, where we want to take the knowledge and the know-how from new technology developments and help them with our expertise from building up big systems, big technology plants, basically, for our customers and help them to manage the energy transition. And we do certain investments in startups, but an even more important part is entrepreneurship activities, where we enable our engineers, our project managers, our people who work very closely with the customers to solve problems and to give them free time to work on their own solutions. And about this program, I can speak a little bit in more detail later on.
So that's again a different approach where the internal entrepreneurship and the venture part are under the same umbrella and all considered as one innovation activity. So different from the independent approach that we've heard from some of the other colleagues. And Henrietta, just for external view, you see many companies that are coming towards IPO. If you see a company coming to IPO and you see it has some corporate investor, I mean, how is that perceived within the stock exchange?
Thank you for having me today, Henrietta, representing Vienna Stock Exchange this evening. And I'm very happy to be on this panel together with two blue chip companies listed at the Vienna Stock Exchange, which is Verbund and Andritz. So, yeah, regarding your question, I guess in general, it's perceived very positively if there are big names on the cap table when it comes also to an IPO, hopefully on the Vienna Stock Exchange. So if you see big names also from the US or Asia, so we know some of the companies in Austria with these cap tables and possibly IPO candidates. I guess it's a very big aspect in regards of reliability and confidence. So if huge companies invest or be a strategic partner of IPO candidates, it's just a very big support for the business model at itself. And yeah, so I would say this is a quite positive sign.
Great. And as you say, I think overall, I also believe it's very strongly positive. And the colleagues have talked about how, corporate venture capital, the goal is to bring more than just money, to bring smart money to really help the companies. Max, can you share some perhaps example of how, through investment and further support, you've brought more than just money to a portfolio company?
Yeah, first and foremost, we are proud of ourselves and about the team that we have built. So we have a good venture capital team that is doing what the venture capitalist would do. So we support our companies in setting up sales structures properly to grow their companies. We help them to do fundraising. We help them in many different ways in their governance and reporting, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what the venture capital team itself is doing. But beyond that, we do have access to the huge network that a corporate like Raiffeisen provides. And this can go from really from sales partners over product co-development possibilities, over media and other reputational work that we can do together, which is very important. And then it goes down into very hands-on and factual things. Where even banking products can be helpful, right? So if you think about companies that do lending businesses that need refinancing lines, then this is something where our banking group can help. I can also share some examples. I mean, one of our exits where we are most proud of is actually an Austrian company called 360 Company with a K. I'm sure many here know Russell Perry. He was part of our accelerator program in 2017. We helped him co-develop and build the product, and then he started selling to many of the top tier banks all over the world. and then, as most of you probably know, got acquired by Moody's Analytics, which is, I would say, a textbook example of how a corporate can help build and refine a product so that it is usable of top-tier corporates, and then the company can sell it. Another example is Tarfin, a company that has just recently entered Romania. They are lending to small farmers, micro farmers that are underbanked, and they received their first financing line, refinancing line in Romania by Raiffeisen Romania, which is, of course, the first domino piece is always the hardest to throw, and these are things where it's tangible, where we can help not only with putting money, but also with network, with assets, with know-how to scale.
And you mentioned you're an independent team, but for your portfolio, you're very strong advocates within the businesses. Is that right? You have connections within the business, and you introduce
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one of our key strengths, I would say.
Yeah. And Franz, how about at Verbund? I mean, how do you support your portfolio, and what's the strong advantage, would you say, for a company to take investment from Verbund Ventures?
When we look at the different tools we have in the innovation at Verbund, corporate venturing was the last one we added to our system. Yeah? And here we have Ed Feldman. He's now investment manager at Verbund Ventures, and before he was startup engagement manager. So we had the Verbund Accelerator program since a couple of years. So we are trained bringing connections from the startups to the business units, and we have a strong internal network. And I think the most important thing we have to, in this respect, is with the startups to keep our promise. So if we promise the startups that we make bridges to the companies, that we support them, open doors to other investors, we really have to keep this promise. Because often corporate CVCs in the past, we promised a lot and not delivered. So that's also our approach, that we really make just few investments, but really then support the startups really that they scale their business. So Verbund Ventures has its own governance, so we can decide independently on our investments. And when we invest in a startup, there's no need that there's a cooperation before with Verbund business unit. It can also be later on, but we have to bring these strategic values to Verbund. When I have a recent example, I can't name the company now because we are still in the closing of the financing round, but we, for example, helped these companies to get some contacts to Verbund business units, to collaborate on product offering. We opened door to other possible investors. So I think that's easy going for Verbund, but that's a huge help for the companies. And that's the things we offer to the startups.
Great. And how about, Yves, you have any examples, or can you share any information about how you really support with the smart money?
Yes, so because we do have the requirement of having to have a cooperation set up before we invest, we also make sure that after we have invested, these corporations are properly implemented and actually hit the ground and are, well, just rolled out in the real world, because that's where we operate, right? We mostly solve real problems in the real world. And to give a very concrete example, we invested in a company called EaseLink, which create a novel way of charging cars. So problem, imagine cab drivers, if they have an electronic vehicle, they're always annoyed if they wait in the cab rink and the front car exits the cab rink, they have to get out of the car, unplug, drive 3 meters forward, replug, and again back in the car, and that's 7 times if it's a bigger cab rink. Excuse me. So solution, we have a little plate in the ground, and the cab driver drives on top of that plate, a little funnel comes out, retrofitted straight to the battery, and you can conductively charge the car while you wait in the cab rink. Amazing technology, but of course, because we solve real problems in the real world, issues come up as you implement them. So 2 months ago, beginning of September, photo ops, presentation, big rollout, everything was planned. But 3 weeks before that, let's just say we weren't quite there yet in terms of the success rate of the charging attempts. So we were part of the steering committee and part of the company's board, and we were very, very hands-on in getting all the stakeholders aligned and making sure to handle the different speeds that the startup world and the corporate world operate in are aligned. Because we were sure that the startup would get there and that they would deliver. But let's just say some people on the corporate side might have not been that sure anymore. So we made sure that they understood that the startup was doing everything they could to get that on the ground, and they did, and they succeeded. And I think that's, played an important role there to match those two speeds and get everyone aligned.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think also from my experience, you find that the corporate, the business won't really compromise just because you've made an investment of a few million. They won't compromise on quality or price. So it's always difficult, and it's not going to be automatically that the startup will get business. But you have, as we said, they'll have strong advocates within the business, and you can keep going back and going back and going back until hopefully eventually they can succeed. Helmut, you mentioned for you have ventures, but also you focus a lot on internal innovation and spin-outs. So how do you balance that between supporting your venture portfolio and dedicating resources to internal projects?
So it really changes over time. Basically, in the beginning, we started off screening a lot of startups. We have a database with more than 160 startups, which we somehow had contact to, and then also we're tracking all the stages those went through. And one, for example, in AI, we invested about 5 years ago, and there we had a basically internal conflict concerning the valuation, because we are very experienced when it comes to M&A, acquiring mid-sized international companies, and we normally buy them for EBITDA multiples between 6 and 10 times, and in this case we had to pay a multiple of between 8 and 12, but on the sales. And there we really had to swallow, and it was not so easy to convince the board to accept. But I think this was a very good success. We acquired 25.1% of this company. They were at 1.5 million in sales. Now they are about 6 million in sales. But what was very important for us is the strategic angle, what we could achieve in the group. And they helped us to make a product completely autonomous. This is a log yard which we use in the pulp industry to basically unload trucks or trains, put it to a pile, and then put it to the debarking line and to the chipper line. And they successfully did a project in the US and now do one in Finland, and there are much more to come. And these are huge projects, and we only had got this because it's completely autonomous, and if we wouldn't have had them, we couldn't realize. So this is a good example for investing successfully in an external company. And on the other side, internally, there was a group of people when there was less workload of 5 guys who sat together and said, what can we do out of these pulp processes, basically with the things we don't use anymore, which is burned or dumped somewhere. And they said, we establish a group which is called Chemical Recovery Plus. And they pitched basically, and then internally they got about 2.5 million over 2 years to finance the team and to really get orders. And within 5 years they managed to get an order intake of 200 million euros. So this was also a very good example of success, where the people believed in those guys who had less workload and then really proposed very good things, which is now very valuable, and it's a sustainable product, which we are really looking forward to.
Yeah.
So these were very good examples which we had in the last couple of years, which became very successful.
Yeah, so it's clear, you know, if you can harness those R&D teams and product teams within the corporate, it can be huge benefit to invested startups. Well, perhaps another question for you, Helmut. You mentioned M&A earlier. Where, you know, it's in your responsibility. Sometimes there's an assumption that corporates invest into startups, so they'll have an option to acquire later, and there can be a conflict between venture investment, where you want to exit for the highest price possible, and M&A, where perhaps you don't want to overpay, you want to pay as low as you can, I guess, for the company. How do you manage that balance?
Yes, so when it comes to M&A, we are a long-term investor. We only buy, we don't sell companies, because we pick them very carefully and include them into our 4 business areas. And so we acquired about 70 companies over the last 25 years, and we only have sold 1 so far, which did not develop so well, but all the others are still with us and included in the business. And this is what Andritz makes about. So we grew when we were listed at the Vienna Stock Exchange in 2099 from around 700 millions to now 8.5 billions, so 12 times or so in sales. And this is partially 50% from acquisitions, which we did, and the other one is organic growth with internal innovation. And for investments into startups, we also only acquire them if there is a big strategic fit, and this we have together, because only when we can add a value, when we can trigger more internal business and make our clients happier and really help them to secure their lines and also buy from us in the future, then we do invest in startups, and then we also want to be a long-term partner of those companies and don't intend when we invest to also sell them.
Okay. So for Andritz, it sounds like the 2 activities go very much hand in hand, and it's if the startup is successful, then it becomes a strong candidate for M&A automatically. I mean, does anyone else want to comment on how you work with M&A teams, between the venture team and the M&A team? Do the others, so do you also work so closely, or is there a more distant relationship? Anyone want to take that one?
I mean, for us, it's on a case-by-case basis. We don't have a mandate where we say we can only invest if there's an M&A case down the line, but it can be, you know, it can be an option. So I would say, yeah, it depends.
Yeah, for Verbund, it's we have an M&A department and we have the CVC unit. I think they're 2 different disciplines. Sometimes if we got some pitches which are too big for CVC, we gave them the M&A department and vice versa. And of course, it could be also an exit option from a startup. So we are invested as CVC, so that the M&A department makes an offer.
Great. And maybe just on another topic, I mean, how do you, as CVCs, prefer to work with VCs, regular VC investors, financial investors, or with other CVCs? Do you have some investors you work with quite regularly? Is there some CVCs you don't want to work with for competitive reasons? Can you talk a bit how you like to co-invest? Yves, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So for us, a cooperation especially with VCs, is a must, because we invest alongside VCs usually in larger rounds. So our contact points and our touch points with VCs are many and often, I would say. We try to be very plugged into the ecosystem. If there's anyone here that's a VC investor, yeah, energy and mobility transformation, and we haven't talked yet, then we should. I think, because we don't only work together on deal flow. What we also like to do is provide early validation, for example. So we see ourselves as the first point of entry for the startup world into the Wien Energy and Vienna Public Utilities companies. So we can provide the right contact, the right point of access for startups and the VC contacts that you might not otherwise get if we weren't in contact.
Great. And Max, you mentioned you guys have a very sort of independent approach, very sort of like a VC approach. So are you happy to lead investment rounds? Do you prefer to co-invest with a purely financial investor? How do you cooperate with other CVCs?
Yeah. No, I think the contact to the VC ecosystem is crucial. I mean, we all know private markets need private networks to work, and if you don't know about what is happening in the stage that is earlier than yourself, you'll probably not get into the good deals. So we try to be close to the seed funds that are investing earlier than us in our core regions. That's of course the DACH region, but also Central and Eastern Europe. And we keep very regular contact to them. I'm always it's always a good sign when someone calls you and says, hey, actually that's a company where it would be interesting to hear what Raiffeisen says about that. And that's something that the corporate VC can add to the venture capital ecosystem overall, I think. Yes, we're happy to lead. That, in my opinion, only makes sense when you have a very clear understanding of how you're gonna help this company, how you're gonna lead the company to the next stage. It's quite some responsibility to do that, and as a corporate, even more so, the corporate VC. But we are also happy to co-lead with a VC or even follow. I would say it's quite some, or you have to know what you do if you take a majority stake in a company, or even a blocking minority, over 25%. I think that's something that we would rather not do, because I think it's, yeah, you just have to know as a corporate what you do if you do that, and that this might down the road put yourself as a corporate into a situation where you need to invest because no one else would.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what you say is very, very true. And from my past experience, I mean, for us, in my last job, I mean, we always preferred to have a financial VC as the lead to price the round, and we came at it more from a strategic technology point of view. We could validate the technology. But what we find is, especially in some sort of deep tech topics, it can be difficult to find financial VCs, especially these days, as we mentioned. Corporate venture capital is getting more and more demand. So in many cases, we had to lead, even if our preference would have been to have a financial investor lead the round. Perhaps just to shift topics slightly and talk more about exits. We know it's a sort of a difficult situation around the IPO market, but hopefully loosening up a bit. But Henrietta, do you want to comment on that, on how you see IPO market now?
Thank you. I would like to make a comment before, because these CVC investors, maybe a sort of new investor type stepping on the stage, also when it comes to IPO and onboarding new investors, so external investors. And I guess it's important to address that there should be an alignment of interests. So it could be that there is some, I don't know, co-developments of IPs or some exclusively commercial agreements, things like that. I think these things have to be clear, because new investors just wanted to be treated equally to all of them. Otherwise, when it comes to an IPO, you have to file a prospectus, and everything has to be stated very clear and transparent. I think that's before it goes in the direction of an IPO. Yes, unfortunately, this year is a very, very challenging one for exits via the stock exchange. We had the opportunity to list 2 companies which they choose the way to list technically, so without raising new capital. So that was good, at least. But investors were very reluctant in engaging with new transactions. So I think that's the point for the whole investment market here, public or private. Yeah, and we really hope that the windows will open again. And from a stock exchange, we can only recommend to be prepared for opening of windows, and you need at least, at minimum, 1 year to get prepared for an IPO. And when I listen to all the colleagues, I'm sorry, Max, you're the third blue chip company here, of course, with Raiffeisen. I guess we have a huge pipeline. I mean, there are a lot of companies you're investing in, and I hope the next textbook exit will be via the Vienna Stock Exchange as the natural home market to your investments. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for more IPOs in Europe and hopefully plenty here in Vienna. But for corporate venture capital, I mean, especially if for very strategic corporate venture capital, I mean, what does a good exit look like? Is it being acquired by the mother company? Is it being, going to IPO? Being acquired by a competitor, is that also a good exit for corporate venture capital? Does someone want to comment on that? What is a good exit?
From our point of view, a good exit is if we, on the one hand side, we have a financial return and the strategic return of the investment. And if the exit is by a business unit of Verbund, that's fine. If it's an IPO, that's also fine. If it's maybe a takeover of a competitor, so maybe that could be difficult. But as the whole system and CVC system is an ecosystem play, so we like to invest with other CVCs like SmartWorks and others. And if there's then the decisions of a competitor takes over, that's also a solution we have to accept. Otherwise, we have to put more emphasis in the documents before when we invest.
So even if you get a very nice financial return, if it's acquired by a competitor, it's not a huge success?
It's depending on the strategic value. Yeah? If it's really a high strategic value, being in close contact with the company, that could be disadvantages when it's then acquired by a competitor.
Yeah.
But I think it's from case by case to evaluate.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to comment directly on that, because I see it exactly the same way, and just I think in the broader sense, we won't be able to handle the energy transition by ourselves. This is very much a cooperative effort, and that's the way we see our investments as well, and hence we even have investments together. So, yeah, that is a possibility, definitely.
Okay. Great. So perhaps just final question to the panel. Perhaps briefly we can go along and you can let us know. I mean, where do you see the most exciting investment areas for the next 3-5 years? What gets you very excited for the future? Perhaps start with you, Max, and work on.
Last investment we did was Sesam in France. They're combining artificial intelligence and applying it to ESG and the green transition. I don't think it can get much more exciting than that. So artificial intelligence, green transition are for sure two things that are super exciting, and there are many more.
I like to quote Steve Westley, one of the most famous VC investors in Silicon Valley. He told me a couple of years ago, France is the future of energy, that's the hottest place to be. And I think that's right. So I think the whole energy transition, there's so many exciting places, so many exciting investments, and we're happy, and hopefully we choose the right investments.
Great.
Yeah. I can only support that what my colleagues on the left-hand side have said. Energy transition is extremely important for everyone. Get decarbonization into action and not only into words. Really, this will cost billions in the future. Europe is and I'm happy to be a very engaged European, that we are a front runner basically on this. The US, they have catched up, are probably a bit better with the subsidies program which they set up. But most of the emissions, they come from Asia, and I don't see that so much is being done there on really reducing carbon emissions. But this is really extremely important to rescue our planet in the future, and everyone knows and sees it's extremely important. And then there is the topic about people and get qualified people to be able to introduce and to develop all these systems which we need. And there is so much transition which has been done over the last couple of years during the pandemic. Everyone now works from home, everyone is much more flexible, you need to travel much less. People want to be organized in virtual teams, and an organization also has to cope with that change, which we call as new work, and also the attitude of younger people, which is different to the people in the 50s. So we have to find a way to include their needs and their demands in the possibilities which a company can offer, because it doesn't help if there are only people which are 10 years before retirement in the company. We need to really have younger people, young engineers, motivate them and hold them, and therefore we have this entrepreneurship program which we set up. This is really targeted to the ones which are between 25 and 40, because they are not so much seen in our company. If you're above 40, you have a good chance that you have already a good network and your boss appreciates what you do. But if you're new, which you came from the university to us, it's really important, if you want to drive something forward, that you can also have a stage to present your ideas, and this is what we try to do. And it's the fourth time we now have this entrepreneurship program organized, and each time we had about 60 to 70 applicants, of which we developed about half of them, and then 12 could present at the stage and pitch their ideas, and about 70% got then also funding to realize what they wanted to show. And this is how we try to motivate people within our company.
So, Andrew, it goes hand in hand, the external investment and developing internal entrepreneurs to address these big challenges we have. And Yves, what gets you excited? What do you think in the next few years is?
Well, I think renewables, energy transition, electrification, I'm not really telling anybody anything new here when I say that is coming. Maybe to just throw out one stat, there are 30,000 electric vehicles driving through Vienna right now. In the next couple of years, there will be 300,000, so times 10. So the infrastructure we need to catch up, and we are not nearly there yet. So I think startups and companies that can help provide this infrastructure in a smart way, supported by data, will be in a very good place. And we try to capture that as well by investing in them.
Great. And Henrietta?
So it's green transition as well. And I guess somebody has to pay the transformation, and public capital markets could be an option for it.
So do you see things loosening up? I mean, is there a pipeline of IPOs you can see coming through?
I think there's not one company who does not have any solution in this regard.
Okay. Well, I think we leave it there. I think it's clear. I hope to everyone the importance of corporate venture capital, and this importance will only increase to address these big challenges we have, but also great opportunities, I think, for startups to work with these super companies and get their innovations to market. So just to say thank you very much to the panel, and thank you to everyone for listening and paying attention, and let's talk outside. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, a big thank you to our panel and to our host. So we are slowly wrapping up. We do have one more speaker and then a few people for closing words. So now I'll be welcoming to the stage Monica from the Echo Group. She'll be talking about insights and policy recommendations that she's collected from all of her research regarding the private capital market. So please give Monica a warm welcome, everybody. Here you go.
Hi. So thank you for having me. For those who don't know me, I have a research institute in economics, and our research institute is very into very many topics, but one of those topics is the relevance of VCP markets for the economy. So in recent years, we have done a lot of work on that, and I can say basically two things which would be the main conclusions of the work which we have done. So the first conclusion, and that's not very surprising, but still it seems to me that many politicians don't know this very much, is that the existence of a strong capital market is a prerequisite for a strong economy, and in particular private capital market. Why is that? Because what we find in the studies is that entrepreneurship and VCP, which obviously belong together, are the most important elements of a supply-side economy. So in Austria, we tend to focus a lot on those old brand industries, like tourism and maybe like construction, which are much larger sectors. But in the long run, you cannot have a competitive, innovative economy based on those. So what you need is a vivid private market, a capital market, which nourishes entrepreneurship with money for growth and innovation. So what we know from those studies, and we also done a lot of work on Austria, you can download it out from our website, we can quantify the effects and tell you how many more patents, how many more jobs, how much more GDP can be created if we are able to have a stronger private capital markets, which essentially translate also to more startups and to more growing company. The other thing which is my personal research agenda is a role of public money in the whole system. So in Austria, we tend to focus a lot on public money. So the little VC we have, which is comparably really little, so it's a tenth of what I think are the things which can leverage the most, given the research we've been doing in the recent years. So the first thing when I always think about is Denmark. So Denmark is a country, very strong, innovative economy, and Denmark has this, among other things, some of you know probably the VAX fund, which is a public VC fund, but the most important element of the private capital market in Denmark is the second-tier funded pension system. So in Austria, we have about 8% of GDP in the second and third-tier pension system, the funded pensions, which amounts to about 20 billion euro a year, but a bit more, 26, I think it was recently. Whereas in Denmark, it's 240% of the Danish GDP, which is about 800 billion euro under management of pension funds. Obviously, those pension funds not only invest in young companies, they invest everywhere through the economy, but about 20% of the money which comes into PE in Denmark comes from the pension funds. And there is this great research has been done about Silicon Valley, which said that up till 1979, Silicon Valley was basically, the VC scene was not very strong and was not stronger than the European one. What changed in, say, 1979, there was one legal change, or it was not even a legal change, it was essentially a judiciary change saying explicitly that the pension funds are allowed to invest in alternative assets. And that's where it started. And it started and it raised exponentially. And that's where America took off with the existence of private markets, and we didn't. But then we have those countries such as Netherlands, such as the UK, such as Denmark, which have this. So if you want to leverage more private capital for investment, then we should be doing this as the Danish do. So we should have a strong second and third tier pension system, could be obligatory, could be an opt-out system, such as in the Netherlands. This is probably the best guess we have how to mobilize more private capital, more investment. The second thing, which also pops out from a recent paper I've been working on, in which we compared several types of investments in the private capital market. So what we did, me and my husband and his PhD advisor in a paper, we compared performance of funds which are backed by public money and were purely private. And when we compared the public funds, we also compared those which were backed by AEF investments. And we came to a conclusion that if you have an AEF investment as a fund, then you basically perform much better. So the companies you support, they grow much better, they raise more rounds, they have better exits, they have quicker exits, and so on. So the second conclusion for me would be on the European level, is that if we want to catch up with America, we should be making AEF stronger. Because if there is one good institution which works really well, giving money and doing a good job leveraging private money, it's the AEF. And we also quantified the effect and said that basically if we replaced some of the direct, the question of the new legal entity, which is discussed in Austria now, which would solve a lot of problems and would make much more attractive for international investors to invest in Austria. So the Flexco, I think that if you have the power to talk to people and say, hey, this is important, then I would say do it, because many problems can be solved. It's not only about the tax issues. What I think it's really about making it easier and making it more attractive, reducing the transaction costs, making something, the new legal entity which would be comparable to similar institutions in other countries, such as the Limited, which would make it, I think, more understandable for international investors to invest in Austrian companies. And the last but not least is the tax issue. So it is to some extent solved by the new legal entity, but obviously we can also consider this a separate topic. There is great research which shows that one of the things which really distinguishes the countries in the way which the private markets for VC and PE developed there is the question of how you tax stock options. Austria belongs to the countries with the one of the highest taxation of stock options in the world. There are other countries which tax stock options with purely capital tax, such as Ireland, with a very low one. So you have a tax of 9% in Ireland on a stock option. You have a marginal tax of 42% in Austria, which is ridiculous. So this is not a very attractive instrument, and it's and as I said, there is a research which shows that internationally it really explains a lot of variation in how well private capital markets are developed. So those are the 4 points on my side from my research. So the points which I hope you'll take is that Austria is and Europe in general is lacking a little bit behind on that, and this is very important if we want to have a competitive economy. And there are a few easy steps which we could, well, easy, like it's never easy if it's politics, but there are a few steps for which we know for sure that would work, and our task, I guess, is to convince the people in power that those steps have been taken. It won't guarantee that we will have a Silicon Valley overnight, but if we don't do it, we'll definitely not be catching up anytime soon. Thank you.
And now please welcome to the stage Ingo from Erste Group, our sponsor.
Hello. Well, I also have a Zettel like Monica, but I will not use it because it deals a lot with pension funds. And the importance of pension funds for good private and public capital, in particular equity markets. I fully agree with what has been said. We need a much stronger private pension system. But let me give you an additional practical thought at the end of this day, which may be quite important given the times we're in. We have heard of quite a stretch in parts of the industry, and in particular with venture capital, early funding. And we are sponsoring this conference because we like equity. We like private capital markets, and we want to play quite a role in that market as Erste Group. And I've seen this conference growing over the years to what it is now, and although it's late, I still see a good crowd around after this long day, and also a good mood at the dinner yesterday. So the thought I have for you is the following. Equity is very important. Equity makes you resilient. It's a very good buffer. But there's one thing, if we have crisis times, that is even more important, and that is liquidity. Every banker will tell you that equity protects you, but really if funds flow out, it gets tough. So whoever is now looking into more difficult times, make sure you have good liquidity cover over the next period. The market indications we have at the moment are quite critical. You have geopolitical risks going up. You have, stretched fiscal situations in most of the countries. So even if the governments want to support more and more, this may be very difficult for people going forward on the public side. So make sure you have good liquidity cover. As it happens, we are a bank, so we help with liquidity. Yeah? And we have a lot of instruments beyond, classical loan instruments to help people on the liquidity front. Getting back to equity, long term, it is very important for all of us that the equity culture that we have really goes up. And I was asked to leave, today with a rather encouraging thought. Yeah? Not saying that we don't have enough venture capital in Austria, don't have enough private equity. What is encouraging is to see that over the years, this industry is really growing in Austria, in Central Eastern Europe, in the region we are covering. And there is a lot of providers of equity beyond the public sector. We as bankers, you have heard the colleague of Raiffeisen before, we at Erste Group as well, we invest a lot in various equity instruments, whether it's direct corporate equity from a strategic perspective. You have heard about the VC side, the corporate VC side. We're doing this what is in areas that are strategically important for us. We're investing into equity funds, into venture capital funds. We have a program in our asset management business that deals with it. But if I look at the overall volumes that we have in that business, 100 million to 200 million in the group, this is still very small fish if you look at the overall loan book of a bank like ours. I have a 77 billion corporate loan book, right? So the equity allocation over time needs to grow massively. We as bankers are constrained in a certain way, given capital allocation rules, but we want to foster this industry. So if you think of bank, don't only think of loan. Yeah? Think of various sorts of not only advisory, but also provision of forms of private capital. So we take our role serious. We will support this, this type of events and this event in particular going forward. We like it a lot. I would like to thank you on behalf of Erste Group for taking part, for being constructive participants in this event. And I look forward to seeing this growing further and to see pension funds growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, Ingo, and thank you, Monica, for the outlook you just brought to us. And I want to pick up on your words of thankfulness. And to finish up this conference, I only can say thank you to all of you, to the audience. You had a long day. We started 8 hours ago, and it was a very, very intense day, not only to listen in all the speeches and presentations, but also the networking. And I know for sure that tomorrow my throat will be very rough, as we have another event after the event, which will be more relaxed than the day was. Anyhow, having said thank you to you, all of you, I want to thank you, our speakers and our panelists. You brought a huge insight in all the aspects that we've had to cover during the day, and it was really great to listen in. And I tried to switch the rooms in between to see, get a glimpse of everything. So I couldn't listen to everything, but I got an impression of everything. I think really it was great to have this all here at this event. I want to thank the venue. I think it's a great place. The team of Schönbrunn Palace did a great job and supported our team very much. And my greatest thanks goes to the team of Invest Austria, Arnaud and Daniela and everybody else in the team. They did a great job bringing this whole event to you. Please give them a great applause. I also want to thank my colleagues from the board of Invest Austria. I'm just the front man, but behind myself there are a couple of people really helping me in everything. And I just see Thomas and Niklas here. Anybody else there at the moment? No. But for the board, thank you to all of you. Yeah, that's it from my side. I hope you enjoyed the day. And I'm looking forward to welcome you next year again. Brighter, bigger, more intense, and very likely again here at this location, as we were very, very happy and satisfied this year. So thank you for all of that. And my last word of thank you goes to James, because he has the last word. Thank you, James, for your presentation and your moderation during the whole day.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Thank you. And it's, of course, we should also give you, Nikki, a warm round of applause. Thank you for everything you've done to make this possible. So yeah, there's not much more to say. Thank you all that have joined us in person. For those of you online, thank you for joining us online. We have dinner, we have drinks, we even have a party with the DJ. The Wolf Summit guests will also be joining us. So go out there, network. We'll see you next year. My name is James. It's been a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Thank you and good night.